Edward,
that's it, that's the one.
Edward. I can never remember my own middle name, let alone yours. Right then.
Jim.
Off we go.
Jim.
Are we on, Tom? Are we on, Jake? You're on, firing on all four. Well done, super duper. Right then. Day 3 of our 3-day auction, our May auction. Thank you very much for the last couple of days. We've had a good couple of days. I'll go through the usual starting blur if I can. So, Jack, myself, are you going to make a guest appearance today?
I might today, yeah.
Paul might make a guest appearance. Paul's got a bad back, everybody. I know. Get the violin out. Yeah. Paul's the only person who's ever had a bad. Yeah. But he's been sorted. I think you pinched my local girl who does backs, and she's managed to get him working again, so that's all right. So, bidding options. We've got the usual 3. We've got the online bidding platform, which works extremely well. I think the whole world changed, didn't it, a few years ago for obvious reasons, and everyone realises now that it is the norm. So the online bidding platform has worked, like I say, really well for us over the last few years and continues to do so. Telephones, we've got telephone bidders. We moved the camera back this year just to make you guys feel a little bit more engaged, and Tom and Jake have come along and they've started to do the YouTube thing. We'll come to that in a minute, just to try and sort of bring you in as much as we can. On the Tom and the Jake scenario, so Tom and Jake come along, they're part of a bigger group that take care of our social media for us. Thank you ever so much. And they supplied me with some figures earlier in the week based on the last sale. So those figures are quite encouraging. There was 272,000, that's 272,000 engagements last sale, one way or another, so thank you ever so much. Which generated then 72,000 hours worth of watching us, what we do, which is a bit spooky really, when you think about it. Oh, and my cup of tea's arrived, Leah, that's the most important thing, my cup of tea's arrived. Thank you very much, thank you darling. So that's great, thanks ever so much. So thanks for all the support we get from the guys and girls on social media. We very much appreciate that, thank you. So that'll go on during the day, and the guys will flick around various cameras, and where possible Jake will shoot off and get some shots of anything that's actually being auctioned in this hall, or possibly next door. You can maybe just reach next door with the communication. We have implemented a small entrance fee of £5, which generated over £10,500 worth of donation to Yorkshire Ambulance last sale. That was fantastic. Thank you ever so much for making that work as well. Kevin from the Yorkshire Air Ambulance came down on Wednesday and presented a nice cheque, which we'll have to put in the office, which is lovely. So I think so far we've raised something like £21,000, I think, or thereabouts for Yorkshire Ambulance, which is a fantastic figure. So thank you ever so much. We never know, any one of us could need that service at any time. Some more accident prone than others. John Axel, he not only works on it, he obviously spends a lot of time socially on it as well. Speed dial, as John there, who's on first name terms with all the staff. And this time we've done the same thing this time, but we're just going to spread it about a little this time. So there's the smaller charities that haven't quite got the publicity machines that the bigger ones have. The bigger ones, it has to be said, that some of the bigger ones have a surplus of cash. The smaller ones, sadly, are perhaps struggling a little. So some of the smaller ones we've decided this time and moving forward just need a bit of support from all of us. So the social media guys will keep you posted as that goes on, as to where, you know, a couple of £1,000 here and £1,000 there. There's various charities, a mine charity, I think there's a dog charity there as well. There's a horse charity, a lovely lady who takes care of horses and things. There's a bit of a mixed bag going on there, and when it obviously comes to animals, I'm the softest person in the world, we all know that. So that's good, so keep an eye on social media, that will come up as we go along. Collections, I always forget the collections because there's so many notices and things about. We will try, the girls upstairs and the guys upstairs will try their very best to accommodate your collection requests. Obviously, for the first couple of days, if you happen to be lucky and you purchase something that's at the back of one of our buildings or back of one of our compounds, there's every chance, sadly, it's going to be towards the end of the week by the time we make a road into that. So the first few lines, no problem at all, in the yards, in the compounds. but those that are further back, we just need an extra couple of days for obvious reasons. If you've come down at any point to visit us, you'll see that we do use every square metre, so we can't magically. I did think about using these cranes at one point. It would have been great, wouldn't it, to magically go down there and pick up a Morris 1000 and bring it up. But knowing my luck, it will drop on that lovely XR2. So we decided against that. It wasn't worth the risk. That's about it, really. You'll need a collection code for your collection, believe it or not. So we make sure the right car goes to the right people. That's about it, I think. I can't think of anything else. Bank holiday Monday again. I've never known so many bank holidays in such a quick succession. So bank holiday Monday again. So we'll be back full steam on Tuesday. So we've got a couple of days off. We're in tomorrow for a few hours, and then we've got Sunday and Monday off to sort of chill out a little bit, really. I think we deserve it. Provisionals, that's one other thing. Yeah, well done, Charlie. Yeah, again, you assume that people are aware of how it works. You'll see that throughout the sale again today, there'll be a number of provisionals. They're really important because what happens is, car goes under the hammer, £5,000 reserve. The best bid on the day is 4,000. We then submit that to the owners for a response. Now, what tends to happen, if you don't obviously have quite a strict provisional system, is the minute the hammer goes down at 4, but we need a bit more, the office gets a phone call and someone says, oh, I'll give a bit more for that. I'll give 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. That will be noted, but the provisional bidder at £4,000 in this case, he's the one that's in the chair, so we've got to deal with that one first. If he and the vendor can't come to an agreement, then fine, we can open it up to the masses. But it just stops that, I suppose in the property world, it would be a little bit like gazumping, I suppose, that type of thing. So they are important, and you'll see throughout the day, the notes will come through where this has been sold, that's been sold, that's been sold. So they are important because we convert over 90% of all provisionals. So there you go. So enough from me. I think you've got the gist of how it all works. I'll just change my screen slightly here so I can see a little bit more. There you go. So we've got lots 601 through to 900 today. So 601 is the starting number for today. So 601, we have got the Golf wall-mounted sign. Oh, looks like it's an illuminated sign as well, but only a light-up sign. There we are. And as you can see at home, we've got a bid straight away there, £160 on that sign. So we've got a 160 bid there. £160 bid on the Golf sign at 160. £160 we have at 160. Then at 160 we all done at 160. At £160 then, there you go. Are we all done and dusted at 160 then? That's our first.
170.
Oh, 170. I was going to say that's our first provisional of the day, but it's not. 170, Northampton, good morning, has stepped in. So that's 170, then that's an internet bid at £170. At 170 then, at £170 we've got. At 170 then, £170 there, internet bid at 170. The guys will get you an answer as quickly as they can. You're only 30 quid away. I'm sure you'll own it at £170. Provisional 170, 602. Always the Audi. The Audi S4 Quattro, what a car. Lovely machine here. Nice bit of information there supplied by Mr. Wilson, thank you. Alloy wheels refurbished, 4 litre V8, lovely. The one to get, in my opinion. Where are we going to be on that? £5,000, thank you, at 5. £5,000. Nice car, Michael. At 5,000, then we have 5.1, 5.2, 5,002, 5.3, 5.3. What a lot of car for the money. At 5,003, 5.4, 5.4, 5,004. At £5,400. At 5,400. At £5,400 then on the Audi Quattro at 5,004. At £5,400 then at 5,004. We all done at 5.4. At 5,400. At £5,400. The office will get you an answer as soon as they can. 5,005. All back over this way at West Yorkshire. 5.5. At 5,005. At £5,500 then at 5.5. At 5,006. Back in Londonderry at 5.6. At 5,006. I think you're safe enough with that. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 5,006. At £5,600. Not killed with miles either. At 75,000. I think it says on my screen there. At 5,006. At £5,600. At 56. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. Then going down then at £5,600. 5.6. 603 is the Cleveland Discal Glass Petrol Pump Globe. Oh yeah, is that one there, Michael? There we are, got it on display down there now. Thank you very much. 250 then, thank you. At £250 then, 250, 260, 260, 270, 280, 280, 290, at 290, at £290 then we all done at 290, at £290 then, at £290 are we all done, at £290, 290 then going once, twice, third and last time at 290, 604 is the VW Beetle. There we go, VW Beetle. Again, lots of information there. VW GT Beetle. They are one of only 2,500. I thought it might have been one of those models. Yeah, we've had one or two in this colour before. I think they normally have like a black band, a strip down the bottoms of the doors, don't they, that says either GT or something. You can easily put that back on. £3,400 we've got in London there at 3.4. At £3,400, 3.5. £3,500 at 3,500. At 3,500. At £3,500, I'll take a 50 if it helps. We've got 3,550. No, sorry, Will. We've got 3,500. I apologise. 3,550 there. There you go. 3,550. 3,600. £3,600 bid. At 3,600. At 3,650. At 3,650 and 7. 3,700. £3,700. At £3,700 then. At 3,700 are we all done at 3,750. At 3,738. I'm going to put it on sale. It's on sale at £3,800. At 3,850. At 3,850 then it's going to be sold. At 3,850. 3,900. 3,900. 3,950. 3,950. At 3,950 and £4,000 bid. At £4,050 we've got £4,050 at 4,050. 4,001. 4,150 at 4,150. 4,150 and 4,2. 4,250 at £4,250 bid at 4,250. 4,300 back in Ireland at 4,300. 4,350. Back over here in Ayrshire at 4,350. At £4,350. At 4,350, 4,400. Fresh bidder, I think, there. 4,400. 4,450. 4,450. At £4,450. At 4,450, 4,500. 4,550. 4,550. At £4,550. Then hammers coming down at 4,500 and 4,600. 4,600. 4,600.
And 50.
And 50, thank you, Will, and 50. 4,650 at £4,650. At 4,700 we've got. Full 750. 4,750. 4,750, we all done at 4,750. 4,800. 4,850. 4,850. 4,850 then at £4,850. Then hammers coming down 4,900. 4,950.
The killers, aren't they, these 50s?
Oh, I know. This is when you think, oh, why did they go on to 50s? 4,950. At 4,900, I just try and guess, obviously, what they would do, the bidders, if they were in the room here, and we're all guilty of it, aren't we? We'd all say, try a 50, try a this, try a that. 4,950, so you have to try and sort of be mindful of that. At 4,950, at £4,950, £5,000 bid we've got at 5,050. At £5,050, then at 5,050 we are. At £5,050, at 5,050. At 5,050, hammers coming down then at £5,050. Sold at 5,550. And 605, sorry, 605. Don't know how you pronounce that. Is it Page It Insist Originals inside? I think it is, thank you very much. There we go. Where we're going to be on that? £20 and away, thank you. That's cheap enough in it at £20. At £20 then, at £20 then, at £20, and the old sign's worth 20, surely. £30 bid at 30. At £30 we've got. At £30 then I'll take a fiver then. At £30 we've got. At £30 then it's going to go. At £30 then. At £30 then we off at 30. At £30 going. At £30 then going for the first. £30 going for the second, third and last time at £30. And just a few provisionals, we touched on them earlier on with my opening speach. Lot number 134, they're over 2,000 from Monday. Back in Monday, that has been, sorry, Monday, back in Wednesday. Back in Wednesday, that has been sold. The number 565, a selection of car badges. They have been sold. 570 from yesterday, the Citroen, the electric Citroen van. That has now found a home. That has been sold. 580, the Lancia Fulvia, again from yesterday. That's found a home. And 571, a selection of badges. They have also found a home. There you go. That just shows you that's how the provisionals work. There's more there. I'll go through them later. And we'll move on to 606, the Ford Cortina. They are Mark 1 Cortina. Again, look, dead sensible on the money. Sort of a bit of a Lotus recreation there. Look, dead sensible on the money. I've just sold mine, in actual fact. I wasn't using it, so I've sold it. Tells you all about it there. Look, Philip's supplied a lovely bit of information about the car itself. That's answered all the questions, I'm sure. Where are we going to need then? Where are we going to be? You tell me. 15,000, Will? I'll take that. At 15,000. At 15,250. 15,250. At 15,250. 15,500. At 15,500. That's a cheap Mark 1. At 15,500. At 15,500. At 15,500. 15,500 and 750. At 15,750. At 15,750. £15,750 then at 15,750. At 15,750 then for the Cortina. At 15,750 then, are we all done at 15,750? At 15,750 then, are we there? At 15,750 then at £15,750. 15,750, I think you'll want more. 607 is the Lotus service sign, I think. Where is that, Michael? It's on display down here. On display down here, says Michael. Here we are. We've got lots of bids on this one. We've got 320 on my screen there, Will, which I think everyone will see clearly. We've got 320 there. 320, 340, 360, 380. At 380 we have 380, 400. At £400 bid, 420, 440, 460. At 460. At 460 we have. At 460, 480. At £480 then. At 480 then. At £480 bid. At 480. At £480 then. 520. At 520 we've got. At £520 then. At £520 bid at 520. At £520 then. Hammer's coming down. It's going to be sold at £520. Fair warning. 540. 560 there. At 560. At £560 we've got. 560. At £560. At 560. Excuse me. At £560. At £560 bid, at 560 then it's going to be sold, at £560 then Hammer's dropping at 560, sold. 608 is the Willis Jeep, unusual then in blue, not in green, makes a bit of a change, there we go. Excuse me, where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £10,000 there I saw, Will, I'll take that 10. At £10,000 we've got 10,250. At £10,250. At 10,250. At 10,250 then. At 10,250. At 10,250. 11,000. 11,000 then. £11,000. £11,000 we have. 11,000 on the Jeep. 11,000. That's a cheap Willis Jeep. 11,000 then. Are we all done then at 11? 11,000 then, £11,000 then, are we all finished at 11? £11,000 then, it's going at 11,000, it's gone at 11,000. 609 is the Solex carburettor sign. Again, got some bids on my screen there, Will, at 140. 140 we've got at £140. At 140, at £140 bid there, 140. At 140, 160 we have at 160. At £160 then, at 160, 180. 180 then, at 180, I'll take a tenner if it helps at 180. At £180 we've got. At 180 then, £180. Hammer's coming down at 180 then, 190. 200. £200 we have. At £200. At £200 then. At £200 then and 10. 210. At £210. 210. At £210. At £210. 220. 230. 230. At 230. At 230. 240. 240 we've got. 240. 250. £250 then. At 250. 260. 260, 270. 270 we have. 280. 280. Yep. 290. 290 then at 290 and £300 bid at 3. At 300. At £300. Are we all done at £300? We're not. 310. £310 at 310. At 310. At 310. 320. 320 we have at 320. £320 then. At £320 for the first, second, third and last time at 320. Sold, 320. And lot number 610 is the one I need, sorry. 610 is the Austin Mini 30. Limited edition there, limited mileage as well. Look, 32,000 miles it says there. The little Mini 30. The anniversary hardback book and 30th certificate, old tax disc, some service history there. It's all there. There we're going to be. Where are we? You tell me who's going to start me. 6.5. Will, I'll take that. At 6,005, 66, 67, 68, 6,008. At 6,008. At £6,800 we have at 6.8. At 6,800. At £6,800. At 6,008. That's a cheap little Mini. At £6,800. At 6,800. At £6,800 then. At 6,008. £6,800. Are we all done at 6,800? I think that better go in the timed auction, that one. I think it will do more in the timed auction, ladies and gentlemen. 611, the Rally All Steel Bicycle sign. There we are then. £20 then, £20 bid. At £20 bid, £20. At £20 then, at £20 are we all done 30. £30 then, at £30 then, at £30 bid, at £30 then, at 30, at £30 then, at £30 then, are we all done at 30, at £30, hammers coming down then at £30 then, that's provisional at £30. 612, the Norton Jubilee, here we are, Norton Jubilee. She's a nice old bike, makes a change in the colours as well. There you go. Interest we've got on the screens. Will, we've got that £1,500 there. Might as well start there. There it is, clear as anyone can see. At 1,500 end of the way. 1,500 absentee bid there at 1,500. At £1,500 we've got. I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, I will submit the 1,500. The £1,500 we have. At £1,500 then. At £1,500 then we'll submit it. At £1,500 for the Norton Jubilee. We'll submit that for you. 613 is the Craven A. I know these are popular, look at that. And again, Will, straight away, look, absentee bid there at 160. At £160 we've got. 160 then. At £160 bid at 160. Just let the internet catch up. At 160 then. I'll take a tenner if it helps, Will. 160. At £160, failing that, I'm going to sell it. It's going to be sold. It's off. It's going. At £160 then it's going to go. It's off at 160. Sold. 614 is the lovely Triumph, 1967 Triumph there, look at that. 650 Triumph, what a bonny machine as well. Again, you can see absentee bid there at 3,500. At £3,500 we've got. 3,500. £3,500 on the Triumph at 35. At £3,500. At 35 then. At £3,500 then. Are we all done at 35? At £3,500. We'll submit it. At £3,500 then. Are we there? At £3,500. Submit it at 35. 615 is the Swallow on a ball car mascot. There we go then. Nice mascot there, lovely. Where are we going to be on that? £10, £20, thank you. At £20 then. At £20 then. That's cheap enough, isn't it, surely? At £20 then. At £20 then. At 20. At £20 then. At £20 then. Are we all done at 20? At £20 then. At £20 then. Are we all done and finished at 20? He's looking for more. Have a word with the girls upstairs. 616, the Royal Enfield. There we are. Those of you a little bit more observant will realise it all wants putting together and sorting out, but there you go. Don't expect to ride it home. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? Let's get it down to £800, Will. Yep. £800, let's get it away at 800. Well, I have a mouthful of tea.
Yes, there we go.
Thank you very much. £800 we've got. 800 I'll take a 50 if it helps, but 800 we'll submit. At £800 then. At £800 then are we all done? At £800 then. £800 then. 800. £800 then. Provisional then. At £800 are we all done? At £800 we'll submit it for you. At £800 then. Thank you for your bids. At £800. 800 we'll submit it. John Ball clock here. There we go then. Nice one. Oh, that's a big clock, isn't it? Ooh. Pardon? Nice that, Michael. Yeah, Michael there, look at that. Lovely jubbly. There you are. £100 away. At £100 we have. At 100 then. At £100 then. At £100. That's a lovely bit of clock, that. At £100 then. At 120. At 120. At £120 then. I'll take a tenner at 120. At £120 then. At 120, I'll take a tenner, Will, at 120. At £120, I'll still take a tenner, Will. At £120, at 120 then. At £120 bid. At 120 then, we'll submit. At £120 then, are we all done at 120? At £120. At 120, that's cheap enough. At 120 then, we'll submit. At £120. 120. And moving on to the little midget. There we are. This has caused a bit of interest. Again, nice bit of information there from Andrew, tells you all about the little car. Straight away there, I've got 7-1. Michael's interjecting, saying it's a nice little car. There you go. Michael, as I say, looks after the big Unit 3 and the yards up there for us, and just reminds me every now and again when something exceptional is up there. In this case, he's just told me about the little midget. 7-1 there on the screen, we can all see that. 7,001, 7,001, 7-2, 7-3 on my sheet here, Will, at 7,003. At £7,300 I've got. At 7,003 I'm going to sell. At £7,300 it's on sale. 7-4. Alan just beat you in while you were looking left. 7,004, £7,400. Alan's bid just beat you in, internet. Alan put his board up as Will just looked to the left. Alan, your bid at 7,004, £7,400. At £7,400, that's your bid, Alan, at 7,400. At 7,004 and 5. Internet's back in at 7,5. 7,005, 7,6, 7,600. At £7,600 we've got. At £7,600. At 7,600. At £7,600, it's Alan, it's 7-7. 7-7. 7-8, says Alan on the phone, at 7,008. At £7,800 we've got. At 7,800. At £7,800, it's your bid, Alan, at 7,008. Internet, you're out. At 7,008, I'm going to pull the lever. It's going. Alan's telephone bidder at £7,800. Be warned. Alan, 619, Humber Cycles sign. There we go, Humber Cycles sign. Where are we going to be on that then? You tell me. £20 bid, £30 and away, thank you, at 30. Bit of a wall filler there for you at £30, £40 we've got. At £40 then, at £40 then we're going to go at 40. At £40 then, at £40 then, at 40. At £40 then, at £40 then, going first, second, third and last time at 40. We'll submit it, £40. And the Triumph, the trial, here we are, the 1959 Triumph Trials bike there, look at that. That's a nice bit of kit, and dead sensible on the money here, look at that. I've got some bids here, Will, but we've got 900 there, we've got 925, I've got 950 on my sheet. At £950 we've got, at 950, on sale it's going to go. That's a cheap machine, at £950. At £950 then at 950. At 950, at 950, 975, just missed it, Jack, 975's gone. Don't worry, it's still cheap. At 975, £1,000 he says. £1,000.
Yes.
1,025. 1,025. Still as cheap as chips. 1,025. 1,050. 1,050. 1,050 for nothing. 1,050. 1,050 we've got. 1,050. 1,075. 1,075. 1,075. £1,100 then 11. 1,100. £1,100. £1,100. 1125. 1125. 1125. 1120. 1150. 1150. 1150. £1,150 then 1150. 1175. 1175. 1175. £1,200 we've got. £1,200. At 1,200. At 1,225. 1225, 1225, 1250, at £1,250, 1250 on our phones, at 1,250 and 75, 1275, £1,300 he says at 13, the joy of 25, at £1,300, at £1,300 we've got, £1,300 and 25. You're pretty safe, aren't you? We're going to the board meeting about 25 quid.
You take a tenner.
you can shove your tenner. 1350, I think was that, Jack, was it? 1350, at 1350, at 1300, that's what the bike lads are like. 1350, 1375, at 1375, 1375, at 1375, then I'm going to drop the hammer then at 1375, 14. They have to be sharpish, Jack, he's going to lose it. 1400 quid. Still the cheapest bike in the world, at 1425. 1425, then I'm going to sell at 1425. Hammer's coming down at 1425. Sold, too late, missed it. There you go. Where are we then? 621, the Wakefield Castrol motor sign. Oh, that's a nice period sign. Look at that. We've got some bids here. We've got £100 there on the screen, Will. We've got 100, we've got 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170. At £170 we've got at 170. At £170, then are we all done at 170? At 170, 180, 190 I have. 200, 210, 220. At £220 bid. At £220 bid. At 220 then. Hammer's going to drop down at 220, 230 in Huddersfield. 230 then, at 230 then for the first, 230 for the second, third and 240, 240, at 240, at £240, at £240 we've got in Oldham then, 250 back in Huddersfield at 250, at 250, 260, at 260, at £260 then we've got 260, at 260 then Hammer's coming down at £260, it's going. It's gone, 622. Look at that for a sensibly priced bike. With all these bikes and cars that we're bringing to you today, and yesterday, and Wednesday, they've all been searched through, they've all been vetted through, they've all been supplied with some very sensible reserves and estimates. And look at that, £2,800 for a bike like that, for a 650 Beezer there, look at that. For nothing, isn't it, really? At £2,000, I'm not surprised. £2,000 we've got at 2021, 22, 22. It's for nothing at 22. Just shows you what the bike industry is like at the moment. At 2002, at £2,200. At 2,200 then, are we all there at 22? At 2002. It's ridiculous, isn't it? At £2,200. At 22, at 2002. No, we'll pass on that one. We'll put that in the timed auction chart. That's worth more than that bike. It's an insult to some of these bike owners. 623 Texaco, Coca-Cola Repro sign there. We've got £80 on that screen there, £90 with me, Will, at £90. At £90, then are we all done at 90? At £90 then, at £90 Hammer's coming down, I'm going to sell 90, £100, 110, 120 I've got. At £120 then, at £120 bid, at 120, at 120 then, 120 then, it's going to go at £120. 120 and sold. 624 is the Peugeot 205 GTI. Not a T16, sadly, otherwise it'd be in my garage. But nonetheless,
I'm sure that drove up from like Devon or something.
I think it did. I think it drove to us on the day. There's a little bit of information here supplied by Wayne. There we go. 205 GTI, 1.9 rebuilt engine. In 2020, refurbished bottom end, cam belt, tensioner, water pump, you name it, all the bits and pieces there. Rear engine mount, solid rear beams, water tube, it's all there, look. Vacuum pipes, battery clamp, alternate, you name it. He's been through it as a lad, look at that. And look at that, something different, isn't it? Who's going to have a go at that then? Who's going to start me at £4,000? Anyone going to start me at 4? There's no point in starting any lower than that. We all know it's worth at least that, if not more, something a bit different at a show. If not, sadly we'll have to move on, but you mark my words, someone will ring up the office shortly and put an offer in on that. You remember number 624, but sadly I'm not starting any lower than 4,000. Wouldn't be fair on the car or the owner. Nope, we'll move on then to 625. At 625, at 6,000, 625, not 6,000. The Morris Electric clock. Here we are, that's nice, isn't it? £200 away, thank you. At £200 then we've got, at 200 then 210, 220, 210, 20, 230, 230, 240, at £240 we have. At £240, at £240 then are we all done at 240. At £240, at 240 then going once, 240 going twice, third and last time at 240. 240, 626, where are we now then? Oh, that was a late bid then, Will.
Yeah, that was a late bid, that one.
Yeah, that was a late bid because it was 240 under the hammer.
Right, so 250, yeah?
No, it's gone.
It's gone.
No, hammer went 240. No, 240's gone, Will.
Yep.
You're miles away there. 240, 626 we've got now. 626 is a Lambretta. Here we are, the Lambretta then. Engine is still original, but the cylinder head is running a larger capacity, says Mike. Thank you very much for that. There we are, the 64 Lambretta then, where we're going to be. We've got 3.9 on there, so I've got loads of bids here, but we might as well go straight to 3.9. Everyone can see there's 3,009, £4,000 I've got. £4,000 is on my sheet. At £4,000 then, at £4,000 then, at 4,000. We're going to sell at £4,000. You're only just in. 4,000, well you're out now, 4-1. £4,100 we've got at 4,001. So internet's out, absentees out, Jack you're in at 4-1. 4,001. 4-2's just coming up now at 4,002. At 4,002. 4-3 on the phones at 4-3. At 4,003. At £4,300 we have. At 4,003. £100, that's Jack's bid then on the telephones at 4-3. Obviously absentees out, internet, oh you're back in, Ireland you're back in at 4-4, at 4,004. 4-5 says the phones, 4,005, 4,005, £4,500, at 4,500, at 4,005 in Ireland, 4-6. Clean little bike that, at 4,006. 4,006 and 7 on the phones, 4-7. 4,007, £4,700 then on the phones at 4-7, at £4,700 we've got on Jack's telephone. Internet you're out, Jack you're in, £4,700. Hammer's coming down, sold, Jack, internet under. And lot number 627 is the Jaguar Mark 1 toolkit, complete, which is nice. Look at that, complete toolkit there. Just finish off your car. Where we're going to be on that? You tell me. 300 then, Will. 300, 325, 350. At £350 we have at 350. At 350, excuse me. At £350. At £350. At £350 we've got. At 350. At 350 for the first. 350 for the second. Third and last time at 350. 350. 628 is the Royal Enfield Bullet. Again, look at the money. So sensible on that. Look at that. Look at the money on that. What a sensible machine that is as well. Look at that. Where are we? You tell me. We've got 15 there. We'll have 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 1,800 then. £1,800 then at 18. 1,800 then. £1,800. What a cheap bike. I'll take the 50, 1,850. 1,850. At £1,850 then. 1,850. 1,850. £1,850. I can't believe how cheap some of these bikes are. At £1,850. £1,850 and are we all done? At £1,850 then. £1,850 going. £1,850 then. Are we all done at £1,850? That's provisional. £1,850. 629 is the Bristol Brewery sign. Here we are. Internet bid there, I've got absentee bid there, we've got £100 there, Will, we've got 100, we've got 110, we've got 120, £120 bid, £120 we have at £120, £120, 130, 130 then on sale, it's going to go at 130, £130, £130 bid, £130, £130, then are we all done at 130, at 130 going for the first. Second, third and last time going to be sold at 130. Sold, Charlie. 630 is the Land Rover Defender 2006 TD5 Defender there. Look at that. That's got all the bells and whistles on it. There you go then. Where are we then? 10,000, thank you, and a quarter. 10,250, 10,5, 10,750, £11,000. 11,250, 11,250 and 5. 11,5, 11,750 then, 11,750. £12,000 bid, at 12,000 we have. At £12,000. At £12,000 then. At £12,000 then at 12. At £12,000. At £12,000 we've got. That's provisional. At £12,000 we'll submit it for you. At £12,000 for the first. £12,000 for the second. Third and last time we will submit it for you. And the office will get you an answer as soon as they can. 12,000. 631 is the Farmall International Harvester Pre-Pro sign. There we go. Where are we going to be? £30, thank you. 30, £40 then. At £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40. At £40 then, are we all done and dusted at £40? £40. Ah. Bugger. Make a note, Will, but I didn't rush it through, I don't think. Make a note, make a note. 632, the Austin Iddy. We'll see what we can do for you. It was provisional at 40. Bingley, if the offer of 40 is rejected, we'll put you down at 50. So that's how it'll work. 632 is a 1965 Austin Ely. What a picture. What a lovely car. Look at this. Lovely car. Nice spec. They're the prettiest car in the world, aren't they? I love these. I think they're great. Lovely. Lovely car, says Michael. It's up with Michael in Unit 3. A lovely car, he says. Yes. We've got some bids here already. We've got bids on the screen. I've got bids on my sheet. We might as well start with that one there, Will, at £25,000 with an absentee bid left on the internet there. At 25,000 we've got. At 25,000, 25,500. 25,500, £26,000. 26,500. 26,500, 26,500 at 26,500 and 7 at 27. 27's gone, Jack. Do you want 27,500? 27 has gone. 27,500 with Paul. 27,500, 28. 28,500 here with me. Absentee bid on my sheet. 28,500 here with me at 28,500. Bidder is with me here. 28,500. 29 says Jack. 29. 29 says Jack at 29. At 29, these are cheap, 29,500, 29,500, 29,530. You were looking at 40, 50, 60k for one of these not that long ago. Just shows you what the market has done, despite everyone telling you otherwise. 30,500, 30,500 pound, 31,000 pounds says Jack. Still extremely good value for money at 31,000. 31, you see these on the net at 60, 70,000 pounds still. 31,500 with you, Alan, I believe. Was that right there, Will? Yeah. At 31,500. 32,000 pound with Jack at 32,000. With Jack at 32,000. 32,000 pound. At 32,000 pound then. I'll take a 250 if it helps, Alan. I'll take a 250. I'll take 32,250. He's going to waste his summer for 250 quid. At 32 we've got. At £32,000. He's tight, tell him. At £32,000. At £32,000. He's a clever man if he can value Ely within 250 quid. At £32,000. But it's your man's going to benefit from this, Jacko. At £32,000. Hammer's coming down at £32,000. He'll kick himself all weekend at £32,000. Jacko's bid. There you go. And there we go, Lamborghini Countach clock. Oh, there you go. Mark does these clocks for us. We had a couple in yesterday. I think we had one in Wednesday. Local boy is Mark. He does these for us. They are a lovely item. They really are. They always sell nicely. Where are we going to be on that? I've got a couple myself. We've got £100 bid there. We've got 120, 140, 160 we have at £160. At £160 then. At 160 then. At 160, 170. At 170. 180 says Andy. At 180 then. At £180 bid at 180 then. At 180 then. Andy's telephone bidder at 180. At £180 then. At £180 then. At 180. At 180. Andy's telephone bidder then. Have you got the time, man? At £180 then we've got. At £180 bid. At 180 then. At £180 then for the first. 180 for the second. Third and last time it's 180. 180. Now then, the Triumph Vitesse. These are always popular for a number of reasons. A, they're four-seater. B, they sound fantastic. Six-cylinder, lovely usable car. There we go. Nice bit of information supplied there by Graham. Thank you very much. 5,200 miles in the last 24 years and dry stored. She's a beauty. She's nice. Where are we going to be? £8,000. Thank you. 8,000 then. 8,000 then and away. 8,000 then. 8,002. 8,002. 82. 84. 8,004. 8,400 then. 8,004. 8,004. She's a Vitesse, don't forget. 8,004. 5,000 miles in the last 24 years. 8,004. Lovely car. Go into long-term ownership again. You mark my words. 8,004. £8,400. Beauty. 8,004. Then are we all done? At 8,400. £8,400. Then are we all finished at 8,004. £8,400. At £8,400 then. He needs a bit more. I think it's worth a bit more, guys. I think I'm going to have to leave that open. 8,006. Well, we're getting there, aren't we? 8,006. Thank you very much, Essex. 8,006. £8,600. At 8,600. At £8,600 then. 8,006 Essex, it still remains provisional at that, but we'll try. I think it's worth a bit more, but we'll try. £8,600 then. I'll put it down provisional then at £8,600, and are we all done? £8,600, that's provisional then at 86. The girls will get you an answer ASAP. And moving on.
Getting that bid in just gives them the advantage, doesn't it, over the provisional sales?
Yes, because what tends to happen is, as I said earlier on then the minute an item goes under the hammer, you've got those that have been looking on thinking, shall I, shan't I? Yeah. Then they think, oh, I will. Then they ring the office. But obviously, they can't technically buy it while there's an absentee bid on it. So, yeah, we can make a note, and if that deal isn't concluded some way or another, but the absentee bidder has priority. He's the one who's come along. He's the one who's logged on. He's the one that's bid. You know, he's done everything he should do. So he's got, or he or she, obviously, has got first abs. There we are then. So the snap-on clock. Here we are, snap-on clock. Who wants to start me at £50 anywhere? £50 and away at £50 we've got. At £50 bid. At £50 then, are we all done at 50? At £50 then. At £50 then. At £50 we all done and dusted at £50 then. That's provisional at £50. 60, Catrick Garrison, £60, 70 we have, at £70 we've got, at £70 bid, at £70, at £70 then £80 then at £80, £80 then £80, I'll put you down provisional, £80 Catrick at £80 bid. 636 is the very smart Fiesta RS 1800, very smart car, look at that, very nice. One of the last to roll off the production line with power steering. Winner, 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 chicken dinner. Look at that. Lovely machine there. Loads of interest here with me. And at least one telephone bidder. So we'll have got loads here. But as per usual, the world can see we've got a bid of 7.3 there. So let's just go straight to 7.3. I know we've got that on the internet. I know we've got all these lines here on my sheet. But there you go, 7.3, 7.4 we've got. £7,400 and 7.5 at 7,500. £7,600 at 7.6. At £7,600 we have at 7,600. At £7,600. I still don't think that's dear because it's coming with a very, very sensible reserve and guide. At 7,007 we've got. At 7,008. At £7,800. At 7,800, 7.9. At 7,009. At £7,900 we have. 7.9, 8,000's just gone. 8,000's just gone. Sorry, Alan. £8,000 has gone though. 8.1's gone. 8.1, popular car out. 8,001. 8.2 has gone. 8,002 has gone. 8.3 has gone. 8.3. Yeah, 8.3. If you've got a stutter, you're knackered, aren't you? Let's be honest with you. 8,003. Excuse my French. 8,003. 8,003. 8,003, 8,4, 8,004. The best thing to say is, will he go to 9? And if he'll go to 9, you can then start coming in. 8,005, 8,005, 8,006, 8,006, 8,006, 8,7, 8,8, 8,008, 8,9, 8,009, £9,000, 9,1. 9.1 we have at 9.1. 9.1. 9,001. 9.2. 9.3. 9.3. 9.3 we've got. 9.4.
9.5.
9.5. Thank you, Will. 9.5. 9.5 we have. 9.5. 9.6. 9,006. £9,600. 9.7. 9.7 we've got. 9.7. In Lincolnshire. Good morning, Lincolnshire. 9,007. Thank you for your bids. At 9,007. 9.8. Oh, Suffolk's in now at 9.8. 9.8.
9.9.
Over the water there in Ireland. Good morning, Ireland. 9.9. You love your Fords, you lads over there, don't you? 9.9. £10,000 we've got. 10.1. 10.1. Looks like we're down to 3 last bidders, I think. 10,001. At 10,001. Ireland, you're out. Lincolnshire, you're in. Oh, fresh one in there. Suffolk's having a go. 10,003. 10,003. 10,4. 10,4. 10,5. 10,5 we've got. 10,005. 10-5, 10-6. 10-6, Lincoln, you're trying hard. 10,006, who's in Lincoln, Will?
This is Peter.
Peter?
Yeah.
Peter's on the mission. 10,006. 10,006, then I think it's you, Peter, at the moment. At £10,600, then Hammer's coming. 10-7. Don. Who? John in Ireland.
10-8.
And then we're back in.
With Peter.
Back in Peter at 10-8. 10-8 we've got. 10-8. 10-8 then with Peter. We're all done now at 10-8. 10-9. Oh, new bidder again.
David.
Oh, good name, David. And I think, it's John. It's just like a memory game, isn't it? Hang on a second. And Peter, I think. I don't know where we are now. Yeah, Shirley. I don't know. Sharon, I don't know where we are. 10-11-1. 11-1. 11-1. 11-1. Which is fine when you've got a couple of bidders, you remember the names. But when you've got 3 or 4, you struggle. Struggle to remember my name, let alone the bidder's name. 11-1. 11-1, we have 11-2. 11-2 we've got. Not even going to ask this person's name. 11-2, is it David again? 11-2. Sorry, David. 11-2. Peter, I believe. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed thinking about you, Peter. 11,003. £11,300. 11-3. 11-3. 11-3. Are we all done? £11,300. 11-4. 11-4. 11-5. 11-5. £11,500 we have. 11-5. 11,005 then. 11,005. I don't want to bring it down too quick, but Peter, you've been trying really hard, haven't you? 11,006. 11,006. John, is that? 11,006. 11-6. 11-7. 11-7. 11-7 we've got. 11-7. I know you're shouting at me to put the hammer down, Pete. I know you are, but I've just got to keep it fair here. 11,007. 11-7 though. We're going to call it a day. £11,700 then. Thank you all for your bids. 11-8. 11-8. 11-8 we have. 11-8. 11-9. Peter has definitely sent the missus out and he to get her hair done. 11,009. Definitely. 11,900. £11,900. He's going to walk around the garden for an hour now thinking, how am I going to tell her? 11,900. 11,900 we've got. 11-9. The hammer's going to come down. He's going to come down at some point. 11,900 pound. Keeping it fair everywhere. 3, 2, 1. 11,009. Well done, mate. Well done, mate. Well done. Make yourself known if you come up, mate. Yeah, I'll buy you a whiskey, just calm your nerves. 637, metal hand-painted sign there we are. £60 out the traps and away. £60 we've got at £60, £70, £80 here with me, with at 80. At £80 then, at £80 then, are we all done at 80? At £80 then, £80 I'm going to sell. At £80 then, it's off, it's going. At £80 then, hammer's coming down at £80. £80 sold. Are you jumping on, Paul, to do one or two?
I can if you wish.
Well, you want to do that trailer, you know a bit more about it, but not a lot to know about it.
Not really. Very similar. There we are then. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 638, a Nugent tipping trailer there, look. As new condition. We've had it up, we've had it down, all the rest of it. He couldn't find the keys or the paperwork. Locally owned. Can't really tell you any more than that. It speaks for itself. So, there we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We have a little bit of interest here with me. We have £3,000 bid here with me and we're off. At £3,000 bid. At 3,032. 3,234. At £3,400 then the little tipping trailer. At £3,400. At 3,406. At 3,600. At 3,608. £3,800 then. At £3,800 it'd be a fortune new. At £3,800 we'll submit. At £3,800 then there is VAT applicable on this one, I believe. At £3,800 we shall submit and we shall get you an answer as soon as we can at 3,800. Thank you. And on to lot number 639. Here we are then. SO light up sign. There we are. Mick's got it there. There we are. Where are we going to be then? We got 60, 70, 80, £90 here with me, Will. At £90 bid. At £90 bid here with me. At £90 then. Is there 100? At £90 bid. At £90 then. Little light up sign there. Has it got a bulb in it, Mick? At £90 bid. Is there a bulb? No? No, there's no flex. You have to put a bulb in it. At £90 bid then, we'll submit it, we'll get you an answer then. At £90 then for the first, second, third and last time provisionally at £90. And on to lot number 640. Little Excelsior, there we are, look. Little step through, lovely little thing. Run out of petrol, you can get yourself home, get yourself out of trouble, look. Sensibly guided here, look. We have £300 bid there, look. 350, 400 here with me, Will. At £400 bid. At £400 bid then. Nice, go green, couldn't you? Run out of fuel, go green. At £400 bid here with me, 425, thank you. At £425 then. At £425 do we have 50? At £425 I'm out. At £425 Hertfordshire, there we are. At £425 we'll submit, we'll get you an answer. At £425 for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 425. And on to lot number 641. There we are. Swan Vesta enamel sign. There you go. Mick's got it there, look. Give or take 29.5 by 9.5 inches. There you are. Where are we going to be then? We've got 60, 70, £80 here with me and on sale. At £80 bid here with me. £80 then 90. At £90 bid I'm out. At £90 then going to Aberdeen. At £90 bid. At £90 then are we done? At £90 then is there 100? At £90 bid then the Swan Vesta sign. At £90 then for the first, second, third and last time sold and away. £90. Thank you for your bids. And on to lot number 642, the Rolls Royce. Ooh, look at this. Ooh, covered 700 miles, it says here. Been driving it, covered 700 miles. Did do a couple of bits on her, float chamber in the carbs. Were sticking, they were stripped down and cleaned, etc. There we are, look at that. Looks terrific value. Came up from London, drove it up from London. Did he? Drove it up from London. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we going to be then? You tell me where we're going to start. We're going to start with £6,000. At £6,000 it's a start. We've got to start somewhere. At £6,000 bid then. At £6,000 bid for the rolls there. At 6,000, 61, 61, 62. At £6,200. At £6,200 then. At 6,203. At 6,003. At 6,300 then. At £6,300 then, shall we say 4? At 6,003, he says 4. At 6,400. At £6,400 then. At £6,400. At 6,004, is there 5? At 6,400. Don't hold your breath, I don't think you're going to buy this car. At £6,400 we'll talk. At 6,400 we shall talk. For the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally, 64, thank you. And on to lot number 643, Mercedes 300 GD turbo diesel. There she is. You want a bit of weekend work, we know that, but it starts on the button. It sounds ever so sweet. There we go, straight away. We have £8,500 bid. And on sale, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget it is a turbo. She's a turbo, long wheelbase. £8,500 bid. Is there 6? At £8,500 then. At £8,500. 8,500, 86. At 8,006 and 7. £8,700 then. At £8,700. On sale, sold and away, 8,700 then for the first, 8,700 for the second, third and last time looking round, 87, thank you. And on to lot number 644. There we are then, a little Focus. Nice, smart, tidy little thing. Wants the inside washing out. It's a bit pongy inside. It's been stood for a while. There we are. Looks to be right. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 5, 6, 7, £800 there on the internet. At £800 bid then for the little Focus. Nice little low mileage Focus there. 900 says Andy on the telephone. I should think so. At £900 bid and 1,000 and on sale. At £1,000 then. At 1,000, 1,100 says Andy. £1,100 then. Andy on the telephone. 1,150 on the internet. Does he want 12? 1150, 12 he says. At £1,200 then and 50. At £1,250 then. At £1,250 he wants 13. At 13 and a half, he says, Will, on the telephone, please. At 13.50, Andy on the telephone, 1400. At £1,400 then, Basingstoke. At 14.50, he says. At £1,450 then, and 1,500. At £1,500. At £1,500 then, going down to Hampshire. 16, he says. 16 on the telephone, please, Will, thank you. £1,600 then, Andy on the telephone there. At 1,650. At 1,650. I quite like this man. He goes in hundreds and I go in 50s. He's lovely. £1,650 against you at the moment, Andy. £1,650 then. What's he think? At £1,650. 17, he says. £1,700 then. And 50. 1,750. At 1,750. At £1,750 then. 18, he says. £1,800 then on the telephone. £1,800 then. At £1,800 then. And 50. 1,850. It's 19 if he wants it. £1,850 then. At £1,850 then. For the first. For the second. Is he sure? 19, he says. 1,900 on the telephone then. At £1,900 then. 1,950. 90. He might as well have another one now. Really? Oh, £1,950 then. Hammer's coming down then at £1,950 for the first, second, third and last time. Thank you very much for your bids, Hampshire. Well done. And on to 645. Here we are then. Ferrari light up aluminium composite with raised letters. There it is, mixers, it's down there. There she is. Nice wall filler there then, and we have £100 bid here with me and away. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then. At £100 then, the light up Ferrari sign there, like you couldn't make it for that, could you? At £100 bid then, we'll submit it, we'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £100 then, is that it? At £100 and 10. At 110 then. At 110 then is the 20. At £110 then. At £110 then, the Ferrari sign. At 110 then for the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally at 110. Thank you. And on to 646, the Hudson. Oh, look at this. This is a majestic looking car. Last run, give or take a year ago. It ran well then. It's been in the barn, been stood. Just has presence. Is it? Is it? Father's just said engine's tight after a year.
Someone was trying to tell me, no, thank the lad, and as I said, it's a side valve, oil valve.
That's right. Father's just saying somebody was making a big deal of the fact that the engine is a bit tight, but it is a magnificent old girl. But as he just said, it's side valve, a bit of oil in, it'll soon free off, won't it? It's only been stood a year, I mean, crikey. So, that you will. There you go. Father's going to oil it tomorrow when he's got a loose end. So there you go. There we are then. A majestic car. The rest of the side screens might turn up. He couldn't find them. He might find them, but don't hold your breath. Buy what you see. Magnificent old girl. There she is then. When we're at 4,600. And we've hit the ground running, and the car is on sale at £4,600 then. At £4,600. At £4,600. It looks like it's a £10,000 car. And 7 and 8. 4,008. At £4,800. It should be double this. At 4,008 and 9. 4,900 then. At 4,900 and 5,000. At £5,000 bid. I should think so as well. At £5,000 and 1. At £5,100 then. At £5,100, shall we say 2? At 5,001 and 2. 5,200. At £5,200 then. At £5,200, a majestic looking car. At £5,200 then, is that it? At 5,203. 5,003. At £5,300 then. At £5,300 then, on sale, don't miss it. At 5,300 then for the first. At £5,300 then for the second. And third and last time at 5,300. Thank you. Thanks for your bids. And on to lot number 647. There we are then. Pirelli Cinturato sign. There we go. They were the tyre of choice, were they not? There you go. And we are with 10, 20, 30, 40 pound, 50 pound here with me, Will. At 50 pound bid then for the Pirelli sign, and 60 and 70 with me. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound bid and 80 and on sale and 90. At 90 pound bid then. At 90 pound bid then the Pirelli sign then on sale, sold and away then, make no mistake. At 90 pound bid then for the first. At 90 pound for the second. Third and last time at 90 pound. Thank you. And on to 648. Father's pulling a trolley jack out. He's having a rise. There we are then. Land Rover, special old vehicle. This one sits in mixed building, long-term ownership. Have we had it running? No, it's been stood for a long time. It has, but very, very much potential in that vehicle there. Look, you've all read about it, you've all been and seen it, I'm sure. Locally owned, locally entered, as original and unmolested one as you're going to find, I believe. £7,600 and 7,700 then on the internet there, and 7,800 pound. Then you can't find them like this, can you? 17,000 miles, which he believes to be correct. Believes to be correct. And it's got the cover now, and it's got the canvas. Yes, yes, yeah, canvas is on. Well done. £8,000 bid. At £8,000 bid then, 8,001, 8,100, 82, £8,200 then, and 3, £8,300 and 4, 8,400, 8,004 and 5, £8,500 then, £8,500 then, the forward control, £8,500 then. Are we done? No. 6, 8, 6, 8,600. At 8,600 then is a 7, £8,600 then we'll submit, we'll talk. At £8,600 then for the first, 8,600 for the second, £8,600 then for the third and last time provisionally. Thanks for your bids, chaps. And on to 649. Where are we going to be then? Jaguar banner. There we are, look, the Jaguar flag. There we go. Thank you very much. We've £80 bid and away and on sale. At £80 bid then. That's nice, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? £80 bid then. At £80 is the 90. £80 bid then. Sold and away then. £80 then for the first. £80 bid for the second. £80 then. Third and last time. Sold and away. £80. Thank you. And on to lot number 650. You've been doing some paint work on this one, Mick, look. You maybe just had a little blow in down there, look. No? No? It's a shade out, I think. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Very low mileage. Got it for a friend who said it was just for lunch runs. There we are then. There you go. There we go. We got £100 bidding away. 120 with me, please, Will. Does it run, Ash? At £120 it does, Ronnie says. 140, 160 with me, please. At £160 then. At £160 then. At £160, is that it? Are we done? At £160, we'll submit it. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At 160, 180, 200 with me. At £200 bid and on sale. At £200 bid then. At £200, 220, 240 with me, please. At £240 bid then. At £240, 260. At £260 bid. At £260 then. Is that it? It's no money, is it? At £260 bid. For the first then, 260, sold and away, £260 then. Sold and away, 260, thank you. And on to 651. There we are then. Guinness sign, there we are. Light up sign, wants a bulb and a bit of flex maybe. There she is. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £50 here with me, Will, please. £50 bid and away. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then a Guinness sign. You can shove a bulb in it if you wish. At £50 bid. At £50 is there 60. At £50 bid then. There's 60. There is 60. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then, shall we say 70? At £60 bid. At £60 bid then. At £60 we'll submit it. at £60 bid then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally at 60. Ooh, hang on, £70 only just on, see. £70 then, at £70 then, is there 80? At £70 then, 80, £80 then, at £80 bid, we're still provisional, £80 then for the first, £80 provisionally for the second, third and last time at £80, 90. Is there a delay between here and Hornsey? At £90 Hornsey, £90 then, you might as well have another one, Bingley, £90 then, is there 100? £90 bid then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at £90. There you go, thank you, thanks for your bids guys. And on to 652, little Honda Civic Type R. There we are then. The vendor has provided two previous owners, one being Honda, ex-Honda demo car for 20 plus years it says here. There you are, there you go, make of that what you will. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £5,000 here with me, will please, at £5,000 bidding away. At £5,000 bid then for the little Type R. They should rally more of these, you know.
There's what, sorry?
I said they should rally more of these.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
They're just rev and rev and rev. Yeah. Anyway, £5,000 then. Is there one anywhere? At £5,000 bid. At £5,000 bid then. At 5,000. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. Be cheap car if it comes. At £5,000 then for the first. 5-1 he says. At 5-1, 5-2 with me, please will. At £5,200. At 5,200 then. At 5,200 is a 3. At £5,200 then. At £5,200 then for the first, second, third and last time. 53. At 53. 5,003. And I have 4. 54 please will. At 5,400. At £5,400 then. Is there 5 anywhere? At £5,400 then. We'll submit it at 5,400 then for the first, second, third and last time, looking round very provisionally at 54, 55. I know, there must be a delay. There must be a delay. At 5,500 then. At 5,500 is the 6 anywhere. At £5,500 then. At 5,500 we'll submit. At 5,500 then for the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally. 55, thank you. And on to 653, the old Discovery, there you go then, drove down from the northeast, starts on the button, sounds real sweet, rough and ready, that's top and bottom of it. Structurally it looks pretty good, but rough and ready, there we are. We have £9,000 here with me, at £1,000 bid, and oh no, not on sale yet, no, not quite, at £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid, 1,112. At 1,200 here with me, please will. At £1,200 then. At 1,200 is a 13. It'll come at £1,200 then. At 1,200 then we'll submit it. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. You'll end up with it. At 1,200 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally at 1,200. Thank you. And on to 654, Jaguar. There we are then. Now, roof does work. The roof does work. You have to just be patient with it. Hold the switch a little longer, it seems. But it does work. Windows drop, roof drops, roof goes up, windows go up, so on and so forth. Now, it does want a brake pipe fixing. There's a brake pipe burst. Wants a brake pipe. Other than that, it seems to run okay. It'll load, no problem, and so on and so forth. And the roof does work. It does work. It was our error, the roof. So there you go. There you go then. Make of that what you will.
And it looks a lovely car.
It looks a lovely car. It does. It looks like it's doing 100 mile an hour sat there.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that is a car that should be worth twice the money. Across the board, not just this particular one, but across the board. Anyway, there we go then. We have £4,000 bid, ladies and gentlemen, and we're off at £4,000 bid. Don't forget the roof does work. At £4,000 bid then the XK. At 4,000, at £4,000 then is the 1. At £4,000 and 1 there is, I should think so as well. At 4,100 then, shall we say 2? At £4,100 then. At £4,100 then, it'd be a cheap car at that. At £4,100 then, don't forget the roof works. At £4,100 then, on sale, ladies and gentlemen, £4,100 then, it's the car of the day, 4,001 and 2, at 4,200, at 4,200 and 300, at £4,300 then, at £4,300 then, it looks like it's a £10,000 car, 4,4, at 4,400, at £4,400 then is the 5, at £4,400 then, at £4,400 then for the first, at 4,400 for the 4.5, should think so, at 4.5 it's Fiesta money, at £4,500 then, at £4,500 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time, 4.6, 4.6, be careful gents, you'll miss it, at £4,600 then is the 7, at 4,600 then, at £4,600 then for the first, second, third and last time, looking round, fair warning. Sold at 4.6. Thank you for your bids, gents. And on to lot number 655, Royal Enfield light up sign. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Same as the last one. By the looks of it, we've got £50, £60 here with me. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid then. At 60, £70 then. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then is there 80. At £70 bid then. £70 bid then, is there 80 anywhere? £70 bid then, we'll submit it. At £70 bid then for the first, provisionally £70 then for the second, third and last time at £70. There we are. And I've just been handed a few solds here, ladies and gents. To be fair, there's a list there as well, look, Jack. We have got lot number 590. The AJS has been sold. 574, the Ford Orion, has been sold. 593, a blackout light, has been sold. 598, a Ford Focus, has been sold. 538, a Mitsubishi Evo, has been sold. 584, a Nissan 350Z, sold. And lot 600, a Jaguar light-up sign, has indeed been sold. All in my handwriting, that. Look at that, Jack, yeah? There you are. There we are then. And on to lot number 656, Honda S2000. There we are then. We have 2 of these in this auction. One must have gone through over the last day or 2. This one sits just there. There we are. You can see it from here. It's a lovely looking car. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? Automatic sunroof, according to this here. No modifications. Service and MOT till February next year. Under seal 2 years ago. There you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £7,000, please, Will. At 7,000, can we get 7,000 to kick us off? At £7,000 then. Is there 7,000? If not, we're going to pass on it.
You haven't got 7 yet, no?
Oh?
That's king.
Oh, sorry.
You're asking 7, are you?
Yes, I was asking. Yes, sorry. Yes. Yeah. If, can we get 7,000 to kick us off anywhere?
Yeah, someone there.
Is that a bid?
It is, yeah.
A bid of nothing.
There we go.
I should think so as well, Castleford. Yeah, there we are then. £7,000, Castleford. Well done. 7,000 then. Is there one anywhere, anybody? 7,000 at £7,000 we bid. At £7,000 then. At £7,000. At 7,001.
Yeah.
7-1. At £7,100, it looks good value. At 7,102. £7,200 then. At £7,200 then. The S2000, lot of car. 7,200 is a 3. At £7,200. At 7,200, we'll submit it. We'll get you an answer, don't hold your breath. At £7,200 then for the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally. 72.
We double that in 5 years' time, might we?
We'll want it. You doing 1 or 2?
If you want, yeah, carry on, it's up to you.
I do easy enough. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 657, Eagle on a Ball car mascot. There we are. Mick's holding it up there for you. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be 40, 50, £60 bid here with me. At £60 bid then for the mascot. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then is the 70. At £60 bid then. At £60. Nice little paperweight for you, that. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then is the 70. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid then. At 60 for the first, second, third and last time then at £60. There we are, thank you.
Don't people put them on the cars anymore then, or do they just make paperweights for
I
them?
think people are scared of them
Damaging
being
the car.
stolen and such like, yeah, so more and more are put on a plinth and paperweight or whatever it might be.
Because at one time you used to see them on every bonnet.
And you're not really supposed to have them on bonnets, are you? No, you have to be set so far back, and yes, it's all a bit of a grey area, isn't it? But anyway, and on to lot number 658, the NSU Quickly. There we are then. Been stored in a cellar for over 30 years. There we are, nice little lightweight when these big old AJSs and such like are getting too heavy for you, John, with your bad back.
You can speak.
I can speak, I've had a bad back. Was it?
We'll go.
We'll go together. There we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we going to be then? We have £500 bid. Can we have 500 please, Will? At £500 bid then for the little NSU. At £500 bid then. At 500. At £500 bid. I think you maybe ought to drop that down a little bit, Will. At £500 bid then. At £500 bid then. It'd be ideal for a little restoration show of some sort, wouldn't it, Morland? At £500 bid. At £500 bid then. At £500 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. It is very provisional. 500. And on to lot number 659. There we are then. Another one of these here, cheap and cheerful light up signs. There we go then. We have 60, 70, 80, 90, all the way up to £140 bid and on sale. At £140 bid then. At £140 then. Bidder number 600127. At 140. 140, is there 50 anywhere? At £140 bid. At £140 then. On sale, don't miss it for a tenner. 140 for the first, second, third and last time then. Sold at 140, thank you. And on to lot number 660. Toyota Avensis. You could sell them to your next door neighbour, not a problem. There you go. Nice, good, reliable, usable car. There we are then. The car was seen by Dave in Thorntondale at Mathewsons site when I travelled with the family. There we go. So we've got a bit of blurb there from the vendor. There we go. He's enjoyed a long career in the motor industry himself. I should think so as well. So, where are we going to be then? We've got 1,000 here with me, £1,100 bid. At £1,100 bid then. At £1,100 then, the Toyota Avensis. Sell it to your neighbour with confidence, no problem. £1,100 bid. At £1,100 then is the 12. At 1,100. At £1,100 then. We'll submit it at £1,100 then, shall we say 12, £1,100 then for the first, provisionally £1,100 then for the second, third and last time, looking round £1,100, very provisional. And on to lot number 661. There we are, 3 framed funny automobile scenes. There we go then, nice wall fillers for you, there we are. And we have got £60 bid and on sale from the off. At £60 bid then, £20 a piece then for nothing. £60 bid, at £60 bid then is the 70. At £60 bid, at £60 bid then, 70 he says, £70 bid. At £70 bid then, at £70 bid then is the 80. At £70 bid then, at £70 bid. At £70 bid then, is there 80 anywhere? We've got to move on. £70 bid then, on sale, sold and away, £70. £70. And on to DT. On to 662. There we are then, Humber Scepter. Now there we are then, there she is. A user, I think that's the best way to describe it. I did the video myself, you've all watched it, I'm sure. Can we drop that down to like £2,500? We'll see if we can get a bit of interest. If we can't get a bid of 2.5, we're going to move on. If we can't, is there anyone there at 2.5? There must be. There must be. There is indeed. I should think so as well. At 2.5, absolutely. At £2,500 bid. At 2,506, he says. At 2,600. at £2,600 bid, at 2,600, at 2,607 he says, at £2,700, at 2,700, is there 8? At £2,700 then, at 2,700 is there 8? Shall we say 8? At 2,700 at 2,8, I should think so, 2,008, at £2,800 then is there 9? At £2,800 bid, at £2,800 and 9, at 2,900, you might as well round it off, at 2,900 is a 3, at £2,900 then we'll submit, we'll talk, at 2,900 then very provisionally at the first, 3,000, should think so, at £3,000 bid, at £3,000 bid then shall we say 1, at 3,000, 3, 1. £3,100 then, at £3,100, at 3,100, at £3,100 then, very provisionally for the first, second, third, 3, 2, at 3,002, at 3,200 then, is the 3, at 3,003, 3,200, 3, 3, there you go. Gonna lose my teeth in a minute, Jack. At £3,300 bid. At £3,300 then is the 34. At £3,300 bid. At 3,300 then we'll submit for the first. At 3 for the second. 3,300 then for the third and last time. Provisionally, thank you. And on to 663, his master's voice enamel sign. There we are then. Mick's got it there, look, nice wall filler for you there then. We have 60, 70, £80 bid here with me. £80 bid. At £80 bid then, £80 bid then is the 90. £80, 90 says Alan on the telephone. At £90 bid. At £90 then is there 100. At £90 bid then, his master's voice. That's just that period of life that you wish you were in. At £90 bid. At £90 bid then is there 100. At £90 bid then we'll submit. At £90 bid. £90 then for the first. For the second, it is provisional, but we'll try, tell him Alan. £90 then, third and last time. £90, thank you. And on to Ariel. There we are then. The vendor has provided an Ariel Red Hunter 500cc, 2 previous owners, and it has indeed been restored. There we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 2,222 at £2,200 bid. At £2,200 then, at £2,200 bid. At £2,200 then, it wasn't long ago, these were doing 4 and 5. At £2,200 bid. At 2,200 then, bidder number 600184. At £2,200 then, we'll submit it, we'll get you an answer. At 2,200 is a 3. At £2,200 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally at 22. There you are. Thank you. And on to Cosworth Light Up Sign. There we are then. There we go. Now we've got some interest in this one. Just shows, doesn't it? Depending on what logos are on these here signs. There we go then. So we have some interest, ladies and gentlemen. We have £140 bid. At £140 then. At £140 bid. That is that guy there on there, isn't it? At £140 bid.
Yes.
Bidder number 5, 0024.
Should be.
It should be, shouldn't it? Yes.
So.
At £140 bid then. Is there 60? Drop it to a tenner. We'll at £140. Is there 50? At £140 bid then. On sale then. At £140 then. Looking round then for the first, second, third and last time at £140. Top right. Thank you. And on to, oh, it's lovely. Look at this. The vendor has provided previous titled owner, Lord. Only 5 owners from new, passport service book, handbook, various MOTs, certificates, etc. What's going on over there? There we are then. Lot number 666, ladies and gentlemen. Rover P5. Keep it down, will you? Rover P5. There we are. We all love them. Wonderful thing, aren't they? Beautiful car. We got £4,000 bid and away, Will. 4,000. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then. Doesn't look enough money to me. At £4,000 bid. Is there 1? At £4,000 then is there 1? At £4,000 bid. At 4,001 he says. At 4,100. At £4,100 then. at £4,100. Is there 2 at £4,100 then? At 4,100 for the first. We'll submit it. We'll get you an answer at £4,100 then for the second, third and last time. Very provisionally, 41. Don't hold your breath. And on to lot number 667. Metal hand-painted Texaco lubrication sign. There we are then, hand-painted. There she is, look. We got £50 bid here with me and away. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. Is it nice? At £50 bid. Is it? Yeah. At £50 bid then. Here with me then. At £50 is a 60. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £50 bid is the 60. Be sharp. £50 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally at £50. £50. And on to 668, a pin-up girl alloy wheel clock. Yeah. There we are then. You got it there, Mick? You have to sharpen up, won't he? There we go. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Lovely. There we go then, ladies and gentlemen. And we have £100 bid and away. On sale, 100. At £100 bid, 110. At £110 then, 120. At 120 on the internet, I'm afraid. 120. 130, he says. Yeah. 130, 140. At 140, 150, he says. At 150, 160. At £160 bid. 170. At 170, 180. At £180 then. At £180 then, Northallerton the bidder. At £180 they want 90. 200 he says. At £200 bid. At £200 bid was actually on the floor. At £200 bid, the way the increments went there, Will. At £200 bid then. At £200 bid then, are we all done? At £200 bid then. Andy on the telephone then. At £200 bid then. That there should have really been that bid, shouldn't it? In all fairness. At £200 bid then, we might have to address that.
You can
at £200.
change it to take that absentee bid when the increments
All right.
go wrong in future.
Yeah.
So,
to be fair, we've got 2 bids here, ladies and gentlemen, of the same figure. That's the confusion. But anyway, it's Andy on the telephone then. At £200 then. Is there a tenner anywhere if it helps? At £200 bid then for the first. On sale then for the second, third and last time. Andy on the telephone. It's on the way.
Yes.
obviously absentee the priority.
Yeah.
Obviously they've got them to.
And on to lot number 669, 3 boxes of various brake parts. There we are then. Bits of all sorts there. Where are we going to be with them then? We've got £20 bid. At £20 bid then. At £20 bid then for the brake bits and pieces. There you go. You only need 1 wheel cylinder and you're in profit. At £20 bid then. At £20 then. £20 then is the 30. £20 then for the first, second, third and last time. We won't dwell. £20. Thank you. And on to lot number 670, Morris Minor. There we are then. A unique little car comes with a large file of documents, all new receipts, logbooks, original L plates, a series of logbooks detailing every mile the car has done, where it started from and destination, where the car was topped up with oil, miles per gallon. It still retains the original leather interior, Morris 1000 rubber mats on top of the original carpet. From the records, it looks like the car was owned by the same family until 2010, and a new car came and replaced it. There you are. Look at that. That's a special little car then, isn't it? There we are then. We got 44244. At £4,400 then. At £4,400, you don't have to get a little Morris Minor with that sort of history, do you? At £4,400 bid. At 4,400. At 4,004 is there 6. At £4,400 then. At 4,400 we'll talk. At 4,400 then. At 4,400. Drop that to 100, Charlie, just to give everyone a chance. At £4,400 then is the 5. At 4,400 for the first then. We'll talk. At £4,400 then for the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally. At 4,400. Thank you. We'll talk. And on to 671. There we are then. I'll do this one and you can jump on, eh?
Yeah, no problem.
Here we are then. Isle of Man TT light up sign. There we are then. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Some interest here with me. We have 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 and then up to £160, please, Charlie, and 180. £180 bid. £180 bid then. Isle of Man TT sign. There she is then. £180 and on sale. 180 then is the 200. £180 then on sale. Make no mistake. £180 then for the first, second, third and last time. No, 200. 220 please, Charlie. At £220 bid. At £220. Drop it to a tenner, Charlie. Take a tenner off that man there because I want 240 for my increments. At 240 will be with me. Can you do that? Yes, you can do it. There you go then, just for my increments, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to be here at 240 here with me. At £240 bid, bidder number 5, treble 013, at £240, thanks Jack. At £240, 250, there you go, I'm out. There you go, just to keep the figures right, correct. At £250 then, Essex, you're in the lead. £250 then, I'm out. 250 is a 60, at £250 bid. At £250 then, £250 then for the first, second, third and last time then going to Essex, 250. Thank you. Right, Jackie boy, you get yourself on there and do one or two.
I'll pinch that mic if that's all right. I don't like that at all.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't like that over here. Go for it.
Right, we're good? There you go. We're good. Right, good morning everybody. Is it still morning? I think it's still morning. Just quickly, a couple of souls. Lot number 522, the Yamaha. 476, the Jaguar X-Trail. 612, the 1965 Norton Jubilee. That also got away. Lot 508, the Morris Cowley. 617, the John Bull Clock. 582, the Subaru Impreza. 633, the Lamborghini Clock. 619, the Humber Cycle sign. 611 the rally sign, and 631 the farm hall sign. There you go, just goes to show, get your provisionals in, and we convert the majority of them. Where are we then? Lot number 672, the 1970 Honda CB 750. There we go, look, a little bit of information about it there. I'm sure you've seen it. Nice, bright looking machine. It sits through there, I've seen it myself. There we go, matching numbers, all the rest of it there. Yeah, been a copy of the state, Indiana certificate of title. Yeah, a few bits and pieces. Where are we then? Someone start me 6,000, thank you, and away. 6,000, 62, 64, 66, 68, £6,800 then bid. At £6,800 bid then and away. At 6,800, how cheap have they got to be? At 6,800 bid. At £6,800 then. 6,008 at 6,800 looks a cheap bike. At £6,800 bid then we're a bit off, but we'll make a phone call. At £6,800 then. At £6,800 then I'm selling it provisionally. At 6,800 are we all done? Are you sure? At 6,800. At 6,800 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time. 6-8. Lot number 673, the Black Cat Cigarettes Enamel sign. There we go, look. There we go, nice wall filler for you. There we are. Where are we then? I've got 100, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180. Should have started there. £180 bid. At £180 bid, 190. 200, £200 bid then and away at £200. At £200 bid then are we all done? At £200 bid, at £200 bid then asking 10. At £200 bid, nice wall filler there for you. At £200 then we're a bit off, we'll make a phone call again. At £200 bid then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 200 provisional. Lot 674, 2006 Jaguar XK Auto. Oh, there we go. Another bright looking machine. Again, they should be worth more, shouldn't they, really? Yeah, they look 10 grand's worth of car, don't they? There we go. So, yeah, 2006 XK. There we go. 2-year premium service plan booklet. Bits and pieces there. Look, I'm sure you've had a read through. Fair bit of interest here with me. I've got a bit of interest on both of these screens. We'll just do these bids justice. Drives lovely, mixed driven it, says it drives lovely. We've got 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 4,000 on the internet there. 4-1 back with me at £4,100 and away. At £4,100 and 2, selling, sold, it's gone. At 4,200, 4-3. At 4,003. At £4,300 bid then and 4 on the internet. At 4,400, Aberdeenshire, it's selling. At 4,400, sold. At 4,400, how cheap have they got to be? At 4,400 bid. At 4,400. At £4,400 then selling away at 4,400. Are we all done? At 4,400 for the first, selling for the second, third and last time. 44. Lot 675, the waiting limited sign. There we go, look. Roughly 20 inches in diameter there. Look, again, another wall filler. They just fill an empty wall, don't they? They're great. Where are we then? Someone start me. Where are we? £80 I see on the internet at £80 there. I'll take that one there at 80, 90 back with me if that's all right. Yeah, 80, 90, at £90 bid then, at £90 bid, at £90 bid then, at £90 bid for the little sign there, look, at £90 bid, at £90 bid, yeah that's right, yep, £90 bid, at £90 and are we all done? At £90 then for the first, second, provisionally for the third and last time. £90, that one there, I didn't see that one. Oh, the little Rover, 216. There we go. Look, little automatic roller. Rover. Get me tongue in. Rover. Nice little car, Charlie says. Rare auto specification. Family owned since new. There you go. Look, new cam belt fitted. 12-month MOT. New washer pump, central locking, blah, blah, blah. All the rest of it. Look, there you go. Where are we? We're sold and away and gone. We got 8, 9, 1,000, 11 on the internet, 12, 13, 14. At £1,400 then selling and away at 14. At 1,400. At 1,400 bid. 1,500 in West Sussex. At 1.5 then in West Sussex. At 1,500 I'm out West Sussex, you're in. At 1,500. At £1,500 bid then selling and away at 15. At 1,500 then are we all done? At 1,500 internet bid, you're in, I'm out. At 1,500 then I'm selling it. At 1,500 for the first, second, third and last time. 1,500 internet, that is under bidder. Lot 677, Suzuki light up sign. There we go. Look, we've got a large variety of these, so surely there's a few to choose from. There we go. Look, where are we? 60, 70, 80, £90 and then away at £90 bid. At £90 bid then for the nice light up Suzuki sign. There we go. Look, I don't know if it's got a bulb in it, has it? But you soon put one in one. At £90 bid then and away at £90. At £90, where's the Suzuki men? At £90. At £90 bid then are we all done? At £90 then selling provisionally at £90 for the first, second, third and last time. No one. 678. The 1973 MGB. There we go. Look. Oh, she wants a polish. Look. But we'll clean up very well.
It will make a car.
Will make a car, Charlie says.
Looks worse than it is.
Looks worse than it is. So initial look. There's a lot of bits and pieces like that. You know. Initially you think, ooh, and then the closer you look, it won't take many minutes. Even if you just gave it a machine polish. You know, most of the cars in the shed, you know, machine polish, it'd lift it no end. Anyway, where are we then? Someone start me. Where are we? I've got some cheeky bids. I've got 8, 9, 1,000, £1,100 bid. £1,100 here with me. At £1,100 bid. I've got a few bids on the telephones as well. Somewhere have I? Is that you guys? £1,100 here with me. Does he want 12? 1,200 he says. At 1,200 bid. At 1,200. At £1,200 bid, then cheap and cheerful if it comes. At 1,213 back at you, Alan, on the internet at 13. 1,300 on the internet at 13. Would you like 14? 14 he says. At 1,400 internet you're out. Alan, you're in on the phones at 14. At 1,400 bid. At 1,400. We're still a bit off, obviously we need a little bit more I think, but we'll make a phone call. 15 on the internet, we're getting closer. At 1,500. Would you like another? At 1,500 bid. On the internet, it's provisional at the moment. At 1,500. At 1,500 bid, then I'm going to sell it provisionally. At 1,500. He's thinking about it. Oh, really? Go on then. Go on. I hope I don't regret this. 15.50 on the telephone, 16 straight back at you on the internet. At £1,600 bid. At £1,600 bid. Is it you sure? Are you sure? Right on, £1,600 and internet bid, it's with you, provisionally 15, fresh bidder at 1650 and £1,700 bid. At £1,700 bid then for the 1973 MGB. At £1,700 bid then still provisional, but we'll make a phone call, we'll try. At 17 then provisionally for the first, second, third and 50. 1,800 at £1,800 bid, at £1,800 bid, at 1,800 then are we all done? At 1,800 then and 50, 1,850, 1,900 bid, at 1,900 on the internet at 19, at 1,900, how cheap's it got to be? At 1,900 bid, at 1,900. At 1,900 then are we all done? At 1,900 I'll still mark it down provisionally just to be safe. At 1,900 then provisionally for the first and 50. I'll tell you what then, one more bid and I'll put it on sale. It's on sale, £2,000 and away then, it's sold. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 I'm going to sell it. At 2,000 then are we all done? At £2,000 then selling. At 2,000 for the first. And the second, third and final time it's going to be sold, you're going to miss it, and 50, at 2,050. It wasn't me who started the 50s, it was him, by the way, just to make that crystal clear. Look, I knew we were going to regret it. There we go. No, we don't want 25, no, keep it as it is. 2,100, at £2,100 then selling and away, are we all done? I'll have to bring the hammer down. At 2,100 then for the first, selling for the second and 50, at 2,150 and 2,2. At 2,200. Have you seen what you've started, Alan? At 2,200. At 2,200. I knew I shouldn't have listened to you. At 2,200 bid. At 2,200 and 2,250. At 2,250. At 2,250. Are we all done? At £2,250 and I'm going to sell it for the first, 2,250 and 3. At 2,300. 2,300. 2,300 then, I'm going to have to bring the hammer down at 2,300 for the first.
Good job you went to 50s.
It was his fault, it wasn't mine. 2,300 for the first, second, third and final time. 2-3, get the hammer down quickly, there we go. Lot 679, Texaco light up sign, there we go, look, another one. Mick's holding it up for you, you can see it. Where are we? I've got bids here with me, 70, 80, 90 and £100 bid. At £100 bid, at £100 bid, then and away at 100. At £100 bid, soon brighten up your workshop. At £100 bid, then are we all done? At £100 then, at 110 on the internet at 110. At £110 bid, at £110 bid. At 110 is a 20. At £110, at 110 then are we all done? It's provisional but we'll make a phone call. At 110 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time. 110 provisional internet. 680, 1986, oh, the Ford Capri Laser. This is a nice car.
What's that? Is that the one down there?
Yes, I believe so. Lovely car. There was a lot of interest over the viewing period. I got a fair bit of interest here with me.
Beautiful car.
Yeah, nice car. Yeah, 1.6 laser, finished in silver. Only 2 owners from new, just over 9,000 miles. There you go. Look, never had an MOT as shown on DVLA. MOT check, original tyres. Yeah, car had little mechanical restoration. Yeah, it's a stunner. Really, really is. Look, lovely. There you go. I'm sure you've seen it. Oh, sadly here due to the bereavement of the previous owner. Paintwork is all original.
Well, that's good money, isn't it?
Nice car, nice car. Well, where are we then? I've got 11, 11,250, 11,500, 11,750, £12,000 and then away at 12. At £12,000 bid for the Capri Laser. At £12,000 then. At £12,000. At 12,250. He says at 12,250. At 12,250 and 5 in Wrexham. At 12,500 in Wrexham on the internet. 12,750 online. Sorry, Jack. 12,750. I just took it before you. Would he like 13? 13, he says. Back on the telephones, internet, you're out. Jack, you're in at 13 on the telephones, not anymore. 250 in Wrexham. At 13,250 in Wrexham. 13,500, he says. At 13,500. Stunning car. At 13,500. On the phones with Jack. Internet, you're out. 13,500 and 750. 14. At £14,000 bid. 250, he says, on the phones. At 14,250 on the telephones. At 14,250 bid. And 5. 750, 14,750, 15,000, at £15,000 bid, at £15,000 then selling and away at 15,250. I just took Jack then, at 15,250, at 15,250. Internet, you're out. Jack, you're in on the telephones at 15,250 and 15,500 in Buckinghamshire. 15,500, at 15,500, 750 just on the internet, Jack, 15,750, at 15,750. 15, 16,000, you're both popping up at the same time here. I'll take Jack's bid that time. He just stuck his hand up just before the internet jumped in. £16,000 on Jack's telephone. Internet, you're out. Make that crystal clear. Jack, you're in. Not anymore. 16,250. Nice car.
Is this the
Lovely
one
car.
that one's tipping upside down?
Yeah. Really, just as good underneath. Yeah, that silver one down there. Yeah. 16,500 at 16,500 bid. That's you, not anymore. 16,750 at 16,750 bid on the internet. 16,750, £17,000. 17,000 on the internet, Jack. Internet, 17,000. £17,000 and 250 in Dumfries at 17,250. At 17,250, 17,500 on the telephones with Jack. At 17,500. 17.5, what are you thinking internet? 750, 17,750 at 17,750 bid. 18,000 on the telephones again with Jack at £18,000, selling and away. Lovely car, I'm sure you've seen it. 18,000, what are we thinking? 250, 18,250 at 18,250 bid on the internet. 18.5, back on the phones at 18.5. 18,500 bid. 18,500. At 18,500, are we all done? 750, 18,750. 19,000, Jack says. £19,000 bid. At £19,000 then. At 19,000 internet, are you done? At £19,000 bid. 250, he's not. 19,250. Would you like 5, Jack? 5, he says. 19,500. 19,500 at 19,500 bid. 750. Would you like to fill it up? At 19,750 on the internet. It's internet bid. £20,000. 20,000 on the telephones. At £20,000 bid. At 20,000. I'm giving you plenty of time, internet. You've been in from the start. At £20,000. And are we all done? It's Jack on the telephone. Internet, you're out. Make that crystal clear. At £20,000 and it's selling. You're going to miss it. At £20,000 bid then. On sale for the first, second, third and final time it's being sold. 20,000, thank you for your bids. Lot number 681, the Gulf Repro sign. There we go, look, Nick's holding it up. Cheap and cheerful little wall filler. Just brighten up a dull wall, really, won't it? Where are we? I've got 60, 70, £80 bid then and sold at £80 bid. At £80 bid then for the little Gulf sign there, look at £80. £80 bid then, are we all done? At £80 then I'm going to bring the hammer down. It's going at £80 for the 90. £90 bid. At £90 bid then I'm out. Internet, you're in at £90. At £90 then for the first. Selling for the second, third and final time. £90 internet. Lot number 682. Oh, this is a nice old track. Do you want to do this?
No, you do it. No, you do it. But I collected this here, and it was purchased new back in 1946 here in Rydale, just down the road, and it's been within Rydale all its life, really. So very, very special. Being one owner from new, the guy that drove it most of the time is coming down later in the week, or next week now, to have a look. Old Fred, he's in a care home in Pickering, and he's coming down to have his final look at it, really. So very, very special, unmolested, as you'd want to find one. There you go.
Wow, there you go. Look at that then. Well, it's going to be hard to replicate that again. There we go. 18, 19, £2,000 bid then and away at 2,000. At £2,000 bid for the case. At £2,000 bid. Lovely bit of history with the tractor there. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then. At 2,001. 2-1. At 2,100. At 2,100. At 2,100 bid then. At £2,100 bid then. At 2,100. Are we all done? It's provisional. At 2,002. It's still provisional, Molten. At £2,200 bid then in Molten at 2-2. At 2,200. At £2,200 bid then. We'll make a phone call. We'll see what we can do. At 2,200 then I'm going to have to sell it provisionally at £2,200 and provisionally for the first, second.
Nice if it stayed in Molten.
It would be good, yeah. Yeah, staying local. There you go, look. Yeah, there we go. We'll see what we can do for you, Moulton. At 22 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 2-2, Moulton. Lot 683, Triumph light up sign. There we go, look, another one. We got loads of these light boxes. Where are we then? Sold and away at 140, 50, 60, 70 pound bid. At 170 pound bid. At 170 and 80. 180, I missed that one nearly. At 180 pound bid then. At 180 pound bid here with me. At 180 pounds. At 180 it's selling, they're going, it's selling and away. At 180, at 180, 90, 200 here with me. At 200 pound bid then. At 200 pound bid then, selling and away at 200, at 200 then for the first, second, third and last time. 200 pound bid. 684, oh the SL500, this looks a lot of car. Blimey, yeah it does. Yeah, there she go, look, got the AMG styling package. Obviously quite an unusual colour really, bluey silver. There you go, look. Supplied and fitted with an indoor car cover and brand new valeting to keep her looking her best. Oh, there you go, a few bits and pieces with it. There we go, look, yeah, various MOT, certificates, invoices, you name it. There we go, look. Well, we got £3,200 bid on the internet and away then at 3-2. At 3,000 to Australia, blimey. There we go, 33. Oh, that's a bit closer. York, 33. At 3,300 Australia, you're out. York, you're in. Not anymore, 34. At £3,400 bid. At 3,400 for the SL500 flying machine. At £3,500 bid in Australia at 35. How cheap have they got to be? At 36 on the phones with Jack. We're bringing these cars to you at really, really sensible reserves and guides, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. 37 at £3,700 bid. Put a private plate on it, it'll look double that, if not even more. 38, 39 on the internet at £3,900 bid. Fill it up, Jack. 4,000, never mind, back in Australia at £4,000. At £4,000 bid. At 4,000 then, I can sell it, believe it or not. At £4,000 bid. Are you sure you're all done? At 4,000 then. At 41. Back in York at 41. At 4,100. At 4,100. What a lot of car for the money. At 4,100. At £4,100 then, selling and away. 4,2. At 4,2. 4,200. At 4,200, what you thinking, York? At 4,200 bid. At £4,200 bid, you're going to miss it. At 4,043. 43. At 4,300, are we all done? At 4,300, 44. 44, back in Australia. At 4,000, 45. 46. 46. At 4,600. 4,600 bid in Australia. York, you're out. Australia, you're in. At 4,600 bid. At 46 then, it's going to be sold. At 4,600 then, I'm going to bring the hammer down at 46 for the first, second, third and final time. 46, Australia. Good day, mate. 685, the retro vintage style Guinness sign. There we go. Where's all our Guinness drinkers? Where are we? I've got 80, 90, £100 bid, then and away at 100. At £100 bid, nice size sign that, soon fill a wall. At £100 bid, then and away at 100. At £100 bid, my goodness, my Guinness. At £100 bid, then are we all done? At 100, then it's provisionally for the first 110. At £110 bid. At £110 bid. At £110 then. At £110 in Hornsey. Are we all done? At £110 then, it's still provisional Hornsey. At 110 for the first, second, third and final time. 110. Oh, the MGA, this is a lovely car. Yeah, this is really nice. Long-term ownership. I've owned the vehicle for the last 35 years and carried out a full professional restoration, including an engine rebuild, hardened valve seats for the unleaded fuel. The car was purchased new from Ripon and the car won first prize last year in a local classic car event. There you go. There we are, I'm sure you've seen it. Beautiful looking car. There we go, we've had a couple of MGAs in over the past couple of days, and yeah, lovely car, isn't it, Charlie? Yeah, Charlie's saying it's a nice car as well. Well, it's a bit low, but I'll take that 22,005 at 22,500, 3 back here at 23, at £23,000 bid, at 23,005, 23,500, at 23,500, what a lot of car, at 23,500, at 23,500, at 23,500, I'll take a 250 if it helps, at 23,500 bid, at 23,500, beautiful car in green, at 23,500 bid, at 23,500, at 23,500 bid, Yeah, 2 previous Buffalo books. There we go, look. Photos of the restoration. Nice big history folder from memory with it. There we go, look. Yeah, current B5, owner's handbooks, all the rest of it. All there, look. 23,500 for nothing. At 23,500, we're a bit off. We'll have to make a phone call, but we'll try. At 23,500, I think it's worth more. At 23,500, we'll make a call anyway. At 23,500, then provisional for the first, very provisional for the second, third and final time at 23.5. 23.5. 687, the Michelin map. There we go. Mick's got it there. Look, there we go. 32 by 23 inches. Sold and away then at £80. £80 bid with me. I'm going to sell it. £80 then. At £80 for the Michelin map there, look. £80 bid. At £80 bid, then are we all done? I'm going to sell it. You're going to miss it. At £80 then I'm selling for the first. 80 for the second. Third and final time it's being sold. £80. 2007, lot 688. The Land Rover Range Rover HSE. There she is, look, the TDV8. Recent gearbox and starter motor with warranty. There you go, look, 17 stamps in the book and 1 written. There you go, look, various invoices and bits and pieces. There we go, look, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 3, 3, 1, 8. Getting excited. Where was I? 29, 3,000, 3,132, please, Charlie. At 3,200. At £3,200 bid. Oh, with me, please. At £3,200 bid. At £3,200 bid. 33 on the internet at 3,3. At 3,300. At 3,300. At 3,300. At £3,300, I can sell it. That looks cheap. At £3,300 bid. At 3,300, then are we all done? I'm going to sell it. You're going to miss it. At 33, then for the first. Selling for the second. Third and final time it's being sold. 33, top right under bidder. 689, STP light up sign. There we go, look, another one. Loads of these, get them all around your workshop, light up, lovely, won't it? There we go. Where are we then? I've got 80, 90, £90 bid, then and away at £90 bid. At £90 bid then, at £90 bid, at £100 on the telephone at 100. At £100 then, at £100 bid, at £100 bid, I'm out, telephones you're in, at £100 then, at £100 bid, are we all done? It's provisional. At £100 bid, we'll make a phone call. At £100 bid, I'm sure it'll come at 100 for the first, second, third and final time. 100 provisional. 690, 2006 Vauxhall Astra. Oh, the Baton. There we go, look. Service book with 11 stamps, 12 months MOT, convertible roof, book pack with the code card, service history, refurbished alloys with 4 matching tyres. There we go, look. Nice, bright looking car. There we go. I think I videoed this one myself. It is a nice, bright looking car. 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000. I'm going to have to go 11, 12, 13, please, Charlie. Just I've got lots of interesting bits here with me on the sheet, so just doing the others justice. £1,300 and away in 50, 1350, 14, £1,400 bid, 1450, 15 I see on there, £1,500 bid. At 1,500, selling and away then for the Astra at 1,550, 16, £1,600 bid then, staying local in York at £1,600, selling and away 16 and 50, 1650, at 1,650 bid in Bedale, at 1,650 bid then I'm selling it. At 1,650, at 1,650 then are we all done? At 1,650 bid. At 1,650 then I'll bring the hammer down, it's going. At 1,650 for the first, selling for the second, third and final time. 1,650 Bedale. Plot number 691, the Red X Fuel Additive Dispenser. There we go, look. There we go. Where are we? I've got £70 sold and away, 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 bid with me, please. At £100 bid. At £100 bid, 600353. Not anymore, I'm afraid. West Sussex 110, 20. Sorry, I wasn't looking. At £120 bid on the telephones at 120. At £120 bid, just looking on the telephones. Internet, you're out. I'm out. You're in on the phones. 130 in West Sussex. Would he like 140? £130 bid, 140 he says, at £140 and on the telephones at 140. I can sell it, it's away, it's sold. At £140 bid, then I'm selling it at 140 for the first, on the telephones for the second, third and final time it's being sold. 140 on the telephones. Thank you for your bids. Lot 692, 1972. Oh, bright looking little midget. There we go, look. Yeah, 1972, Mark III midget, lots of history from previous owners, work undertaken in 2024. It's had the new gearbox oil seals, new engine gaskets, battery, starter motor, clutch, master cylinders, slave cylinders, fuel pump, ignition. Blimey, look at it. Yeah, there you go. What hasn't it had? There you go. There we go. Look, had a mechanical overhaul last year by the sounds of it. Just wants a quick check over, and away you go. Oh, we're sold from the off. I got 3,000, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the internet there at 36. At £3,600 bid then, and away, selling and away at 36. 7, 37. At £3,700 bid, 38, 38, 38, £3,800 bid then. At 3,800 bid. At 3,800 it's going, you're going to miss it. 39, 4,000. At £4,000 bid is the one. At 4,000. At 4,000, what a bright looking little car. At £4,000 bid then, selling and away. At £4,000 then, you're going to miss it. At 4,000 then for the first, I'll bring the hammer down for the second. Third and final time, it's going to be sold. 4,000. 693. Red X dispenser, there we go, look, where are we? Someone start me then, £50, thank you, 60, 70, £70 bid, 80, 90, 100, at £100 bid, at £100 bid then, at £100 bid on my screen here, bid of 50016, at £100 bid, selling and away at 100, are we all done? At £100 then I'm going to bring the hammer down for the first, selling for the second, third and final time, it's going to be sold, 110, West Sussex sneaking in, at £110 bid, I'm out, West Sussex, you're in on the internet at 110. At £110 bid then. At £110 bid, are we all done? At 110 then, selling for the first, second, third and final time. 110, Essex, 1969, Volkswagen 1300 Beetle. There we go, look. Been a daily driver, original looking car, fabric interior throughout, stereo included, minor fault with the driver's door. There you go, look, but a little head turner. There she is, look, bright looking little Beetle, very usable looking car. I've got 26, 27, 28 at 2,800, 2,800, 29, 3,000 at £3,000 bid, at £3,000 bid. You don't get much of a Beetle for that. At £3,000 bid, then and away at 3,000 at £3,000 bid, at £3,000 bid, at £3,000, and are we all done? At 3,000 then I'll mark it down provisional at 3, at 3,000 then very provisional, but we'll make a phone call. At 3,000 then I'm going to mark it provisionally for the first, 3-1, at 3,100 online at 3-1, at 3,100, still off internet, but we'll make a phone call. At £3,100 bid then we'll mark it down. At 3,100 we'll submit it. At £3,100 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. 3,100. Lot 695, British Leyland, light up sign. There we go, look, another one. Where are we? Bids here with me again at 80, 90, £100 bid then and away at 100. At £100 bid then, nice British Leyland, light box there, look, there you go, put a light in it, hang it up on your garage wall, just brighten up a dingy corner. At £100 bid and away then at 100. At £100 bid, at £100 bid then are we all done? At £100 bid we'll submit it at 100 for the first, second, third and final time. 100. Lot number 696, the 1992 Rover Mini. There we go, look, oh, fancy looking thing. There we are, look, 92 Mini, non-runner, unfortunately, due to an engine failure. But anyway, there you go, look. Soon pick up another engine or give it a once over. Look, oh, there we go, look, yeah, very possibly needs a new engine. So she's a cheap and cheerful little project for you. A few rust spots, there you go, couldn't be more honest in the description there. Wants a bit of TLC. Well, anyway, it's sold. Someone's got a good project on around £1,000 and away. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid, then selling and away at 1,000. At £1,000 bid. Only at £1,000, 11, 1,200 back at you internet. At £1,200 bid, Greater London, you're out. I'm in here at 1,200, 13, they're back in, 1,300, that looks a cheap project. At 1,300, at £1,300 then, believe it or not, I can sell it. At 1,300 then it's going to be sold. At 1,300 for the first. 1,300 for the second, third and final time, it's going to be sold. 1,300 internet. Lot 697, the metal hand-painted Ferrari sign. There we go, Mick's going to grab it. Oh, there you go. Look, another cheap and cheerful wall filler. There we go. Where are we then? I have got 50, 60 pound bid then on the internet and away at 60. 70 back at you internet at 70 pound bid and 80. 80 pound bid then. 80 pound bid then selling and away at 80. At 80 pound bid then on the internet at 80 pounds. At 80 pounds. Sorry, 90, 100. Yeah, 90. 90 pound bid. 100 on the internet. Sorry, Alan, I missed you there. At 100 pound bid, at 100 pound bid and 10, 110, at 110 pound bid, at 110 pound bid, then Alan on the telephones, internet, you're out, make that crystal clear, at 110 pound bid, at 110 pound bid, then it's going to be sold, at 110 for the first, second, third and final time, you're going to miss it, 110, Alan's phone, oh, the Cosworth, there you go.
Thank you. Oh, dear me. Right. I think we're on mute, are we? Wherever mute is nowadays on these things.
On top, I think.
Is it?
Slide that across.
There you go. Are we there, Ash? Well done. There we go then, lot number 698, the Ford Sierra RS Cosworth. I think the last one, of this sale, we've had 3 or 4 in. Good car this, lovely car. The main problem we've got with this car is the fact that sadly the last time it changed hands was during the COVID peak, and we all know what prices were during the COVID peak. There we go. So there you are. We all know we're on a new level now with regards to these. So where we're going to be, you tell me. Who wants to start me at 30,000 then? At 30,000 anywhere? 30, thank you. At 30, at 30,500 pound we've got. Not the car's fault it changed hands during the peak. At 30,500. At 30,500 pound, 31,000 we have at 31. At 31 then, at 31. It's a good car this, a very, very genuine straight car. At 31,000 then, at 31,000, 31,500 at 31,5. At 31,500 then, at 31,5, 31,500 pound. It needs to be more sadly at 31,5. Have a word with the girls upstairs. 699 is the Aston Martin light up box. There we are. Potentially a light up sign. I don't think it's wired up or anything yet, but it could be. There you go then. Where are we going to be then? You tell me. 60 pound bid, thank you, at 60. At 60, 70 pound bid at 70. At 70 pound then are we all done at 70, 80 pound bid. 80 pound then are we all done and dusted at 80 pound then. Hammer's coming down at 80. Moving on to lot number 700. There we are. The BSA Bantam. Look at the money. I keep saying these bikes, these cars are brought to you at very, very sensible guides and reserves from the off, let alone some of the prices they've been making over the last few days. Again, they really are on the floor. It's a buyer's market. Can't do a great deal about it, but they're as cheap as I can ever remember them. I really are. Look, an £850 here for a lovely little D14. £850 then. You cannot fall off at the moment. You probably couldn't fall off a motorbike, but you can't fall off as far as prices go. At £850 we've got £850 then, £850. £850 then at £850. At £850 we've got £900 bid at 900. At 950. At 950. You're safe with this, aren't you? At £950. At £950 I'll take a 25 for El Wilkes. Be nice to get 1,000 for him. At 950, 975 we've got. At 975. At 975 then we have at 975. At 975. One more bid and I can put it on sale. It must be £1,000 bike surely. At 975 we've got. At 975 then I'm going to put it down at 975. At 975 then at £1,000 I'm going to sell Hornsey at 1,000. £1,000 then at £1,000 we've got. At 1,000. At £1,000 then, at £1,000 Hammer's coming down, then off to Hornsey, back in Essex, 1,025, 1,025, 1,025, 1,025 we've got, 1,025, how cheap do these have to be? 1,025, 1,025 then, 1,025 Hammer, 1,050, 1,050, £1,050. Cheap as I can ever recall them. 1,050, 1,075, 1,075, at 1,075, at 1,075. Then are we all done? Hammer's going to drop down then at 1,075. Sold. 701 is the Rolex style wall clock. Here we are then. We've got 160 straight out the trap there. Will at 160. At £160 bid. Are we all there at 160? At £160. At 160 going once, twice. Third and last time. 170. at 170 pound we've got, at 170, 170 then, at 170, hammers coming down at 170 pounds. 702 is a very unusual car. I think we've only had a couple of these. Funny enough, we had another white one a couple of sales ago, but then I can't remember one from a long time, a number of years before that. The Fiat Uno Turbo, here we are. Little pocket rocket, weren't they? A fantastic little car. They weren't exactly on every street corner back in the day, let alone now. Where are we? You tell me. £9,000. It's a start at 9,000. 9,000, then 9,1, 9,2, 9,3, at 9,003, 9,4, 9,004, at 9,400, at 9,400 pound. We've got at 9,4, at 9,400 pound. Then 9,400 pound. Then are we all done and dusted at 9,004? You sure? 9,5, 9,500. At £9,500. Internet bid that is. Make that clear, that's an internet bid at 9,500. At 9,500. At £9,500. Then are we all done? At 9,500 then. It's an internet bid at 9,500. Provisional at 9,500. 703 is the low rider bicycle. There we are, low rider then. There she is. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? £20 then, thank you, at 20. At £20, £30 we've got. £30 then. At £30 bid, 30. £40 then. At £40, thank you, at £40. At £40 bid. At £40 then, at 40. At £40 bid, at 40. Are we all done at £40? At £40 then. At £50 then. £50 we have, and 60. At £60 on sale and sold. £60 and it's going to go. That's cheap, isn't it? At £60 then for a bit of fun. At £60 then I'm going to drop the hammer then. At £60, let's see if I want to jump in at a fiver. £70 then it's sold. At £70 we've got. At £75 then, at 75. At 75 then, hammers coming down at £75. £80. £80 we've got. 85. 85. £85, £90, 95. 95 and £100. £100 we've got. 105. 105 at £105. Hammers dropping at 105. 704, the Honda. Look at that, what a lovely little Honda that is as well. The 250 Honda there, clean as a whistle. I looked round it last night, she's lovely. Bids there on the screen, bids here with me, Will. Yep. We've got 21 there. Look, might as well start there. There's no point in starting much lower. We've got 21 there. I've got 22 on my sheet. Yep. At £2,200 I've got. 2,002. At 2,002 I'm going to sell then. At 2,002. What a pretty little CB. 2,003. At £2,300 we have. At 2,003 it's going to go. At 2,003 it's on sale. Going to be sold at £2,300, and are we all done at 2,300 be worn? It's going to go at 2,300. It's gone. And 705 is the Harley Davidson motorcycle light box there. There we go then. £50 and away, thank you. 50, 60, £70 we have. At £70 then. At 70, £80 then. £80 we've got. At £80 then. £80 then. 80, 85. £85 then. 85. £85, £85 then 85, £85 then hammers coming down at 85, are you all done at 85, £90, at £90 then, at £90 then, at 90, at £90 then, £90 then, we're going to drop it at 90 then, are we there at £90? Sold. 706 is the BMW X5. Look at these, aren't these cheap? I remember buying one of these when they were nearly new. It was a lot more than 2,000 quid. Anyhow, there we are, 4V8, there we are, the BMW X5 exclusive, interesting with me, interest with you. We've got £2,400 straight out the traps there at 2,004 there, please Will, at £2,400 we've got, for nothing aren't they, 2,400, at £2,400 then, great old tow car I would think at 2,004, at 2,004 then we're going to sell it, at 2,004 I'll take it, bid at 25, excuse me, at 25 then, on sale at £2,500. At £2,500, 26, 26, £2,600, look at it, £2,600. At £2,600 then for the BMW X5 that looks like it's 15 grand's worth. At 2,006 then, hammers coming down 2,700, 2,700.
Will you go
at two.
Cheeky 50 there?
I can do 2,000. Yeah, I'll do a 50 if you want.
Yeah.
At 2,007. 2,007 then, our sneaker 50, and if it helps at £2,700 at 2,750 we've got. At 2,750. At £2,750, are we all done at 2,750? At £2,750 then. Hell, we go at 2,800. 2008. 2008 at £2,800 we have at 2008. £2,800 then. Lever's going to go. Hammer's coming down. £2,800. Sold. 707 is the Michelin tin sign. There we are. Michael's got it there. £100 and away. Thank you. At £100 bid at 100. 110, 20, 30, 40, 140, 150 then. At 150 we have. At 150. £150 we've got then at £150 bid. At 150, 160 then at 160. At £160 we've got. £160.
That's my top bid on here.
No, well that's Charlie's bid. It's the way the cookies crumbled, I'm afraid, Will. Well, £160, that's Charlie's bid at 160. At £160, that's Charlie's bid at 160. I'll take a fiver anywhere if it helps. 160, 165. 165 at 165. At 165. Do you want 170? 170 he does. At £170 then at 170 then. Charlie's bid at 170. Hammer's going to drop at 170. We all done. Sharp. Too late. Too late. Too late. Too late. Didn't rush that one. 708, the 1959 NSU. Here we are. That's a pretty little machine, isn't it? Look at that. Wow, look at that. £500. I'm not surprised. £500 we've got. 525. At 525, then at 525. That's a pretty little bike, isn't it? At 525. 550. At 550 in Aberdeen, there at 550. At 550. Thank you. At 550. 575. At 575. At 575 and £600 we've got. £600 at 625 anywhere. 625 at 625 then we've got 625 at 625 at 625 625 then at 625 we'll get you an answer later on this afternoon at 625. Hammer's coming down at 625. 625 answer later. Michelin tin sign, thank you very much. £30 on the way and sold. 30 I've got there. £30 then. At £30 then done. At £30 then. 30, £40 then and away at 40 and 50. Oh, hang on a minute. Yep, hang on a minute. That was it. Yeah, that's more like it. I saw a 50 Will. There you go. Got to try and keep that straight, guys. And he bid 150 then. At £50 we've got £50 on the way then at 50. At £50 bid. At £50 then at 50. At £50 we've got £50 then we're going to sell. I'll take a fiver if not. £50 is going to go. At 50, £60 we've got at 60. At £60 then on sale at 60. At £60 bid. It's all over the place here, Will. Where are you? At £60 it's on sale and sold at 60. And 65 North Allerton, that sorted them out. £70 at Darlington then. At £70, £75. At £75 we've got £75 then. Nice bit of patina on that. £80 then. £80 bid. £80 bid. Are we there at £80? Hammer's going to come down at £80. Be warned. £80 and sold. 710 is the Dodge. Here we are, the big Dodge truck. There you go, what a machine that is, the Dodge Ram. There we go then. Dodge Ram 1500 Lone Star. There we are. Private registration number is being sold with the vehicle. Obviously, oh, it's got a Ram number there. It's got the Ram number as well. What more do you want? There you go. No problem. We have got, I've been doing that anyway almost. There we have got, where are we going to be? We have got, it's a bit of a low one, Will, but we'll take that £5,000 as a start. £5,000 then for the big Dodge. At 5,000 then, £5,000 then, 5,250. 5,250 at 5,250. That's a cheap truck. At 5,250, 5,500. 5,500 at £5,500. 5,500 at 5,500. At 5,500. £5,500. At 5,500. I don't know if I dare submit that. At 5,500. At 5,500. £5,500. I think that might have to go into timed auction, that will. At 5,500. Cheapest Dodge Ram in the UK, that. I don't think I dare ring him with that. I think you have to have a word with the office upstairs, guys. I think he'll fall over if I do that one. She's worth more. Have a word with the team upstairs. They'll do their best to put your deal together, but it's got to be a bit more than that. 711 is the Mr. and Mrs. Drip. There we are, the Mr. and Mrs. Drip light sign there. Where are we then? £60 on the way, thank you. At £60 then, 60, £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70 then, that's cheap enough, isn't it? At £70. At £70 then, are we all done at 70? At £70 then, I'll take a fiver if it helps, if not at 70, they're off. At £70 then, are we all done? At £70 then, at £70 then, hammers coming down at £70, they're cheap enough at £70. 712, the MGB. Which one is this one? There we are, 70, there we go. Press my screen, sorry, there we are, there we go. There we are, MGB, what a bright car as well. Looks like she's got a Webasto, which is nice. Loads of interest here, Will, but again, there's no point in me starting all the way down here at 5s and the 6s and the 7s. We've got 8,001 there. 8,001 we've got. £8,100. At £8,100 then on sale at 8,001. £8,100 then. 8-1 then it's going to go. At £8,100 then. Be warned, it's going to be sold. £8,100 then. Look, nice ones are still making the money. At £8,100. Hammers coming down at 8,001 for the first, second, third and last time. Be warned. Sold 8-1. 713 is the Rolls-Royce Phantom scale model and display case. That's lovely, isn't it? £100 we've got, 110, £120 on that screen there, Will. 120 straight away. 120, 140, 160, 160, 180. 180 I've got, 180, 200. At 200 then, £200 bid. 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 250, 260. At 260 then, at 260, 270. 270 we got there at 270. At £270 then on sale at 270. Hammers coming down. Harrogate bid there at £270. Are we all done? At £270. Lovely model that at 270. Sold. 714 is the Velo. There we are then. Look at that again, what a pretty bike as well. Much money spent on the bike. The bike has been in the garage for the last few years. There you go, so she just wants going through the workshop again. Battery's gone flat, there you go, and some fresh fuel. There it is there, but what a lovely machine. What a lovely machine. £4,000. Oh, 4,000, these are, can't get my head around these bike prices. £4,000 then, at £4,000 then, at 4,000, 4,1, 4,001, 4,2, 4,2, 4,002, 4,3, 4,3, 4,4, 4,004, at 4,004 and 545, at 4,500, at £4,500 then at 4,5, at 4,500 and 6 we've got. 4,600 at £4,600 then at 4,006 at £4,600 at 4,600 is that it at 4,006 at £4,600 then is that it at 4,600. Lot number 715, the Michelin tin sign. There we go. Where are we going to be on that? £60 then, £60, £70 we've got at 70, at £70 bid, at 70, 80, £90 bid, at 90, at £90 then, £90, 100, 110, 110, £110 then, 110, 120, 130, at £130 we've got, at 130, 140, £140 bid, at 140 then, 140 we have at 140, 150, at £150. At £150 then, 160 in Northampton at 160. At £160 then, hammers coming down in £160. Are we all done at £160? Sold. 716 is a Dodge USA. Here we are. This is a lovely old bus. This is. The vendor has provided the following: very clean, low mileage, imported from Japan in 2018. Then wax oiled and converted to run an LPG. High quality day van conversion with Imperial coachwork, 7 seats, upholstered, you name it, it's got it. It is absolutely lovely. Yeah, Jack, you love this, don't you? Jack is in love with this. There you are. He really is. He thinks it's absolutely fab. In fact, all the lads think it's great. Lovely. Lovely old girl she is. Yeah, she's a lovely old girl. £4,000 we've got. £4,000 then, that's cheap, isn't it? 4,001. £4,100 we've got. 4,1, 4,2, 4,002, 4,3. At £4,300. 4,3, 4,4. At 4,400. At £4,400 for nothing. She's a love bus at 4,400. At £4,400 then. At 4,400 then. We'll submit it. 4,005. 4,005, 4,005, 4,6 at £4,600. 4,6, 4,7 we've got. 4,7, 4,8, 4,008 at £4,800 then at 4,800. 4,800. 4,800. I'll take 4,900 off you, Cornwall. 4,900. £4,900 at 4,900. I'll take a 50 anywhere at 4,900. At 4,900. She's a lovely. Honestly, we've done a few of these. I kid you not, we have done quite a few of these over the last 5 or 10 years, and it's the nicest one we've had, haven't we? Because normally speaking, they come to the market and there's a few issues, and this has fallen off, and this doesn't work. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's the nicest one I've seen for a long while. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you. It's a lovely thing. Why else would Jack or ourselves consider even dreaming of buying it? It's lovely. At £4,900. At 4,900, it's for nothing. At £4,900, then are we all done at 4,900? At £4,900. 4,900. What a lovely, comfortable old girl. At 4,900, we'll try for you. At 4,900. 4,950. At 4,950. £5,000 at £5,000. You know what? I'm going to put it on sale at £5,000. You will not buy a better one of these for 5k. I'm telling you. At £5,000. At £5,050. At £5,050. At £5,050. They're like armchairs in there, Jack, aren't they? They're a soft, lovely leather. At £5,050 we've got. At £5,050 then. Worth every penny at £5,050, the cleanest one you're going to find at £5,001, at £5,150, at £5,150, at £5,150, at £5,150, then are we all done at £5,150, at £5,150, then I'm going to pull the lever, you're going to be over the moon with this, at £5,150, then are we all done and dusted, at £5,150, it's off to Cheshire. Be warned, you're missing it, Cornwall. For 50 quid, you're going to miss it. At £5,150, it's going. It's gone. Got yourself a buy there, Cheshire. That's a lovely old bus. And here we are, Michelin maps. Couple of Michelin maps here. We've got £80, £90 bid. Straight away at 90. At £90 we've got. At £90 then are we all done at 90. At £90 then at 90. You had one job to do, you two. At £90 then at 90. At £90 then. At £90 then are we all done at 90. At £90 then. £90 I'm going to sell them at £90. Hammer's coming down at £90. Sold. 718 is the Rover. Oh, they're my favourites. And Paul's the Rover. There we are then, the old Rover SD1, there we are, look at that, and again, recently imported from South Africa, it's been laid up since 1993, original car, never welded it says, genuine car. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who wants to start me at 4? Can't start any lower than 4, Will, but I'll have a go at 4. That's a cheap SD1 at that. Who wants to have a go at 4? 4, thank you, £4,000. 4-1, 4-2, 4,002, 4-3, at 4,300. At 4,003, at 4,003 and 4, 44. At 4,004, at £4,400 we have. At £4,400 are we all done? At 4,004, 5, 4,005, 4, 5, 4, 6. 4,600 at £4,600 we've got. At 4,006, at 4,600 then 4,7. 4,007, £4,700 and 4,8. At 4,008, at £4,800 then are we all finished then at £4,800. 719, however, is the MG light box there. Again, where are we going to be then? £40, I bet. £40, £50, £50 we've got. At 50, £60 then, at £60 then, at £60. These are good value, these. I know they're cheap and cheerful, but they don't have to take your eye off a plain wall. At £60 we've got. At £60 then, at 60 then, are we all done at 60? At £60 then, at £60 then, are we all done and finished at £60? Moving on to 720, which is the little MG Metro Turbo. Metro Turbo, look at that. Metro Turbo, we've got 4,000 there, we've got 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6, 4-7, 4-8, 4-9, £5,000. At £5,000 we've got there at 5,000. At £5,000 then I'm going to put it on sale at 5,000. At £5,000 then it's going to be sold. At £5,000 then. Hammer's coming down at 5,000. Be warned, it's going to go at £5,000. It's sold at 5,000. Castrol sign there, Michael. The Wakefield Motor Oil Enamel Castrol sign. There we go. Again, £40 bid. Nice size. Go anywhere. At £40 we got 40, £50 bid. Thank you. 50 and 60. At £60. At £60 then. And at £60. I'll take a fiver at £60 we've got. 65, £70 we have. At £70 on sale at £70. At £70, £75 I'm going to sell. At £75 then it's going to go. At £75 then it's off, it's going, it's off to Wakefield at £75. Be warned. Sold. Now then the Yamaha, the R1. There we are, YZF R1, locally owned and entered the bike there. There we go. Look at that. A lot of bike for the money. Lots of bike for the money. Here we go. Where are we going to be then? £2,500. Thank you. 25, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, £3,000. That's a cheap bike, isn't it? £3,000. At £3,000 at 3,000. £3,000, 31, 32, 3,002, 32, 33, at 3,300, at £3,300 are we there at 3,003, at 3,003, 3,003 for the R1, 3,003, at 3,003, they're cheap these bikes aren't they, 3,300, at 3,003 for the first, second, third and last time at 3,3, 723 is the antique style Michelin lamp with brackets. There you go, with bracket. £200 bid there, Will, straight away at 200. At £200 I'm going to sell. But the next increment, yeah, exactly. I'll take a tenner, Will. At £200 we've got. At £200 then it's going to sell. At £200 then maiden bid, it's going to go at £200. Hammer's coming down, be warned, with the bracket at £200 and 10. 210, at 210. At £210, at 210 then in Oldham at 210, at 210 then I'm going to pull the lever at 210, be warned, it's going, it's gone, 210, sold. 724 is the Porsche 924, there you go, the 924 Porsche, there we are. Only 74 UK Le Mans Porsches were produced, there we are, it's the Le Mans, there we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £4,000, thank you, at 4,000. £4,000 we've got at 4,000. £4,000 then 4-1, 4-2, 4-3 with Charlie at 4-3. At £4,300. At 4,003 we are at £4,300. At 4-3, 4-4. 4-4 we've got. Internet bid at 4-4. 4-5 he says 4-5. At 4,500. At £4,500. Charlie's telephone bidder at 4-5. It is provisional at the moment at 4,500. At £4,500 it's Charlie's provisional bid at the moment at 45. At 4,005 are we all done? I'll take a 50 if it helps anywhere. If not, we've got 46 on the table there at 46. At 4,006. Do you want 50, Charlie? I'll take 4,650 if you've got it. He has 4,650. At £4,650 then. At 4,650 then it's going to be sold provisionally to Charlie's phone. At £4,650 are we all done? At £4,650 Hammer's coming down. It's going to go provisional to Charlie at 4,650. 4,7. Please don't leave it to the last moment. 4,7. Do you want a 50? It's still provisional. 4,750 he does. At 4,750. At £4,750. At 4,750. Provisionally bid at 4,750. At 4,750. At 4,750 then. I'm going to pull the lever now. At 4,750. Telephone bidder at 4,748. Sorry, new bidder 4,850. 4,850 we've got. 4,9 on the phones. 4,9. 4,009 on the phones at 4,009. 4,009 on the phones at 4,900. At 4,9 going once, 4,9 going twice, third and last time, fair warning. 4,9, provisional with Charlie, internet underbidders. 725, the Champion Spark Plugs light up box, there we are, it will be if you get it working. We're not selling it working, we're selling it as potential. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? 140 there and sold at £140. At 140 we've got 150, thank you. At £150 mid. At 150 then on sale and sold at £150. Sold. 726 is the Bentley, yeah, the Arnage. Here we are, this is a lovely car, a real bonny car this. There we are then. I've got interest, you've got interest, there will. There's no point in me starting all the way down there at 10-1 because we've got 12 on this screen here. At £12,000 we've got. At 12,000 then 12-1. 12,001. What a lot of car for £12,100. 12-2 says Charlie. No, he doesn't, says Jack. At 12,002. 12-3 says Andy. 12-3 says Andy. 12-4 says Staffordshire. 12-4 we've got. 12-5 Andy. 12-5 is Andy's bid. At £12,500. 12-6 in Staffordshire. They're only £180,000 new now, so it's not a lot of difference. At 12,600. At 12,006. 12-7 with Andy at 12-7. 12,007, it's on sale. 12,008, it's going. At £12,800, it's going to go. One way or another, it's going to go. 12,8, 12,9. At 12,009. At 12,009, 13. It's off to Staffordshire at 13. £13,000 1. 13,1. 13,1. 13,001. 13,2. 13,2 we've got. 13,2. 13,2. 13,3. 13,3. 13,003, 13,4, 13,4, 13,4, 13,5, on sale, going, 13,5, on the phones, 13,6 in Staffordshire, 13,6, 13,006, 13,7 he says, 13,7, 13,8, 13,8, 13,800 we have, 13,9, 13,9, 14,000 he says, rounds it up to 14. £14,000. 14 we've got. At £14,000 then, are we all done at 14? 14,2 he says, 14,2. 14,2 he shouts at me, 14,002. 14,002, 14,3 in Staff. 14,3. 14,3 I've got. 14,3, 14,4 he says. 14,4. 14-5, 14-5, 14-5, 14-5, gonna have to pull the lever, 14-6 he says, 14-6. You're out Staffordshire, but thank you ever so much for your bids, it's 14-6 on the phones. At £14,600 on the telephone, it's Andy's bidder, I think you've got it. At 14,600, hammers coming down, be warned when it goes bang, it's gone. It's gone. Thank you for your bid, Staff. Appreciate that. 727 is the Wooden Arrow snap-on sign. There we go then. £90 bid, £90 bid as well. At £90 then. At £90 are we all done at 90? At £90 then. At £90 then are we all done at 90? At £90 then on sale, sold at 90, 100, £110 we've got. At £110. At 110. At £110 then at 110. At 110 bid. At £110 then. Off we go at £110. £110, and then moving on to the little VW Beetle. There we are. Fresh from my screen. There we are. VW Beetle convertible as well. I've seen it somewhere. Was it over? Oh, it must be a mix, that one, is it, Ash? There we are. There we go then. VW Beetle. Lovely bit of information there supplied by Alan. Thank you ever so much. There we are then. Tells you all about it then. Where we're going to be. You tell me. Who's going to start me then? Who's going to start? Who's going to start me at £6,000 then? Thank you. At £6,000 it's gone. £6,000. At 6,002, 6,2, 6,4, 6,6. At 6,006, 6,8. At 6,800 we have. At 6,008. At 6,008. At 6,008. At 6,008. 6,008, £7,000 we've got. At £7,000. At £7,000.
Germany.
At £7,000. Oh, guten Tag. At £7,000 then. At £7,000 we have. At £7,000. Good afternoon, are we? Good afternoon, Germany. At £7,000. At £7,000 we have. At £7,000 we'll try for you. We will submit the offer, Germany, and we will get an answer for you this afternoon, all being well. At £7,000 we will submit and we'll reply with what they say. At £7,000 then are we there at £7,000? That's provisional to Germany at 7,000. And 2 picnic campers here we are then, 2 picnic campers, and away at £40 we've got. At £40 then, at £40 then we've got at 40. At £40, £50 bid at 50. At £50 and away at £50 then. At £50, £60, £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70 then, at 70 for nothing. £80 bid, £80 bid, at £80 then we're going to sell them at 80. At £80 I'll take a fiver anywhere, but they are brilliant for your classic car. For a man who has everything, ladies, you ought to be buying that for him, putting it away for Christmas. £85 we've got. £85 then, £85, are we all there at 85? £85 then, £85 then. Hammer's coming down at 90. At £90. At £90. What a lovely little touch. At £90 then. At £90, are we all done at 90? At 90 going once, twice, third and last time. £95. At £95 we've got. At £95. They are a must-have for the season shows. At £95 we are. At £95 then. Hammer's dropping at £95. It's going to go at 95. For nothing, them two. I love them. 730 is a little Escort L. There we are. Look at this. This is cheap as chips. A little Escort, little Mark III Escort here. Look at that. There you go. You lads all, not everyone's got 10, 15, 20,000 pounds to put into an XR3. But look at this little Mark III Escort. Look, 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 look. £1,000. Thank you very much. £1,000 then. £1,000 we have. £1,000, £1,100. 11. £1,100, 11, £1,200 at 12, 13, £1,300, 13, £1,300 then for the Mark III Escort. Mark III Escort for £1,300, 1,003, 1,004, £1,400, £1,400, 1,400 quid for for a little Escort. £1,500 then at 15, at 15, at 1,500, at £1,500, £1,500. At 1,500 then for nothing. At £1,500. At 15. At £1,500 then at 15. At 1,516. 16. 17. £1,700. £1,700. There you go then. At 1,700 for the little Escort at 17. I'm going to sell it. Can't believe I'm selling it, but I'm going to sell it at £1,700. And are we all done? At £1,700 then. I'm going to pull the lever at 18. I'll take a 50 if it helps you guys. At £1,800 it's on sale. Yeah. At £1,850. £1,850 we've got. £1,850. £1,850 then. At £1,850. At £1,850 then. Hammer's coming down at £1,850 for nothing. At £1,850 you're going to miss it. £1,850. I cannot think of a cheaper way to get in our movement. £1,850 then. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Ash. And moving quickly on to lot number 731. That's a nice selection there, a lovely selection of Eddie Stobart merchandise there. And we have got 160, we've got 160 on that screen as well. 170, 180, 190 and £200. I'll take a tenner. At £200 we've got. At £200 then. At £200 I'm going to sell at 2 and 210 says Andy. At £210. At 210. At 210 and 20, 220. At £220 then at 220. At £220 then. 230 says Andy at 230. At 230. At 230 and 40. 240 up at Catterick. Good afternoon. At 240. 240 you're out Andy. You're back in at 250. At £250 we've got. At £250 press that button. Will at 250 and 260 and 270. At £270 then. At £270 then. You're out Andy. You're back in 280 says Andy at 280. At 280. 290, at 290, at £300 we've got, and 10, 310, 310, instant little collection there, look, at £310, at 310, 310 then, Hammer's coming down, they're off to Catterick Garrison, oh no they're not, they're off to Herefordshire, sorry, at 320, or the back at Catterick, 330, at 330, at 330 then, at 340, 340, 350, 350 we have at 350. At 350 then. At £350 then. 350, 360 we have. At 360. At 360 and £70 bid. At 370. At £370. At 370 for the first. For the second, third and last time, I think you've got them Catterick at 380. 390, you're back in again. Good day, you're trying really hard. At 390, who is that up at Catterick, incidentally?
This is Graham.
Graham, you're trying hard, mate. At £390 we've got. At 390. At £390 then, Graham's bid at 390. £400 then. And 410. £410 at 410. At 410. At £410 then. At £410 bid. 420. Who's in Hereford?
Sean.
Sean at 430. Back up there at Catterick Garrison at 430. 430 we have at £430. 430. Are we done? If we are, I will pull the lever. We're not. 440. 450. £450 we have at 450. £450. At £450 then, are we there? At 450 then. Hammer's coming down at 450. Are we all done when they go? Oh, 460. 470. 470. Well, no one can say you're not trying at 470, both of you. At 470 then. At £470 then, are we all there at 470? We are, you got it there. Well done, mate. You got it there up at Catterick. And the Focus ST. This is a cheap car. Very sensible on the money, this. Look at this. Where do you get an orange Ford Focus ST for this sort of money? Look at this. Dead sensible money. There you go then. You tell me then. Where are we then? 15, 16, 17, 18, 1900 £1,900 then for nothing. The cheapest one in the world. Look at it. At £1,900. At £1,900 then at 19. At 1900. £2,000 bid, £2,000 at £2,000, £2,000. It's very provisional. London at 2,000 at £2,000, at £2,000 then at 2,000. At £2,000, don't show Jordan this. At £2,000, at £2,000 then, £2,000. Are we all done at 2,000? It is very provisional, London, but we'll try for you. At £2,000 then, Hammer's going to come down at 2,000. Can't believe that. 733, the champion box. There we are then. Champion box, refresh me number. Here we are then. There we go. That's nice, isn't it? Nice champion box there. There we are. Where are we going to be? 50, £60 bid at £60 we've got. At £60 then, £70 bid. Thank you. At £70. £80 bid, £80 we've got. £80 then, £80 and on sale and sold at 80. £80 then, going to sell them at £80 bid. £80 then, going to sell at £80. Hammer's going to drop down at £80. Sold. 734 is the covered trailer. Oh, this is a big covered trailer. Charlie and I went and picked this up from the farm. It is a big trailer, this. It is. There you go. Absolutely perfect. If you want a little bit of a workshop as well. It's got some ramps inside it, so you can work underneath the car if it's a low one. If you've got like a track day car, like a Caterham Lotus 7 Affair. Brilliant little thing, this. Or big thing, should I say. We have got covered trailer. We've got bids on there, Will. Yep. And then I've got two notes here. Some late entries or some late bids here. So we've got two there, and we've got 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, 2-6, 2-7, 2-8, because of all these bids I've got here, Will. 2-8, 2-9, 3,000, 3,100. 3-1, that's where we are now, at £3,100. At £3,100. Bidder number 500052. At £3,100. There it is in black and white on my notes. At 3,001, then are we all done? At £3,100, then Emma's going to come down. At £3,100, then £3,100 for the first, second, third, and last time. Fair warning. Sold. 735 is the hand-painted wall sign there. There we are. Wall. We call them wall fillers. They're absolutely fantastic for that. They do exactly what it says on the tin. They turn a plain wall into a pretty one. We've got 30, 40, £50 bid. 50, £60 on the way. At £60, thank you. At £60 we've got. At £60 then. At £60 then. At 60, 65, thank you. At 65. At £65 then. Sold then at £65. Are we all done and dusted at 65? Sold for nothing. £65. And Peugeot. Here we are, little Peugeot 307. This is convertible, isn't it, Ash? Oh, yeah, CC. There you go. Look, little soft top car. Not necessarily a soft top. You can't sort of call them a soft top, I suppose, can you, when they've got a tin roof? But there you are. Nonetheless, it's a convertible car for the summer. There we are then, little 307, convertible car light, low mileage for the year. ready for the summer. Off we go then. Where are we going to be? £800 for nothing. £800 we've got. £800 then. £800 then for absolutely nothing. At £800 we have at £800. £800 then. £800 then, and we all done at 800. 850. 850. £850 bid at 850. £850 then. £850 bid at 850. At £850 then. £850, and we all done at 850. We need a bit more. It must be worth more than that. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office, but it must be worth more than that. 737 is the brass plaques, or brass badges, plaques, you name it, whatever they are. There you go. Who wants to start me at £50? £50 start. Who wants to start me at 50? Anyone want to jump in at 50? If not, we'll have to move on. We've still got quite a few to do. No, I know there's a bit of a, yeah, oh, brilliant, thank you there, Blinken, thank you, 50 quid. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea nowadays, but thank you ever so much at £50. At £50 then, they're lovely to have a nice show board though, aren't they? At £50 then, at £50 for nothing really at 50. Obviously it's off reserve, as you can see, Lincoln. We'll try for you. At £50 then, at £50 then, we'll put you down at 50. At £50 then, at £50 then, are we all done? At £50 then, going for the first, second, third and last time. 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then we've got. At 60 pound. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound. 70 pound we have at 70. At 70 pound then. At 70, 80 pound then. At 80 pound we've got. 80 pound, 90 pound. At 90 pound then at 90. At 90 pound. At 90 pound. At 90 pound then at 90. At 90 pound then. 90 pound then, are we all done and dusted at 90 pounds? Provisional at 90. 738 is the Ford Escort van. A more genuine straight van you'll struggle to find. I know it's the colour, I think it's what's held it back this last sale or so, and I can understand that, but honestly she's such a straight, genuine van, it really is. Come direct from the company then. Direct in, there is VAT on it because it's come direct in for the company. There you are, but you'll struggle to find a straighter van, honestly, you really will. So lovely old girl then, where are we going to be? Who's going to start me at 1,000? Anyone going to start me at £1,000? If not, I can't go any lower than that. Anyone going to start me at £1,000? It's worth £1,000 all day long. £1,000 then, thank you, £1,000 bid at 1,000. £1,000 we've got. £1,000 then at £1,000 bid. £1,000 will be all done at 1,000. At £1,000. At £1,100 we've got. £1,100. Excuse me, I think it's made more last sale, to be honest with you, Aberdeen, but I thank you for your bids. 1,100 we've got. £1,100 bid, 1,100. £1,100 then, are we all done at 11? £1,100 then 11. We'll submit it for you. I think they want more. I don't blame them. I think it's worth more, but 11 we'll see. £1,100 then. There may be some common ground to be found. £1,100 then, are we all done? That's provisional at 1,100. Thank you. 1,100. Guinness here sign. Here we are, Michael. Where is it? The Guinness here sign. There we go then. £40. Thank you. At £40 then. 45, £50. At £50 we have. At £50 then at 50. At £50 then. At £50 bid at 50. At £50 then at £55 at 55. At £55, thank you for your bids at £55 and £60. At £60 then and 65 I'm going to sell. At £65. On sale then at £65. Hammer's coming down, be warned, when it goes bang it's gone. At £65 then it's on sale, it's going. It's gone, 65. I'll just do this Herald Jack and you can do a couple. 19, what the year is it? 1966. A 1966 Triumph Herald here, 1,200. Look at that. She's a little beauty, isn't she? Look at that. Lovely little car then. £4,800 then. It's a start. £4,800 for the little Herald. Her 4,008. What a little sweetie. Lovely colours as well. 4-seater little Herald there. Look at that. £4,800. At £4,800 we've got. At 4,800. At £4,800 we have. At 4,008. At £4,800 then. At £4,800. At 4,008. Provisional. We'll get an answer for you at 4,008. We'll see what we can do at £4,800. Provisional at 4,800. Jack's just going to do. There's not Jack actually. Jack's just going to do one or two just while I grab my. No problem. Get some dinner. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 741. Let me just get this in the screen caught up. There we go. Look, there we are. Look, the man cave.
3 Pro sign there, Mick's holding it up as you can see. There we go, handy to go in the shed of the garage. Where are we then? Sold from the off, we got 50, 60, 70, 80, £90 bid on the internet at £90 and selling and away. At £90 bid, at £90 bid, then we all done at £90, I'm going to be selling it. At £90, 95, 100, £100 bid, 105, County Durham at 105. At £105 bid, it's going to be sold at £105, and we all done. And 10, 110, at £110 bid, at £110 bid then, at £110 bid, are we all done? Going to be sold at 110, 115, 115, 115, at £115 bid, at £115 bid, then I'll bring the hammer down, it's going to be sold, 120, 120, 125, at £125 bid. At £125 bid, at 125, then 130, at 130, at 130, at £130 bid, then hammer's coming down at 130 for the first, second, third and last time. 130, internet bid, lot 742, Oldie SJ, this is a lovely little Jeep, really, really nice. Sits up in Michael's shed. We've had a few, haven't we, over the past previous sales, obviously, well, different levels really, but some very nice ones. This in particular, I've seen it myself, very nice, straight, bright looking Jeep. Confirming that I've owned it since 2016, been restored over that time in the last sort of 9 years, but always remained in storage, never properly used it. There you go, look. Yeah, there we go. Where are we then? Someone start me. 6, 6, 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 6,500, then and away at 6, 5, at 6,500, at 6,500, at £6,500 bid, then 6, 6, 6, at 6,006, 7, 6,007, at £6,700 bid, at 6,700. I can't think what the last one did last sale, but anyway, considerable amount more. At 6,700 bid, nice looking Jeep, at £6,700 bid then, at 6,700, at 6,700, worth a lot more, at 6,700, at 67 then, it's very provisional, but we'll submit it, we'll try, at 6,700, 6,700, are we all done then, are you sure? I think you're missing a trick on this one, at 6,700 then, it's extremely provisional, we'll submit it, at 67 then for the first, second, third and last time, 67, good Jeep. Lot 743, the 03 plate Jaguar XKR convertible. There we go, look, in black, nice bright bonny looking car. Will likes this one, you like the Jags, don't you, Will? A couple of stamps in the book, various bits and pieces in the paperwork, invoices, certificates, all the rest of it. There we go, look, I'm sure you've read it. Where are we then? Well, we're sold from the off. I've got 87, 88, 89, £9,000 bid, then selling and away at 9. At £9,000 bid, at 9,000 then, 9-1 being the next one, at 9,000 bid in Essex, on the internet 9,000, 9-1 just on the internet, sorry Jack, at 9,000, 9-2, 92, 9,200 on the internet, 9-3 he says on the telephones, at 9-3, internet you're out, Jack you're in on the phones at 9-3, and 4, Shropshire, 94, 9,400 bid in Shropshire. You coming in, Jack? At 9,400, would you like 5? At £9,400 bid, then I'm selling it. He's going to miss it. At £9,400 bid, then it's going to be sold at 94 for the first, 9,400 for the second, third, 9.5, Lancashire, 9.5, at 9,500 bid, at £9,500 bid, at 9,500, thank him for his bids, at 9,500 then for the first, selling for the second, third and last time it's going to be 9.6, 96, back in Shropshire at 9.6, at 9,600, at 9,600 bid, at £9,600 bid, selling and away, 9,600 then for the first, 96 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold and 7, 9,007, don't leave your bids till the last minute, at 9,700 in Lancashire, at 9,700, at 9,700, have we all done Shropshire, at 9,700 then, at 97 for the first, 97 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold, 97, oh lost that one, sorry Charlie. Oh, the Lancia Delta, there she is, look, turbo. There we go, look, factory supplied Martini edition there, look. Looks nice in the Martini livery. 4 new tyres, brakes, bushes, there we go, look, cam belt changed. loads of bits and pieces. The car was supplied new to an Italian gentleman who was residing in the UK, where he spent his early years. Then it went back to Italy, and he took the car with him, where it remained for most of its life, and then returned back in 2021. There we go. Used it sparingly at local shows, but mainly just garaged and polished. There we go, look. Fair bit of interest straight away. Sold from the off. I got 8, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the internet. £8,600 bid then and selling, and away at 86. At £8,600 bid and 7 in Wiltshire. 8,700 for the Lancia. 88, 8,800 at £8,800 bid then selling. At 8,800 for the Delta. 8,800 then, are we all done? At £8,800 bid and 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, 9,000. 9,000 down in Peterborough at £9,000. You don't see them, do you? Not many will be left at £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid, then are we all done? I'm selling it, you're going to miss it. 9,1, 9,100 in Preston at 91. At 9,100 at 9,100 bid. 9,2, 9,2 back in Peterborough. 9,200 at £9,200 and 3. At 93 at 9,300. Rightly so. 9,4, 9,4, 9,400 at 9,405. 95 at 9,500 bid. At 9,500 then it's selling, it's going, it's away. 96 at 9,600. 9,600 bid. At £9,600 bid. At 9,600 then, are we all done? At 9,600 then it's going to be sold for the first. 97, 97, 9,700. Don't see them, do you? 9,700 then in Preston. 9,8 back in Peterborough at 9,8. At 9,800. At £9,800 bid. 9,800, Peterborough you're in, Preston you're out. At 9,800, he's back in at 9,900, and we're going to fill it up at 9,900. At £9,900 bid. At 9,900, surely you're going to fill it up at 9,900 then. Are you sure you're all done? At £9,900 bid then, I'm going to sell it at 99 then for the first. 9,900 for the second. Third and final time at £10,000. Oh, fresh bidder, Leeds, fresh blood. At £10,000 in Leeds at 10,000. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 bid. It's caused a lot of interest over the past week or so of the viewing period. I suspected this. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 bid. Very sensible reserve to begin with, look. At 10,000 then in Leeds. Are we all done? At 10,001. Back in Preston at 10,1. At 10,100 bid. At 10,100. Have we got another Delta in this sale as well? I think we have. I think there's two in there, red one as well. Yeah, there you go. We had a couple in this sale. At 10,100 then down in Preston at 10,1. I'm going to have to put the hammer down at 10,001. I'm selling it for the first. 10,1 for the second. Third and final time it's going to be sold. 10,100 Preston. Lot 745. There we go, look, Mick's holding it up. The Esso's Guaranteed Petrol light up sign there. There you go, look, put an LED in it, and away you go, look. Light up your garage, no end. Where are we then? I've got 50, 60, £70 bid then. At £70 bid then for the nice little light up sign there, look. Esso Guaranteed Petrols. At £70 bid. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then. Are you sure you're all done? At £70 then it's provisional, but we'll make a phone call. At £70 bid then. At £70 bid and 80 £80 bid then I'm going to sell it. At £80 bid it's going to be sold at £80 and 90. £90 bid in Lancashire at £90 and we're going to fill it up. At £90 bid then it's going to go, you're going to miss it. At £90 and I'm going to sell it for the first, 90 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. £90 internet, 746, the Wolseley Hornet. Oh, this is a bright little car, I've seen it myself. There we go, look, nice bright usable little thing. There we go, sits across the way there I believe. There we go, look, yeah, 1968, little Hornet. Lovely little cars, aren't they? There we go, V5 present, all the rest of it. Where are we then? Someone start me. Is a 35, 35, 35 anywhere asking? 35, thank you, 35. At 3,500 then and away at 3,5 and 6, 3,6, 3,600, that looks cheap. At 3,600 bid. 3,600, 3,600 then 7, 3, 7, at £3,700 bid for nothing, at 3,700, worth more, at 3,700, are you sure you're all done? At £3,700 bid, at 3,007, 8, 3, 8, at 3,800, at £3,800 bid then, I think you're missing a trick, nice bright looking little car, at £3,800 bid then, we're a bit off but we'll try, at 38 then I'll bring the hammer down at 38 for the first, second, third and last time, make a phone call, 747, the antique style mobile oil lamp, there we go, look. That's nice, look, wall bracket and everything included there. You can take the plastic out and put what you want in it, but that looks nice, look, doesn't it? There you go, put it on the side of the house or workshop, wherever you want to be. We've got a £100 bid then, I'll take that Lancashire, thank you, £100 then. At £100 bid, at £100 bid, at £100 bid then in Lancashire, at £100, at £100 bid is the 10, at 100, we're a bit off but we'll try, at £100 bid then, at £100 bid and 10. 110, 110, 20, £120 bid, £120 bid, at 120 bid, at 120 bid, then are we all done? At £120 bid then it's provisional but we'll try, at 120 then we'll make a note, we'll submit it, at 120 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time, 120 provisional. 748, oh, early one there, look, Royal Enfield, 1958, there she is, look, nice bright looking machine. How cheap have these got to be, really? Blimey, I can't understand this motorbike market at the moment, it's certainly a buyer's market. Anyway, give it, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Give it a year or so and they'll be back up again. Hold on to it long enough, like anything. Where are we then? 1,000, 11, 12, £1,200 bid, at £1,200 bid then for the Royal Enfield for nothing, at £1,200 bid, at £1,200 bid, at 1,200 then asking 13, I've got 12, at 1,200, 1,200 bid, at 1,200 bid, at £1,200 bid then that's with me at 1,200, at 1,200 then it's very provisional but we'll make a phone call. At 1,200 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time at 12. Be bolder that one, worth more. We'll make a phone call though, might put a deal together. Oh, the Morris Marina. I knew you were going to stand up. You did a bit of filming on YouTube with Jake and Tom, didn't you? Did a bit of a walk around video. I was watching it the other night on YouTube.
So was I, actually.
There you go, Charlie was as well. Lovely car, eh, Michael? Lovely car. To see it in that condition, we all know they rotted as a pair, didn't they? There we go, look, 1.8 she is, TC. TC being the twin carburettor, am I right, Grandad? He's nodding his head, I am. V5 present, there you go, look, large photo album containing the printed photographs of the vehicle and bits and pieces there. A Pitman's Motorist Library, yeah, a few bits and pieces, look, there we go, look, I'm sure you've seen it. Caused a lot of interest, just sits inside the door there at Unit 3 up the road, what Mick looks after. And I mean, it speaks for itself, doesn't it, really, this one? Yeah. Lovely, bright looking machine, really is. Anyway, 14, 250, 14, 5, 14, 750, at 14, 750, at 14,750 bid, at 14,750, at 14,750, 15, thank you, 15, at 15, 15, 1. 15,100, at 15,100 bid, at 15,100, what a bright car that is really, at 15,100, at 15,001, I think I'm going to get a bit more information, guys, at £15,100 bid, at 15,1, 15,1, would you like two? Two, he says, 15,2, at 15,200.
Yeah, the fastest two-door coupe on the market in their day.
Is that right?
And the last one I sold was £1,200.
Really? There you go, look, blimey. There you go. Fastest two-door coupe on the market. There we go, look. 15,200 then at 15,2. We're a bit off, but we'll submit it at 15,200. At 15,200 bid. At 15,200. At 15,200 then. Are we all done? At 15,200. We'll submit it. We will make a phone call. At 15,200 then. I'm sure we'll try and put a deal together at 15,2. At 15,200 then. Provisional. At 15,200 for the first, 15,2 for the second, third and final time provisionally, 15,2, lot 750, the 1968 A35. Hang on a minute, do you want to do this one, did you?
I can do.
Yeah, hang on a minute, I think Derek was dealing with this. There we go, look, stunning little van.
Yeah, only because I...
You want?
A minute. Here we are, here we are, up here. There we are we there?
Other way, there you go.
One. Are we? Yep. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can. I'm sure. Only because I've sold it before. A very good friend of mine bought this some years ago when we had the auctions in the back shed at Thorntondale. I can remember it then. £14,000, I think it was then. Irrelevant, I know, but gives you a little bit of comfort, maybe. Lovely van. Absolutely superb. So genuine. He's used it for promoting his business, as you can see. They're stick-ons, so that they can be removed quite easily, and that put your own name on. And as we say, without a question, without doubt, the best money you'll ever spend in the way of promoting your business, without question. You can spend all the money you like on advertising, both radio or newspaper and what have you, and it might work, but the money's gone. In this case, it does work, and the money's still there. So you think about it, you can't really go far wrong. Anyway, I'm waffling on enough. A superb vehicle, unbelievable example, super thing. Start me on it. Lots of interest with me. 10. Let's get away at 10. 10 250. 10 5. 10 5. 750. 11. £11,000. £11,000. Absolute stunner. £11,000. I don't think you'll find better. £11,000. So honest and genuine inside. £11,000 is the 250. £11,000 only. £11,000 looking for 250. 11,000. 11,000. I'm selling it provisionally then. £11,000. I think you're undervaluing it. £11,000. Going then, £11,000. Can I say 250? I'll take 100 if it makes them feel better. Will?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm sorry. Oh, it's absolutely. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, Jake. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I forgot that. Yeah, thank you for geeing me up on that one. We filmed it, picked it up from Leicester, and Jake filmed it. We filmed it together, didn't we? And had a great day. Really enjoyable, wasn't it? So it's on telly. Obviously, the new buyer or the new owner, we would appreciate if he would. Follow through as usual. You know the format of the show. You know, film it being picked up, film it being sold, film it being delivered, and all the rest of it. So your chance to follow it through on TV. Anyway, we're still at £11,000. 11,000 is the one. £11,000. £11,000 going in. £11,000. I'm submitting it. Disappointing money. I think it's worth more. £11,000. Might well be keeping it for the next auction. 11,100. 11,100. 11,100. Thank you. 11,100. I'll submit it. 11,100. But I do honestly think we'll be keeping it, but we'll see. 11,100. We might be able to put a deal together, bring you both together. 11,100. Are you sure you're all done? 11,100. What's the gentleman's name?
Callum.
Callum. Well done, Callum. Well, you got your name on it, Callum. 11,100. You will not be disappointed. I promise you. 11,100. Going then provisionally for the first. Callum for the second. Third and last time. 11,100. Provisional. 11,100. Provisional. And AA Dover sign. There we are. The reproduction AA sign. There we are. Very authentic looking reproduction sign. Very cheap. We have some original ones of these that even in their day were costing 500 quid all them years ago. So these are cheap. Whereabouts then? Who's got 100? £100 for it. Lovely sign. £100 I've got. 100. £100 and going in 100. 100 and away. £100. Can I say 10? £100 only. £100. Are you all done? £100 and away then 100. Here's the 10. £100, you get them on the wall, they don't look any different. £100, I'm saving you a fortune. £100 only, are we all done? £100. Peugeot 406 LX, which is the HDI 90, I don't know what that means, brake horse is it, maybe? Lot number 752, again, going to be coming into their own, these old girls, without a doubt. Very sensibly priced by the looks of it. Who's got 1,000 to start me? Where's 1,000? Start me then, in your hands completely. Oh my word, 500. £500, that's disappointing. £500, oh, Mick, I felt that, didn't you? 500, 5, 600, 600, 7, 700. 700, 800, £800. £800 only, 800. £800 only, 800, 900, 900. Fill it up, come on. £900 away, 900. Are you all done then, 900? Can I say 1,000? £900 only. Can't do it. £900 worth more money. £900 is for 1,000. £900. Is there 1,000 anywhere? 900 and go in there. 900 we'll try. £900 for the first, second, first and last time. 900 provisional. Pirelli banner. Big oh there it is, Mick. Yep. There we are. Well, we know who buys the banners, don't we? We know where that one's going, I bet. 753 we're doing, Pirelli banner. All done then, all done, we're off we go then. 25, 25, 35, 45, 55, 55, 55 pound, 55, 55 pound, 55 pound, Coxo, yeah? 55 pound, 65, 65 pound away, 65, 65 pound and going, 65 pound is a 75, 65 pound, are you all done? 65 pound, all done then, 65 pound, Coxo, yeah? 65 pound, done it then, 65, all done then, 65 pound, gonna be sold then, 65 pound, going to Coxo, 65, there you go. I knew he would, lot 754, 70 MGB, 1970 MGB. Super thing, everyone should have a MGB as we know, cheapest thing in the classic movement to run, all the parts available, very, very cheap, ring up, get them there the next day, fantastic, can't go wrong. Loads and loads of interest here with me. On sale and sold, 754 we're doing, whereabouts then, your chance, 4-5, 750, 5,000, 5,000 pound, 5,000 pound, come on then, 5,000 pound, 5,000 pound, 5,250, 5,250, no you missed it, 5,250, 5,250, do you want 5,5? I've got it, 5,500, Jack's telephone, 5,500, 750, 5,750, 5,750, you're out, Jack, 5,750, 6,000 pound, 6,000 pound away then, 6,000 pound. I'll take hundreds, Will, yep. 6,000 pound. Who wants 6-1? 6,000 pound, 6-1, 6,100 I've got, 6-1, do you want 6-2? 6,100, sold and away and gone, 6,100, 6-2, 6,002, Jack phone, 6,200, 6-3, 6,300, 6-3. You're out on the telephone, Jack, 6-4. Mr. Panic, 6-5, 6,500, with me, 6,500, sold and gone, 6-6. I'm out, 6,600, on the telephone, 6,600 and being sold. On its way and going, 6,600 for the first, second, third and last time. Jack, thank you. 755 STP Racers Edge light up sign. Another light box, is it? Mick's got it there. Want rewiring these boxes, but they're brilliant value. Whereabouts? 50, 60, I've got you 70, 70 pound, 70. 70 pound and going then, 70 pound only. Is there 80? 70 pound away. Is there 80 anywhere? 70 pound and going then, can I say 80? All done then, these are cheap, these are very, very sensibly priced. 70 pound going then, 70 pound. Is there 80? 70 pound, Mr. T, 70 pound. Morris Minor, lot 756. Little Morris Minor.
That's that one that you picked up.
The one now this is special, yeah. Now this has been filmed, Bangers and Cash team, we've been out and filmed this up Darlington Way. 2 cars actually, this being one of them. This is very, very special. Very, very sad it's here due to unforeseen bereavement. Went well before his time, this old lad, but in the meantime, while he was here, boy, did he turn out 2 beautiful cars, and this is one of them. The family should be very, very proud of him, I'm sure they are. It was a pleasure actually going and picking them up and looking at the cars. I picked them up myself, put them on the wagon. When you pick them up, you don't understand, a lot of you, but when you pick them up and put them on the wagon, you're eye level. And you see all the imperfections, am I right, Charlie? Yep. All the bits and pieces that you don't see that's down here. We call it no man's land, down there. And you do miss 1 or 2 bits and pieces. We don't, because we're professional, but some people do. But when you see them eye level, you see everything. And they're 2 wonderful cars, this being one of them. The underside is an absolute picture. You will not see better. All the upgrades. Let me think now. She's got disc brakes, hasn't she? All new suspension, anti-roll bar conversion, all the rest of it, and that sort of thing. Even down to the little conversion whereby the bonnet goes back further. When you lift the bonnet up, you know, they're a bit fiddly then. And everything in it. It's just absolutely amazing. Well, there, it's all written down there, look. It's absolutely I-ratio diff. Absolutely brilliant. I could not recommend a vehicle more than this vehicle and its stablemate, which we'll see soon. £4,000 we got. £4,000 we're away. £4,000. £4,000 worth a lot more. Believe me, worth a lot more. £4,000 I've got. £4,000. 4-1. 4,100. Absolutely for nothing, I promise you. 4,100. A super example. Probably the best I've seen in the last 3 or 4 years. In fact, I can't think of another one that I've seen better. 4,200. Ever so well prepped up car. 4,200. 4-3. 4,003. This car, check the oil and water and drive it anywhere in the world as far as I can see. And I'd have no hesitation of doing that. 4,300. Telephone, 4,300. 4-4. 4,004. You're out, Mick. 4,004. 4-4. 4,400. Go in then, 4,005. 4-5. 4,500. 6 on the internet.
Yeah.
7 on the internet.
7 on the internet. Bolton, 4,007. You couldn't even begin to turn this car. 48. 49.
Yeah.
49. Took Mick there, 49. Thought you, Mick, 49. You couldn't even begin to turn this car out like this for that money. 5,000. £5,000. £5,000. A very, very 51. Very, very exceptional motor. 5,100 telephone. 5-1. On sale and going, £5,000, 5,100, 5-2, 5,002 internet and away, 52. You're out, Mick, 52. 5-3, back in, 5,300. Going and away, 5,300 on the telephone, being sold, 5,300 internet's back in at 5-4, 5,400, 5-5, 5,400. Going then, 5,400. Are you sure you all done 5-4? Going to be sold, 5,400 internet. Tell him don't miss it for 100 quid. He'll regret it. 5,400. You won't buy another one like it. 5,005. 55. 5,500. Mixed bid. 5,500. Internet, you're out, sir. Thank you for your bidding, but you're out at the moment. 5-5 on the phone. 5-6 back in. Oxfordshire. 5,600. All done there. Going to sell it. 5-6, 5-7, Manchester. 5-7. 5,007. All done. 5-7, Manchester the buyer. What do you reckon, Mick? 5,700. Are you all done? 5-7. On the internet. Going to be sold then. 5-8. Back with Oxfordshire. 5,800. 5-8. 5,008. All done, Mick. Thank you for letting me know. 5,800. Oxfordshire's the winner. 5,800 being sold then. Sorry, there's got to be a loser. 5,800 for the first. 5,800 for the second. Going to Oxford. No, it's not. Manchester 5-9. 5,009. Oxford, you're out. 5,009. Fill it up. Don't miss it for 100 quid. 5,900. 6,000. £6,000. £6,000. Oxfordshire, all done then. Going to bring the hammer down then. £6,000. Sold and away. £6,000. Selling for the first. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. Selling for the second. Third and last time. Bampton the winner. £6,000. Sold. Thank you. Lot 757 is a 73 Suzuki. Now there looks a cracking little machine. One of them little bikes that you'll never wear out again. Super thing. Start me on that then. I've got 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. Oh, thank you. 1,200, 13. I've got 13, 14 and 15. 1,500, 15. Who's got 16? What a lovely little machine. 1,500, 16. 1,600, 16. £1,600 and going then 16. 16. That looks well worth the money. 1,600 only. Are you all done then? 1,600. Can I say 17? Be sharp. £1,600 away then 16. Got more on my sheet, I can't do that. £1,600. Here's the 17. Be quick. £1,600 and away 17. 1,700 thirst. 1,700. Got more on my sheet. 1,700. I'll submit it for you. 1,700, but I got more on my sheet. I can't do it. 1,700 provisionally for the first. Second, third and last time. We'll try for you. 17 provisional. 88 Ford Fiesta XR2, lot number 758.
Just there, look.
Oh, there she is, little silver one, yeah. There she is, not a bad looking little car by the looks of it. Nice little motor. Is it good, Nick? Looks it.
I haven't really seen it.
You've not seen it too much. It looks nice from here. Super looking thing. Fiesta XR2. Where we are, whereabouts then, what's it worth? Got some bids with me here. 8,000, 8,250, 8,250, 8,5, 8,750, 9,000, 9,250 with you all the way, 9.5, 9,500 with you all the way, 9,500, 9,750, 9,750, 9,750. Fill it up, come on, 9,750. Who's got 10?
10.
10 I've got, telephone bidder, 10, 10,000, 250, Leon C, 250, internet. South End, 10,250, do you want 5? 10,250, 10,5 he says, 10,500, 10,5. Alan's phone, 10,500, Leon C, you're out, 10,005, 10,5. On the telephone, 750. Back to Leon C. 11,000. 11,000. 11,000 pound telephone. Internet, you're out, sir. 11,000 pound back in. 11,250. 11,250. Can I say 5? Do you want 11,5, Alan? 11,250. 11,250. Can I say 5? I'm going to submit it otherwise. 11,5, 11,005. 11,5 on the telephone. Leon C, you're out, sir. Thank you for your bidding, but you're out at the moment. 11,500 on the telephone. 11,5. Is there 11,750? There is. There you go, 11,750. We'll try and put a deal together for you. We're short on reserve, but we'll try. We'll talk. Can I fill it up, Alan? 12. 11,750. 12 I've got. 12,000. I'm sure we'll put a deal together. I can't see why not. We'll try our hardest for you. We haven't met reserve, but we'll talk. 12,000 on the telephone. Leon C, you're out at the moment, sir. But I appreciate your bidding. You done there? No, mate? Not yet?
I haven't yet,
No, £12,000. 12,000. 12,250. 12,250. 12,250 on sale. 12,250 on sale and away. Thank you if you let me know. 12,250. Leon C's the buyer. Good man. 12,250. You'll enjoy this. Ford Country down there. 12,250 for the first. 12,250 for the second. Third and last time. 12,250. Sold. 12,250. Morrison Herbert, limited enamel sign, lot number 759. Where are we, Mick? Oh, there we are. Oh, nice little sign, yeah. Oh, we've got 2 signs, really, haven't we? Yeah, 2 little signs. Lovely. Here we are, then. Where are we going to go? £100. I've got 110, £110. £110 Upminster, £110. Sold and away, 110. 120, 120, 130, 140, 140, 50, 150, 150, 150, 160, 160, 170, 170, £170, 170. All done then, £170, 180, 180, £180, 180. All done then, 180, 190, 190, £190, sold and away, £190. 2 little signs, £190. Herbert Morrison's, that's nice. £190, all done then, going to be sold. 190 for the first, second, third and last time, 190. Thank you.
Bought by Mr. Morris.
Bought by Mr. Morris, had to be, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Morris, well done. Here we are then, a Cortina Deluxe, the Mark 1 Cortina Deluxe, 1964, lot number 760. This is lovely, always wanted. Where is it?
Up in mix.
All right, up your spot. Is it a 4-door, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, 4-door.
I seem to think for some reason it's been stood for a little while.
Yeah.
But it starts up immediately.
Does it?
Yeah, yeah.
Charlie seems to think it's maybe been stood up for a little while, not used just recently, but they are, we're used to that. But as he said, turn the key and Banksy fights into life, yeah? Cracking, super little car. Well, here we go then. Here we are, she's the deluxe version. Lots and lots of interest with me. 3,300, 3,003, I'm selling it provisionally, 3,003. 3,300 is the 4. 3,300 and going then 3,3. Can I say 4? 3,300. Selling it outright. 3,300. No, I'm not. I'm selling it provisionally. 3,300. I must get my glasses looked at. 3,300. 3,300 and going provisionally 3,3. 3,300. Yeah, there we are. 3,004. 3,400. I can see better on there. 3,400. Must be this typing wheel. That's what I'm putting it down to. 3,400. Selling it provisionally. 3,400. 3,500. 3,500. Sold. Gonna sell it. Sold outright. 3,500. Gonna be sold. Grab yourself a bargain. Be quick. Come on. 3,500. Do not lose it. 3,500. 3,600. Sold and away and gone. 3,600. All done then. Gonna be sold. 3,700. 3,700. Can't be dear. 3,700. You can't buy many Mark 1 Cortinas like that are in one bit. 3,700.
Same
3,700. Pardon?
Same family from
There you go, look at that. You've seen that right up. Same. Charlie's just noticed, same family from you. I'm sure you've all read it. 3,700. I should have read that, I know. 3,007. On sale and going then, 3,007. Don't be losing this one, 3,008. These don't come up every day, 3,800. Norwich, 3,008. Come on, do you want 3,900? 3,900, 3,900. 3,900. Emerald Isle, 3,900. Going then, 3,900. Fill it up, 3,900. Come on, it's worth its money, 3,900. Here's the 4. Who's got 4? Come on, be brave, 3,900. Another 100 quid. 3,900 and going then, I'm selling it. 3,900. All done, last time looking round, going to be sold. You're missing one, 3,900 for the first. Second, third and last time, 3,900. Internet underbidder. 761 AA Alton sign. Alton, that's Cumbria way, isn't it? Is it Cumbria? No?
Don't ask me.
No. Anyway, here we are, repro sign.
It's Surrey, isn't it? Surrey.
Is it where?
Surrey.
Is it?
I think so.
I can't remember.
Farnham.
Ah, yeah, well, there you are. Got to be in it, Farnham. Yeah, got to be. Here we go then. Whereabouts then? Repro sign, nice sign, £100. £100, we're off again, 100. Who's got 10? £100, £100 away then, 100. £100 and going then, repro, but when you get it on the wall, you can't tell it from an original. £100 and away and gone then, 100. All done, £100 and going. Last time looking round, 100 for the first. Second, third and last time, 100. And 762 is the MG Magnet. Now it's a stable mate to the Morris Minor that we sold a few lots back. Now, same circumstances, obviously. Same condition. 5-speed gearbox, Mick, I believe.
Yeah.
I know it is. I picked it up myself, Mick. It is stunning. 5-speed gearbox, yeah? Yeah, that's got the 5-speed. Yes, I remember it now. It's coming back to me. One former keeper, registered. You know, don't take our word for that. I mean, the DVA are a bit funny about that. Absolutely stunning. If you want a magnet to run, A, to go to shows and win, and B, drive it anywhere in the world, that's the car for you. Absolutely fantastic. Bids with me are now 12,000, £12,000, 12,200, 12,200, 12,400, 12,400, 12,400. 12,004 won the best in the country without doubt. 12,400 in the way then and done. 12,004 going to be sold. 12,400. Are you all done then? 12,400. 5, 6, 12, 6, 12, 7, 12,007 and his phone 12,700. 12,700. 12, 7, 12, 8. 12,008. 12,800. 12, 9. 12,900 and gone. 12,900. Who wants 13, 1, 13, 1. 13, 1, 13,100, who wants 2? 13,002, 13,3, 13,300, sold and gone. 13,300, 13,300 and selling 13,400, 13,400. On sale and selling 13,400, I'm out, you're out. Ireland's buying it 13,400. All done then, 13,400 and sold and away. Will not disappoint. This will not disappoint. 13,500. 13,500. 13,500. That it? 13,500. Going then, on sale. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. Going to St Helens, 13,500 for the first. 13,500 for the second. 13,600 back to Ireland. 13,600, 7 St Helens. 13,007 back to St Helens. And away, sold. Are you all done then? 13,700. That it? 13,800. Ireland, 13,800. 13,900. 13,900.
14.
14. 14,000. You'll struggle to find another one like it. I'll tell you, 14,1. 14,100.
Shows good cars
St
do
Helens.
good money.
Pardon?
Just shows good cars do good money.
Proper cars do proper money. Never changed, always has been. Last 100 years, it's been the same. 14,100. You cannot beat quality, it's as simple as that. 14,100. On sale, thank you gentlemen for your bidding. Going to St Helens, 14,1 for the first. 14,1 for the second. Third and last time, 14,2. 14,2. 3. Back with St Helens, 14,3. 14,3. Be sharp then, Ireland, you're out. Thank you for your bidding. 14,300 and sold and away. 14,4. 14,5. 14,5. St Helens, 14,5. And going then 14,5. You go over that way a bit, don't you? You
do, yes.
over that area, yeah. 14,5. Yeah, East Lancs Road. Yeah. 14,500. Going then St Helens. Thank you, Ireland. 14,500 is going to be sold for the first. 14,500 for the second. Third and last time St Helens to buy. Make no mistake about it. Bear warning. 14,500. Thank you.
We've got loads of people on YouTube, so I wonder if we just give a shout out to everyone. They've just corrected me and said that Alton is not in Surrey, it's in Hampshire.
Hampshire?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, we're very sorry about that. We really are, yeah. What an insult.
Oh, no, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to be amongst them poor people in Surrey, do you? I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, we won't do that, we won't make that mistake again.
But do give them all a shout out on YouTube.
And on YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, we certainly will. Yeah, we humbly apologise, don't we, Will? Yeah. We can't do any more than do that, but we certainly don't want Hampshire people associated with Surrey people. Exactly. That's what it boils down to. I'm ever so sorry about that. Some provisionals converted. 408 a Triumph Roadster, sold. 444 a Fantic, sold. 402 an Audi S4, sold. And lot 614, 67 Triumph sold, I presume a motorbike. Lot 616, 53 Royal Enfield. They're all sold, thank you. Yep.
And Ian's just come back from Hampshire and he said, quite right, we are the champions.
I couldn't agree more, mate. Couldn't agree more. No, we have a laugh with Surrey and Cheshire because it's full of very poor people in it. And we sympathise with them. They club together to bid on a sign. We know that, lot number 763, metal hand painted BP mobile sign. Mick's got it there now, patiently holding it up, thanks Mick. Sold from the word go, 90 quid, £90 away. £90 is the 5 anywhere, £90. £90 and sold. Are you all done then, £90? I'll take a 5 if it helps. £90. Sold and away and done then, £90. All done then is a 95, be sharp. On sale and going, £90. There you go. 71 Land Rover, lot number 764. Lots of interest with me here now. Land Rover, yeah, we are Series 3, Charlie, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Nice little thing, hard top.
Maybe a 2A.
Yeah, pardon?
Might be a 2A.
Might be a 2A, is it?
Might be a 3.
71 now, be a Series 3, wouldn't it? That one, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you are. It is what it is. £8,000, we're off, 8,000. £8,000 and away and gone, then £8,000, I'm submitting it, 8,000. £8,000, that it, then are you all done, 8,000. That it, £8,000, 8,250, 8,250. 8,250 on Jack's phone, 8,250. You're out this side, 8,250 is the 5. I'm going to sell it provisionally. 8,250, 8,5, 8,005. Oops, steady on. 8,750. Hey, keep going. Will is going to catch up in a minute. 8,750. 8,750 is the 9. Don't worry about it. We're still well off reserve. 8,750. 9 I've got. 9 the quarter. 9,250. 9,250. 9,5. On sale and going. 9,500. 9,500. Going to sell it. 9,500. 750. 9,750. Going to be sold. 9,750. 10. £10,000. £10,000 and away and a quarter. 10,250. Harrogate. 10,250 or Harrogate. Harrogate. 10,250. 10,5. 10,5. 10,5, 10,750, 10,750, mixed phone, 10,750, 10,750, 10, I've done it all wrong here, Charlie, look at this here, 11,000 I've got, 11,000, no, something's gone wrong here, have a look, £11,000, £11,000 I've got, internet, you're both out on the phones, 11 and a quarter, oh, Mick, that's a horrible thing to say to an auctioneer. 11,100. That's cost me time. 11,100. I thought more of you than that. 11,100. 11,1. Do you want 11,2? We do. 11,2. Internet. 11,2. 3. See what you've done? 11,3. 11,3. 11,300. All done then? 11,3. Alan's phone. Gonna buy it. 11,3. 11,4. 11,400. Well done, Mick. 11,400. Internet. Alan, you're out. 11,5 he says. 11,500. 11,5. That it? 11,500. Thank you, gentlemen. 11,500. Thank you for your bid. 11,6. Harrogate. Let's get it right. Harrogate. They're nearly as posh in Harrogate as Hampshire.
7.
11,007. Telephone. 11,7.
Oh, the debate's still going on.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm sure it used to be in Surrey, you know. I'm sure they've moved them borders, haven't they? That's what they've done. It was never in Berkshire.
No.
11,700. Telephone 11,7. Internet, you're out, so 11,700 on the telephone and selling. 11,7 for the first. 11,7 for the second. Third, 11,8. 11,8. 11,9, thank you very much for his bidding, Alan. 11,9, thank you for bearing with us. 11,900, and on sale 11,900. 11,9 for the first, 11,9 for the second. Here's the 12. Be sharp, Harrogate. 11,900 being sold. Are you sure you're done? 11,9. Sold. 11,9. Thank you. 765 is the traffic lights. Well, you can have some fun with this, couldn't you, eh? He calls a bit of an hold up, couldn't you, down the high street with these, eh? Hey, what a giggle. Here we are then, 765, and starting off where we £130. £130, and sold and away, £130. Yeah, lot number 765, traffic lights, £130. 130, on sale and going £130. There they are, £130 sold and away. Are you all done then? 130, 140, 150, 150. 150. On sale and going 150. With a remote thing. Oh, we should have. Yeah, have you got it, Mick? Got the remote thing? No? 150. 150 and going then. 150. But we could have a giggle with one of them, couldn't we, eh?
Especially if you got the remote.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I could have some laugh with that, yeah. 150, 160, 160. 160, Darlington. Oh, he's going to bring the A19 to a halt, this fella. 160, 160 pound.
170.
170. You know what they're like up there, chips and gravy, they'll do anything. 170, 170 pound. There you go, Mick, 170. 170, Cheshire. Oh dear. 170 and going then, last time looking round. 170 for the first. 170 for the second. Third and last time, going to Northwich, 170. 170, thank you. 766, the 1997 Ford Fiesta LX. Nice, cheap and cheerful little car, look. Super
Nice
little
little
thing.
car,
A grand little car, aren't they? But they do drive nice when they're right, then. Here we go. On to it then, 766 we're doing. Why don't it work for me, Charlie?
Because mouse isn't on button.
Oh,
There you go.
there you go, there you go. 1997 Ford Fiesta LX. We're doing, start me on it, where's going to be then, whereabouts, £1,000 to start me, who's got 1,000 I have, £1,000, 1,000, 1,100, £1,100 I've got 1,100, 1,100 who's got 12, £1,200, 1,200 I've got 1,200, who's got 13, come on, £1,200, 13, 13 Castleford, £1,300, 13 and away, 13, 14, £1,400, I'm going to submit it then, £1,400 Derby. Can't do it outright, I've got more on my books, but we'll try. I'll sell it provisionally 15, 15, £1,500 Castleford. Who's got 16? Come on, 1,500. 15 and going then, £1,500, lovely little runabout car. 15, 16 I've got there, 16. £1,600. £1,600 I've got. 16 and away then. Selling it provisionally 1,600, 17. 1,700. What should we do, Charlie? You make the decision. Shall we sell it or not?
Ah, go on.
Yeah, go on then,
No,
he
you
says.
can't
17.
now,
18. 1,800. 18. £1,800. That's called buck passing, that is. £1,800. And away and going then, £1,800 on South. 19. Castleford, 19. Do you want to fill it up? 19 I've got. £2 grand? 1,900 is sold. £2,000, well done, £2,000 on the telephone. Ashley's phone, £2,000. Castleford, you're out. Here he comes, Castleford, 2-1, 2,100. 21. 21. Castleford, the bidder. Are you done? 2,100. All done then? 2,100 going to Castleford for the first. 2-2. 2,200. Castleford, you're out at the moment, but you're welcome to come back in. 2-2 on our telephones. And it's being sold. 2,200. Can I say 3? 2,200. On the telephone then. Thank you for your bidding, Castleford. 2,200 on sound going 2-2 for the first. Second, third and last time. Telephone bid. 2-2. Thank you. A few more provisionals being converted, which is 634, a Triumph Vitesse, 652, a Honda Civic Type R. Ooh, lovely. Lot 640, the 49 Excelsior, 682, the Case Tractor, 653, the Land Rover Discovery, and 662, the 1970 Humber Sceptre. Arguably the cheapest car in the South today, that Sceptre. Very worthwhile. Buying that Sceptre. Lot number 767 was 3 framed funny automobile scenes.
Are these from the same place that you said before?
And are these from the same woman that, yeah, there you go. Lot 767, start me on it then, £80, £80 I've got. £80 and away, 80. £80 and gone. £80 and away, 80. £80 and done. All done then, £80, 90 I've got, 90. £90 I've got. £90 and away. £90, fill it up, come on, £90. £90 and away, are you sure you're all done? £90. Going then, last time looking round, £90 and away. There you go, last time looking round, £90. £90. 768, 2007, Triumph Bonneville. Again, massive interest with me, and so it should be. There we go. Bargain motorbike, without doubt. Lots and lots of history there, the bits and pieces of it, all sorts of stuff. Start me then, whereabouts have we got? Where 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 19, 2,000, £2,000, 2-1, 2,001, 2-2, 2,200, 2-2, 2,200, who's got 2-3, 2,200. 2,002 only 323, 2,304, 2,004, £2,400. A lot of bite for the money. £2,400 is the 5, 2,400. All done then 5, he says 2,500, 2,500. 2,005 and 6, you're out now, 2,600. On sale and selling, 2,600 and going, 2,006. Are you all done then? 2,600 is going to be sold. Is the 7 anywhere? 2,600. Sold and on its way, 2,600. Best bid, 2,600 for the first. Second, third and last time. She's going to go. 2,600, thank you. 769 is the Mobile Oils illuminated sign. Probably last one today, is it, Mick? No, we've got some more. Oh, well done, well done. Here we go then. Right, 50, 60, £70, 70. £70 away then, £70 is there 80. £70 only. £70, that's cheap, £70. Is there 80 anywhere? £70, absolutely for nothing. £70. £70. And away then, £70. Going then, £70. Last time looking round, £70, 80. £80 and going. £80 internet, £80 and gone then, 80. Are you all done? £80, selling it provisionally, £80 for the first, second, third, last time. £80 provisional. 770 is the 1959 Triumph. I can't see what model it is from here. But anyway, there she is, looks like a 500 Tiger, I think, or something. Not sure. Anyway, make your own mind up about it. Oh, it's 3TA. Here we are. It says down there. Should have read it properly. Triumph 3TA by the looks of it. Again, loads and loads of interest, despite the fact that the British bike market is not good. But certain machines always buck the trend, a bit like Austin 7s do in cars, pre-war. There we are, lots and lots of interest. Where we got 1,400, 1,500, 1600, 1,600, 1,800, 1,800, 1,800, £2,000. £2,000, I've got 2,000. £2,000. Who's got 2,200, £2,000 and selling then? All done then, £2,000. This is cheap, £2,000 and going. All done, I'm going to sell it, £2,000 is the two anywhere. £2,000 and away. On sale and going, £2,000. Last time looking round on sale and going, 2,000, there you go. Selection of die-cast models, which is lot 771. There we are, Mick's got them all there, £60, £60 on the internet, £60 and away, £60, £60 and away and going, £60. £60 and going. All done then, £60. Going to sell them. £60, lots of them, £60. That it? Last time looking round, going to be sold, £60 and away. Last time going, £60.
Gary, why is it that you only bang your gavel once and Jack and Dave have to do it twice?
They got a stutter. That's all it is, isn't it? They got a stutter. Porsche Carrera Targa. Oh, this is a fancy thing. Look at this. Oh boy. Look at that right up there. What I should have mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, with that MG Magnet that we just done, that was filmed as well, Jake, wasn't it? That was all filmed up in Darlington. So no doubt Greg, our producer, will be on to you about following it through with the filming when it goes home or when you pick it up. So just bear that in mind, would you? Forgot to mention that. Got a bit carried away with that money. 772 Porsche Carrera Targa 1984. Do you know this one, Jack?
A little bit, yeah. Bright looking car.
Right.
It was originally on our website as a category N. It's not a category N.
Nope.
It was a website problem on either DVLA end or something. So anyway, just bear in mind it's not a category N.
No.
And obviously, depending on your track record, cheap insurance. It's only costing him £350 a year to insure that. That's handy, isn't it?
Is that all?
So yeah, as long as they haven't been speeding and got too many points racked up, shouldn't be too bad on the insurance.
Well,
job.
there you go. You probably heard what Jack said. It was
nice car.
it showed up as a category M, but it's not.
No, not a category
definitely
N.
not.
No. Clear.
And it qualifies for cheap insurance if you've got a nice clean licence and you're over 100.
That's it.
£350. Yeah. Sound good.
It'll be the 3.2, I think that one, not the 3 litre. Am I right in saying?
Don't know.
Yeah, 3.2. Yeah, she's a 3.2. Yeah, 84. Yeah, she will be a 3.2. There you go.
Super car. Whatever it is, it's an absolutely super car. There we are. Anyway, we're going to get it on the market now. 23,500. We'll take that as a starting bid. 23,500. 23,500. 24. Thank you. 24. 24,000 bed 5.
40, 45.
I know they are. I can't get my head around the models. There's so many, aren't there?
Too many, yeah.
24,500. 25. Thank you. 25,000. 25,000. 25,500. A lot of car. 25,500. And boy, don't they hold their money. 25,500. 26. 26,000. 26,000 and a half. 26,500. 26,500. Who's got 27? 26,500. Lot of car. Can't go wrong with this. 26, 27. 27,000. 27,000. 27,500. 20. He's going to ask, would you take 100, wouldn't you? 27,500. 28. 28,000. 28,000. Sold. Gone. 28. 28,500. 28,500.
Is that with the telephone?
That's Jack's phone.
Yeah.
28,500. 29. Sold and gone. 29. On sale and going, gentlemen. 29,500. 29,500. Going to fill it up. 30. 30,000. £30,000. You're out, Jack. Internet. Oh, sorry, I took the telephone then, Will. Yeah. 30,500. Jack's phone. 30,500. Internet, you're out. Andrew, you're out. 31 back on the internet. 31,000. Bridlington. 31,000. 31. Do you want 5? 31,500. 31,500. 31,500. Andrew's phone. On sale, don't forget. 31,000. Being sold. Bridlington, you're out. 31,500. Jack, you're out.
Yes.
32. 32,500 now, Peterborough. New bidder, 32,500. Jack, you're out on the phone. Andrew, you're out on the phone. 32,500, Peterborough. On the market and being sold. Are you sure you're all done? Peterborough, you're the buyer. Thank you, Bridlington. 32,000. Thank you, gentlemen on the phone. 32,500. Going to Peterborough. 32,500. All done then. Bridlington, you're out. Be warned. Going to be sold. 32,500 to Peterborough for the first.
Yes.
33. Bridlington back in. 33. Peterborough, you're out. Telephones, you're out. 33,000. Bridlington, the bidder. Not Brian, is it?
No, it's Chris.
Christian Bridlington, 33,000. Going then, Bridlington's the buyer. Peterborough, you're out, 33,000. Going for the first, 33,000. Bridlington for the second. 33,000, third and last time. Fair warning, Peterborough, you're out. Being sold to Brid. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. 33. Going to go on, Jack?
Yeah, you can do.
Oh, yeah, ready. Jack's going to go.
Yeah,
go on
problem.
now. I've read out that other lot, but not them.
Okie dokie, not a problem. Couple of solds then, just quickly, guys. 687, the Michelin Map. Sold 716, the Dodge Davan. I love that. 725, the Porsche 924. Sold 679, the Texaco sign. Sold 689, the STP sign. 705, the Harley Davidson sign. 648, the Land Rover. 733, the Spark Plug sign. 651, the Guinness sign. 663, the HMV sign. There we go, sold, sold, sold. Lot number 773, the Toyota Plastic double-sided. Another sign. There we go, look, Mick's got it, double-sided, there you go. Dangle it from the ceiling or put it on the wall, either way. There we go, look, sold from the off, 10, 20, 30, 40 pound bid, then and away. At 40 pound bid, at 40 pound bid, then at 40 pounds. At 40 pound bid, then I'm going to sell it. At 40 pounds then for the first, selling for the second, 45. In Lancashire at 45. At 45 pound bid. At 45 pound bid, then it's in Lancashire at 45. At 45 for the first, 45 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. 45 Lancashire. Lot 774. Oh, here we go. Look, the Willys Jeep. There we go, Willys Jeep, there she is as usual in drab green with exceptional khaki upholstery, full weather gear in immaculate condition. There you go, look, rear value for money. There we go, I think Grandad photographed this one and it was down at Thorntondale for some time. There we go, look, nice, bright, usable looking Jeep. I think we've got another army one over there. Look, there we go. Where are we then? Someone start me. 12, 12 250, 12 5, 12 750. At 12 750 and 13,000. 13,000 pound bid then, 1961 she is, V5 present, usual certificates and bits and pieces in there, and various invoices. There we go, 13,000 pound bid, 250, 13,250, 13,500, at 13,500 for nothing, at 13,500 and 750. 13,750, 13,750, at 13,750 bid. Very cheap, at 13,750, 14,000 pounds, at 14,000. I'll try a one if it helps, Will. At 14,000, at 14,000 pound bid then, at 14,000 for the little Willys Jeep, at 14,000 pound bid, at 14,000 pounds. You picked it up, on camera, going to be filmed. Yeah. Lovely. There you go. Grandad's driven it round the village and so forth. Drives really well. He picked it up himself. It's all been on film. Obviously, we've done the first part. If you're lucky enough, if you're good looking, then you'll get on the second part. So, fully dressed up. Fired up straight away, did it? Out of character. There you go, look, drives beautiful. There we go, look, 14,000 pound then. At 14,000 pound is the one. At 14,000. At 14,000 pound bid then. At 14,000, and we all done, we're a fair bit off reserve, but obviously we'll make a phone call, worth more. At 14,000 pound bid. At 14,000 then, I'll put the hammer down, it's extremely provisional, but we'll try. At 14,000, 14,1. At 14,100, fresh bidder on the internet. At 14,1, you're out, I'm out. 14,100 on the internet at 14,1, at 14,100, at 14,100. Then are we all done? It's extremely provisional, as I say, but we'll try, we'll make a phone call, we'll try and put a deal together for you. At 14,100 then for the first, very provisional for the second, a third and final time. 14,1 provisional. 775, the luxury picnic hamper. There we go, look, ideal to chuck in your boot. Where are we then? 30, 40, 50, 60 pound and away and sold at 60. At 60 pound then and selling at 60. At 60 pound bid then, are we all done? At 60 pound bid, Mick's holding it up there, look, you can see it. At 60 pounds and I'm selling for the first, 60 for the second, third and final time. 60 pounds sold. The 776, oh, this is a fancy machine. There we go, look. Yeah, look at that. Just bear in mind the private plate on the photographs, guys, isn't going with the car, but she's based on an MR2, I believe. This one, am I right, Ash? Yeah. MR2. Hang on a minute.
It says in there somewhere.
Is it on here somewhere? Yeah. Ferrari Dino tribute car based on a Toyota MR2 with a Toyota Camry 3-litre V6 24 valve. There you go, look. Built by JH Classics in Somerset. Yeah, Rossi red with full leather interior, chrome rimmed instruments, H-gate gear shifts around, electric windows, stainless steel sports exhaust, Targa top. There you go, roof lifts off. So a nice drivable, bright looking thing. Look, there we go. Where are we then? Yeah, look at that, V5 present, various invoices and bits and pieces. Blimey, someone spent some time on money on it, haven't they? Look at that, there you go, I'm sure you've seen it. Where are we then? 12.8, 12.9, 13, at £13,000 bid then and away at 13. At £13,000 bid then, at £13,000 bid, 1, 13.1, 2, 13.2, at 13,200. At 13,200 then for the Dino replica there, look, that looks a lot of thing for the money. At 13,200 bid, at 13,200, at 13,200 bid, at 13,200 then are we all done? At 13.2, 13.3 Newcastle, 13,300 Newcastle upon Tyne, at 13,300 bid. At 13,300 then it's extremely provisional Newcastle at 13,300. At 13,300 worth more I think, but we'll make a phone call. At 13,300 then provisionally for the first, 13.3 for the second, third and final time. 13.3 provisional. Lot 771, the AA breakdown service sign. There we go, look, Mick's holding it up. Another little wall filler there, just brighten up a bit of a dull plain wall, don't they? So anyway, there you go, look. 40, 50, £50 bid then and away, at £50 bid then, at £50 bid for the AA sign at 50, at £50 bid then and we all done, at £50 bid, at £50 bid then, at £50 bid, just brighten up a wall, at £50 bid then, at £50 then and we all done, it's £50 then, £50 bid provisionally, at £50 then for the first, second, third and last time. £50 provisional. Lot number 778, ex-army trailer. Oh, there we go, look, that's a great big thing. Unloaded it myself, just sits in our compound there around the corner. I think we had a Sankey one as well, go through yesterday, day before. Another army one here, a little bit bigger. There you go, look, fair thing. Where are we? Someone start me. Is a 150 asking just to get the bidders going. Asking 150 please, Will. There we go, look, anyone want to jump in at 150 quid? Look, cheap and cheerful, usable trailer there. Look lovely behind your Land Rover or something a bit bigger really. There we go, look, asking 150 if anyone wants to jump in, if not we'll move on. Is a 150 asking? No one interest on there, not a problem. There we go, 779, the Jaguar plastic sign. There we go, look, another one. Is she double-sided, Michael? I've got a, sort of. There we go, sided and a half. Look, we got half of a bit on the back. Anyway, there we go. Look, £50 then away and sold in Redcar. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then sold and away at 50. At £50 bid are we all done? At £50 bid then I'm selling it for the first, 50 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. £50. Lot 780. Oh, the Chevrolet GMC. Again, another collection from what? Same group of cars. Yeah. Drove it around the village, absolutely lovely. Grandad did the photos down at Thorntondale. He said, put a tow bar on it, put a trailer on it, and it'll go anywhere. As far as originality goes, is it really original? He says, really original. Been round the corner, driven it himself, go anywhere, chuck a tow bar on it, put a trailer on, go anywhere. Good as that. There we go then. There we go, nice looking thing. She's obviously the step side, 3600, in green, bench seat, so genuine and original, he says. There we go, look, beautifully mellowed interior and so forth. There you go. Yeah, should remain as it is, just to retain its patina. There you go, most definitely a keeping vehicle. There we go then, where are we? I've got 10, 10, 250, 10, 5, 10,005 and 750, at 10, 750, 11. £11,000 bid, at £11,000 then and 250, at 11,250, 11,250 bid and 5, 11,5, 11,500, 11,500 then, genuine looking car, at 11,500, that looks cheap. We've seen a lot of these and there's not many that look as original as that by the sounds of things. There you go then, 11,500. 11,500 and away at 11,500. 11,500 bid. I'll try 100 if it helps. 11,500. We're a bit off. 11,500. 11,500. Then 1954 Chevrolet GMC. 11,500. 11,500. Are we all done? 11,500. I think we'll keep it to the next sale, will we? 11,500. Then we'll make a phone call. I think they want more. 11,500. Then for the first, second, third, and last time. 5781, the Land Rover double-sided plastic sign. There we go, look, another one. Got a couple of holes in it ready to dangle from your ceiling or put it straight on the wall, either or. There we go then, £10 bid, £10 bid and away at £10. At £10 then, at £10 bid then for the little Land Rover sign there, look. At £10 bid, at £10 bid then, are we all done? At £10 then, £10 bid, £10 then, are we all done? Are you sure? 15, 20, £20 bid. At £20 bid, look, just to chuck on a wall and brighten up a dingy corner. At £20 bid then, at £20 bid, at £20 bid and 25, 25, 25, I'm going to sell it. At £25 bid then here with us, at £25 bid, at £25 bid then I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and last time. 30, £30 on the internet at £30 and selling 35, £35 bid, at £35 bid then, are we all done? Internet, you're out, here on the floor with us at 35. At 35 then for the first, second, third and final time. £35 sold. Lot 782, all the old Granada gear. There she is, look, there we go, look, been in the same family for 34 years. MOT'd until February 26 and no advisories. There you go, lasts forever. What a good looking old car, there you go, cheap and cheerful. There we are, £1,000 and away, 1,011, £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then for nothing. At £1,200 bid, 13 on the telephones with Charlie at 13. At £1,300 bid then on the telephones, I'm out. 14 back on the internet there at 14. Down in Norfolk at 14. 15 he says and selling. Selling at 15. At 1,500 bid. At 1,500, 16 down in Norfolk at 16. At 1,600 bid, 17 he says. At 1,700. At 1,700 bid, it's going, it's away, it's sold. At 1,700, 18 back on the internet, Charlie, you're out. At 1,800 bid, down in Norfolk at 18. Thank you for his bids. At 1,000, one more he says, is back in, 19. At 1,900. At 1,900, we're going to fill it up internet. At 1,900 then for the Granada, he's filled it up. At 2,000, do you want one? 2,000 on the internet at £2,000 bid then, thank you for your bids at 2,000. I'm going to put the hammer down, it's going. At £2,000 then for the first, selling for the second, third and final time. There you go, sold. 783, the BSA Bantam Motorcycles light up sign. There we go, look, loads of these light boxes. There we go, where are we then? 50, 60, £60 bid then and away at 60. £60 bid, 70, £70 bid, at £70 bid then at £70 bid. Where's the motorbike men? At £70 bid then, are you sure you're all done? At £70 bid, at £70 bid then it's provisional but we'll try. At £70 bid, £80 bid then I'm going to sell it. £80 bid then it's going to be sold, it's going. At £80 bid then down in Nottingham. At £80 bid, £80 bid then I'm going to sell it for the first, 80 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. £80, sold it. 784, 1997 Isuzu. Oh, there she is, look, the old Cross. Fancy looking four-wheel drive. Don't see too many of them about, do you? There we go, look. I'm sure you've seen it, sits down the side of Mick Shred down there. There we go, look, V5 present, bits and pieces. Oh, current partial V5 present, there you go, look, there we go, there we go. I'm sure you've seen it, they are what they are. I've got 15, 16, 17, £1,800 bid, £1,800 bid, 19, at £1,900 bid, at £1,900 then for the Isuzu, at £1,900 bid. You can soon get them looking quite beefy with a big set of tyres, can't you? Some mud flaps, I think It won't take many minutes to get that look in the business, will it? At £1,900 bid then, at £1,900 bid, at £1,900 only, at £1,900 bid. Are you sure you're all done? I think you're missing a trick. At £1,900 bid then, someone fill it up, Lancashire, thank you. At £2,000, still cheap. At £2,000 bid, we're a bit off, but we'll make a note. At £2,000 and in Preston, are you sure you're all done? At £2,000, at £2,000 then provisionally for the first, £2,000 for the second, third and final time provisional. 2,000. 785, the Fry's chocolate sign. There we go, look. Another nice one. Where are we? 50, £60 and away then at 60. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then for the Fry's chocolate sign. Look, roughly 22 by 11 inches. There she is. Nice size little sign. At £60 bid then and away at 60. At £60 bid then are we all done? At £60 bid then for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and last time. Provisional. £60. 786, the 2014 Renault Master. Oh, there she is, look. I think me and you walked round this van, didn't we, Michael? Quite a straight old van in actual fact. Wants a bit of a machine polish in places, but that will clean up really, really well.
Johnson on the phone, I think.
Have you got,
Yeah,
phone bid on this one, Jacko? Yeah, bit of interest here with me. There we go, look, yeah, me and Mick photographed and walked round the van, and quite straight and tidy actually, isn't it? We'll make a van. There we go, look, £3,000 bid, thank you on the internet and away. At £3,000 bid, then at 3,000. At 3,000 asking 1, he says 3-1 on the telephones at 3-1. At £3,100 bid, cheap van. At 3,100. At £3,100 bid. One self-employed owner from New. There you go, look. Now retired, serviced annually, regardless of the low annual mileage. MOT'd until December this year. Yeah, never failed an MOT or had any advisories. Seat covers have been on from New. Yeah, there you go. I told you it was a straight van. I remember doing it. There we go, look. 31, 32, 33. At £3,300 bid, then and away at 33. At £3,300 bid and 4 and 5. 3,500 here with me at 3.5. At 3,500, 6, he says. 7 here with me, Jack, back at you at 3.7. At 3,700 bid, would you like 8? 8, he says. 3.8, 3.9 here with me. At 3,900 here with me at 3.9. At 3,900, £4,000 bid. At 4,000, then I'm going to sell it. At £4,000 and then away at 4. On the telephones with Jack. Internet, you're out. I'm out. It's Jack on the telephone at 4,000. It's going to be sold. You're going to miss it. Nice, usable van at £4,000 bid. Yes. 4-1. I don't blame you. 4-1. Tyne and Wear at 4-1. Would you like 2? 2, he says. 4-2. At 4,200 bid. Only 120,000 miles showing on the clock. Loads of life left in the old van. There you go, look. £4,200 bid. Internet, you're out. We'll do it. Take a 50 if it helps. It's Jack on the phone at the moment. 4,200. If you want to come back, it's 4,250 internet at £4,200 bid. Selling and away at 42. At 4,200. At 4,200. Then are you sure you're all done? At 4,050. 4,250. At 4,250. Would you like 3? 3, he says. 4-3 at 4,300 bid. At 4,300, I'm going to sell it. Hammer's coming down at 43. At 4,300 for the first. 4,300 for the second. Third and final time at 4-3. So, thank you for your bids. Nice van, that. Nice van. It would make a good camper, wouldn't it? Yeah, right indeed. 787, the handmade BSA coat hook hanger. Oh, there you go. Look, that's nice. There we go, look, that's quite a period thing. Screw it on your wall, hang your coats up, there you go, look. Yeah, BSA and the Union Jack there, look, there we go. Where are we? Someone start me £10. Is a £10 bid anywhere? Is there £10, look, for the coat hanger? £10 anywhere, hang it in your workshop, put your overalls on it, do what you want with it. Surely there's £10 then? No, if not, we'll have to move on. Asking £10, no, not a problem. Lot number 788, the 2005 RX-8, there we go, look, the old rotary. Oh, what's happened here, hang on. 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This screen's gone off. Bear with, bear with.
Yeah, you're way down.
Way down. Where are we? What happened there? 2 seconds, everybody. Just get this other screen up
just
to
hit the
date.
watch live button, yeah? 788.
There we go.
There you go.
Do that up there, that one there.
That's
There
it.
we are.
There
Where
you
are
are.
we then? There we go. Mazda RX-8, V5 present, various invoices and bits and pieces in the paperwork. There we go then. £1,500 bid and away at 15. At 1,500 then for the RX-8. At 1,500. At 1,500 bid. At 1,500 then only. At 1,500. At £1,500 bid then for the little Mazda there. 16 on the internet I see at 16. At £1,600 bid down in Preston at 16. At £1,600 bid then is a 17. At £1,600 bid, that's cheap. At £1,600 bid, good strong engines aren't they? At £1,600 bid. At £1,600 bid then only. At 1,600. Are you sure you're all done? At 1,600. It's very provisional but we'll make a phone call. At 1,700. At £1,700. Are you coming back in Preston? At £1,700 bid. At 17, 18. £1,800 bid. At 1,800. At £1,800. At 1,800 is the 19. At 1,800 internet bid at 18. At £1,800 bid then we'll make a phone call. We'll put it down provisional for you. At 1,800 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 1,800. 789 Gulf light up sign. There we go, look, that's a nice one. There we go, we got 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, £120 bid and away and I'm going to sell it. At £120 bid then it's being sold. At £120 bid, bids here with me 60029. At £120 bid then I'm selling it for the first, second, third and last time. 120 sold. Lot 790, Volkswagen Golf GTI Turbo. There she is, look, Mark 4 Golf. There we go, VW Golf, Mark 4 GTI Turbo, black leather heated seats, racing exhaust, golf ball gear knob. There you go, look. Yeah, various booklets, various invoices, you name it. There we go, look, little GTI flying machine, 1.8 aren't they, I think, 1.8 BAM engines, same as the early S3s, S1s, whatever they are, S3s. There we go, look, £800 bid then and away, we'll ignore that one. £800 bid then and away at 800. At £800 bid, at £800 bid then and away at £800. At £800 and asking 50 at 800. £800 bid, 600322. £800 bid, here with me, at £800 and it's provisional but we'll make a note. £850, still provisional, at £850 bid. £850 bid, do you want the Mark 4 Golf GTI, Ash? Are you sure?
Yeah,
£850 bid. 850 then, are we all done? At 850 it's provisional, but we'll make a note. At 850 then for the first, second, third and final time. 850 provisional. Good old car then. 791 handmade Suzuki coat hook hangers. Oh, there we go, similar to the old BSA one there. Look, we've got a Suzuki one here. Asking £10, please, Will. There we go, look. There we go, put it in the garage, put it in the shed, put what you want on there. Asking £10 if anyone wants to jump in. Is there £10 anywhere? £10 anywhere? £10, thank you very much. I see you in Nottingham at £10 bid. At £10 bid, then at £10 bid, asking 15 at £10. At £10 bid, then it's provisional, but we'll make a note, Nottingham. We'll have a phone call, I'm sure we'll do a deal. At £10 then for the first, second, third and last time, 15, 20. £20 bid, at £20 bid, at £20 bid, at £20 bid, then are we all done? At £20 bid, at £20 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time, £20. 792, oh the BSA there she is, look, 1968. There we go, V5 to be applied for. Yeah, there we go. Vendor is prime. Yeah, Bantam D14-4. There you go, look. Sure you've been and seen it. Had a look for yourself. Nice, bright looking, usable bike. Nice and lightweight, aren't they? Easy to ride. There you go, look. Mechanical once open. Away you go by the looks of it. I'm sure you've seen it anyway. Check it all out for yourself. We've got 8, 9, 1,000, £1,000 then and away. At £1,000 bid, at £1,000 bid. I can't get over this bike market at the moment. You ought to buy as many as you can. Hold on to them for 18 months, 2 years, and then they'll be up again. It's like stocks and shares. At £1,000 bid then and away at 1,000. At 1,000 only. Are you sure you're all done? At £1,000 bid then it's worth more. At 1,000 then we'll have to hold that one till next sale. No point on that one. Lot number 793, Pratt's Perfection Motor Oil sign. There we go, Mick's got it there. Got an edge on it so you can mount it on your wall. There you go, look, double-sided as you can see. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 pound bid then, at 50 pound bid and away at 50 pounds, at 50 pound bid, at 50 pound bid for the Pratt's Perfection and Motor Spirit. There you go, look, there she is. At 50 pounds, Mick's holding it up at 50 pounds, at 50 pound bid then you're all done, at 50 pound bid then for the first, 50 for the second, provisionally for the third, and last time it's being sold provisionally, 50 pounds, can't get me tongue in. 1955 MG Magnet, this is a nice car. Restored some time ago, or 2012 it's got here. There's several bits of spares included, gearbox, starter motor, service parts, all the usual bits and pieces. There you go, look, also the sun visors are removed with the new spare headlining, there you go. I believe the headlining was refurbished at some point. There you go, bought the car recently, but ill health is forcing the sale to move it on again. Engine is converted to a single carb. Yeah, purchased 2 more matching MG manifolds to modify back to a twin. Yeah, there you go, look, came from Ireland some years ago, I think the plate was changed. Yeah, bits and pieces to go there, look. There we go, very disappointed that I'm selling it. Words from the vendor there. Well, anyway, caused a lot of interest here with us. We've got, sold from the off, we got 3,000, 3,2, 3,4, 3,6, 3,008, 3,800 and 4,000 pound bid and 4,1, 4,100. At 4,100, 4,2, 4,3, 4,003, at 4,300 pound bid, then selling and away at 4,3. Nice bright looking little MG Magnet there, look, 55 she is, at 4,300 bid and selling and away at 4,3. At 4,300 pound bid, then are you sure you're all done? At 4,300 only. At 4,300, then I'm selling it for the first, 4,300 for the second, it's going to be sold, 4,300, third and final time. 4,300. 795. The brass plaques are mounted on a wooden board. Oh, there we go. Look, saying similar one to the one earlier. Where are we then? Asking 40. If anyone wants to jump in at £40, I got nothing on my sheet. At £40 asking. £40 asking. Is there £40 anywhere? Surely they're worth £40 all of them. Asking 40. 40, no, okie dokie. Lot number 796, 1961, Austin Mini Countryman. Oh, there we go, look, there she is. Can't remember, it sat just down there, I think, or it was. There we go, look. Little Countryman, there we go, look. Yeah, new custom made stainless steel floor. Yeah, painted in 2-part paint, touch-up paint box, new door and window rubbers. There you go, it's been through a fair bit mechanically wise. Bits and pieces there, look, I'm sure you've read it. New tyres, wheel bearings, all the rest of it there, look, as you can see. We have got 5, 5,250, 5,5, 5,750, 6,000, 6,000 pound bid here on my screen at 6,000, at 6,000 pound bid then and away at 6, at 6,000 pounds then for the Little Countryman, at 6,000 pound bid. Are you sure you're all done? At 6,000 pound bid then, at 6,000 pound bid. We'll make a note, I'm sure we'll put a deal together for you. At 6,000 pound bid, at 6,000 pounds then are we done? At 6,000 then I'm selling provisionally for the first. 6,000 for the second, third and final time, you're going to miss it. 6,000 provisional. 797, the handmade Harley coat hook hangers. There we go. We got a bundle of these in. There we go. Harley Davidson ones, or unless your name's Harley, even better. There we go. Asking £10. £10 to start if anyone wants to jump in at £10. Is it £10? Asking 10, if not, we'll move on. There we go, £10 bid, Nottingham, thank you, at £10. At £10 bid, then at £10, we'll do 5s, we'll. At £10 bid, at £10 bid, then, at £10 bid, at £10 bid, then we all do. Of course there is, yeah. At £10, yeah, 20 quid's worth of brackets. At £10 bid, at £10 bid, then it's provisional, we'll make a note. At £10 then for the first, second, third and final time. £10 provisional. Oh, do you want to do this one? There we go. Yeah, highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted. Oh, this is, yeah, I remember. I picked this one up with Grandad. Yeah, a bit of a sad story, really. Yeah, a gentleman passed away due to bereavement. There's a fair bit of paperwork and so forth with the car, invoices and bits and pieces. Sits down there on the right. I think it started on easy start. It's been stood for a little while. It shouldn't take too much to get going. Once points and plugs and bits and pieces, just a once over really. So yeah, there you go. Sorry?
I'll have a go.
Do you want to have a go?
Get the golf line.
There we go. So yeah, there you go. A bit of background for it. We picked it up. There's a few collections, so we've been asked to handle the sale.
Yes, MGTDs. Yeah, one of our favourites really. Out of all the cars that my father's owned, there was always a old English white MGTD that came out every summer. All the more exotic stuff stayed inside. The MGTD came out, and then we almost become, I don't like to use the word specialist with them for many years, bringing them in from America and converting them to right-hand drive and 5-speed conversions and repaints, rebid, you name it, we did it. And at the time they were achieving £20,000-25,000. Now, sadly, the T market has dropped right off. They're fantastic value, they really are. So here we are. We've got a £10,000 bid from Hull. Thank you very much, Hull. A £10,000 bid at the moment. At £10,000. At £10,000 then, we would ask to submit the best bid, which we will. At £10,000 we have. At £10,000 for the TD. One of the most usable period classic cars, I think, ever. Just get everything over the phone. I think the only thing you can't get is engine internals. Well, all being well, you won't need those. But other than that, you can just pick the phone up, get it ordered, and it'll be with you tomorrow morning. Fantastic. At £10,000 we've got. £10,000, then we'll submit it at £10,000. That's a very cheap TD. They're worth a bit more than that, I feel. At £10,000 though, all you can do is bid. I've asked you to do that. At £10,000 then, at 10,000. At 10,001, 10,000, sorry, £10,000, looking at the wrong figure, sorry, Will. At £10,000 then, at £10,000 then, are we there? At £10,000, we'll submit it, Hull, but you're going to need a little bit more, I think. I think we can all agree it's worth a bit more. I don't know quite why they've all gone in the doldrums, but they have. £10,000 then for the first, second, third and last time at £10,000. Very provisional, and 799. Ah, it's the big black Defender 110. What's wrong with this cord? Aggravating me. Click that on there out the way. Hang on a minute, we're all over the place here. There we are, the big 110 Defender. There you are, funny looking truck, that, isn't it? We're in my Defender this morning, same as that. I love it very much. Jack said he drove in this morning and said, I don't know why you like these. I said, oh, they're great, absolutely great. So here we are, we have got £14,000 bid at 14,250, 14,250, at 14,250. Just shows you what the market for Defenders has done as well. At 14,250, 14,500, 14,500, 110. At 14,500 there, at 14,500. At £14,500, that's a cheap 110. At 14,500 and 750. At 14,750, £15,000. At £15,000 we have 15,000. At 15,000, 15,250. At 15,250, 15,250. At 15,250, it's very provisional, Hertfordshire, but thank you for your bids. At 15,250 we've got. At 15,500, 15,500. At 15,750 and 16, thank you, at 16. At 16,000 and a quarter and a half, 16,500 and 750. 17,000 we've got. At 17,000. At £17,000, just shows you that this would have been making £27,000 just 18 months, 2 years ago. At £17,000, it is a buyer's market at the moment. Look how cheap these are. At £17,750, at £17,750, £18,000, £18,250, £18,250, £18,250, at £18,250, £18,500, and £750, £18,750, £18,750. 18,750. Look at that, 18,750. Still a very good buy at 18,750. 6-speed TDI, TDCI. Obviously, this one 18,750. 18,750. At 18,750. Then are we all done? I'll try for you. Thanks ever so much, Hertfordshire. You've been in from the beginning. Appreciate your bids. At 18,750, we'll try our very best. Hammer's going to drop down. Then at 18,750, we all in. 19. In Devon, 19. I'll take 100 if it helps, Will, at 19. At £19,000 we've got in Devon. £19,000 in Devon, are we there? 19,000. At 19,000. Do you know what? I'm going to put it on sale. I'll put my neck on the block. I'm going to put it on sale. From now on, it's going to go, no matter what. £19,000 it's going to go. At £19,000 then. At 19,000. If anyone doesn't want 19,1, we're going to drop the hammer then. It's off to Devon at £19,000 for the first. £19,000 for the second. Third and last time, fair warning when the hammer goes down. It's gone. It's gone. 19,000. And the little, thanks ever so much. And the 1989 little mini Sky. There, a little Sky Rose Mini. There she is. Bless her, look. There you go. It says that it's sat in the garage. Hasn't been used for. Just reading it through here. Only went to one car show last year in Driffield. and my wife likes it, but not to drive. She's worried about damaging it, bless her. There you go, yes. There you are, £4,000 then. £4,000 then, at £4,000 we've got. At £4,000 bid, at £4,100 at 41. At 41, what a bright little car. £4,100 then, at 41. No, I haven't. No little Sky Rose. No, I know. It's got your name all over it, John. At 4,001. At £4,100, it's got at 41. At £4,100, then it's provisional at 41. 4,002. At 4,200, we have at 42. At 4,002 and 3. 4,3. That's cheap, isn't it? Excuse me. At 4,003. At £4,300, we have at 4,3. 4,300. Yes, Morland. At 4,004. At £4,400. At 4,004. At £4,500 we've got with a tag on. At 4,500. At £4,500, then we all done. At 4,500, 4,6. 4,600. 4,700. At 4,7. At 4,007, 4,8. 4,8. 4,008. Have you got a tennis court at Church Fenton now, John? At 4,009. At £4,900 we've got at 4,9. At 4,900, I'll take a 50 if it helps at 4,9. At 4,900. And then 50. I'd just like to try and get them £5,000 if we can. I think that's super fair is 5,000. Round it up to 5,000, guys. Thank you very much. There you go. £5,000. I think that's very fair. At 5,050. £5,050 we have at 5,050. At 5,1. 5,001. We all know it's worth £5,000 plus. At 5,001, I'm going to sell it. It's £5,100. It's on sale. It's going to go at £5,100. Then it's off to Huddersfield. Thank you ever so much for your bids. Hammer's coming down at £5,100. Boom. I think that's super fair with everyone. I think, Robert, I hope you're happy, and I think certainly you will be in Huddersfield. 801 is the light box. There we are then. £50 on the way, thank you. At 50, £60 we've got. At 60, at £60 then at 60, at £60 then £60 bid at 60, at £60, at £60 then, at £60 we have at £60 then we all done. At £60 then, at 60, £70 bid at 70. At 70 then, at £70 then, at £70 I'll take a fiver, if not it's £70. At £70 then, at £70 they're going to go, at £70. At £70 then, Hammer's coming down at £70 then, at £70 bid, at £70. Provisional £70. 802. 802 is a little Viva. There, a little Viva from Raymond. There you are. Charlie collected the car with Jack.
Me.
Oh, did you two go?
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder you took 2 days. Is it a right sound little thing? There you go. Raymond's had it forever. I think it was family transport forever. Raymond's claim to fame also is that he was one of the main guys with the JCB suspension set up on the fast tracks and so forth. And he's approaching 60, but sadly from the wrong direction, I think, at the moment. So they've got to go. There's this and the little MX-5 Mazda that's coming up later on. So there you go. There's also, as Gregor rightly pointed out, earlier on, there's also quite a number of Viva spares that Ray has accumulated over the last 15, 20, 25 years, all of which are there available and obviously can be collected direct from Ray. I think there's almost enough to build another Viva, really, isn't there? There's tea chests of stuff. Well, you were there, I should be asking you.
Loads, yeah.
Yep, there was loads there. I think poor Ash thought he was going to have to load them all up on his van. So you're going to need a good transit van, I think, to get all the spares, I think, from Raymond. There you go. So we can put you in touch and you can have a deal with Raymond and go from there. We have got £500 for the very usable little Viva. Look, bless it. At £500 we've got a £500 bid. At 500, £600, and I should have mentioned, sorry, in that spiel, obviously the Bangers and Cash crew have been following the little Viva with Raymond's escapades and so forth, so we would like to follow it through and out the door the other end. At £600 we've got. At £600, at £600, then at 600. At £600 I'll take a 50 if it helps. At £600, a cheap little Viva. At £600 then, at £600 bid at 600. At 600 then for the little Viva at 600. at £600 then, at 600 then, are we all done at £600? We'll submit it for you. I think he was hoping for 4 digits, but we'll try. At £600 then, we'll put it down at £600. At £600 then, at £600 for the first, for the second, third and last time, we'll submit it. 650. At 650, £700 bid at 700. At £700 we've got. Cheap little Viva, bless it. As Charlie said, first impressions, you're like, oh dear. But then the more you look, the more genuine the little car is. Lovely little runabout. There we are, £700 we've got then at 7. At £700 then, at £700 are we all done at 750. 750, £800. £800 then, at £800 we've got. 800. £800, but nice to try and get in 4 digits if we could. £800 though, we've got that 800. At £800 then, are we all done? 850, we're not quite yet. 850, £900. £900. At 900, we're nearly there. At 900. At £900. At 900.
Would it be worth a respray, do you reckon?
What, a re-roller?
Yeah, no, you know what I mean.
Possibly, mate. Yeah, it could well be. Yeah, £950 we've got. It's just an everyday user, really. You know, and have a load of fun with it. Have as much fun with this as you will with something at £10,000. £1,000. There we go. We made it to £1,000. There we are. £1,000. We've made it there. Now put it on sale at £1,000. Then at £1,000 it's going to go. At £1,000. Then at 1,000. Just a massive clean up and make it look a different thing. At £1,000 we've got. At £1,000 then, at £1,000.
Bit of teacut.
Yeah, bit of teacut, exactly. Yeah, if my old granddad was here with us, I'd buy it for him and then he could just prat about in the yard with it forever. And he'll be happy as ever. At £1,000 we've got. At £1,000 then, at £1,000 then, at £1,000 we've got. At 1,000, thank you ever so much for your bids. And at £1,000 we're going to sell it. At £1,000, at £1,000 we're going to go. Greg will be in touch with you to getting you on camera. At £1,000 then, are we all done for the first, second, third and last time? Sold at £1,000. Well done. 803 is a BSA, and what a lovely BSA that is as well. I've got a cup of tea going in the back here. Bear with me a minute. Just talk amongst yourselves while I get a cup of tea. There we go then, BSA 1959, BSA 650. Again, look, a very, very pretty bike. And these are so sensible money-wise. Oh, don't knock that over, Ash. Just a lovely cup of tea. It's the best one I've had today, that. There you go. The BSA. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me? Someone start me at £3,000. We've got to start at £3,000, surely. Look at the bike itself. It's absolutely stunning. Lovely bike. How could you begin to even think about making that for £3,000? Anyone at £3,000? If not, we'll have to put it in the timed auction. It's not fair on the owner or the bike. Nope. We'll move on then. We'll move on. We'll move on to 804, which is the sister car to the Viva from Raymond and his little collection of bits and pieces over there. There we are, little Mazda MX-5. There you go. And again, I think she's had a little bit of roller work here and there, isn't she, bless her? A little bit, yeah, a bit of B&Q roller work. We actually thought it was one of our old sprayers at one point that had done the job. We had a look round it, the poor eye, and it had all the makings of one of our body shop lads. But no, I don't think it was him. I don't think it was. Anyway, here we go. And we've got loads of interest in it, surprisingly enough. We really have. It must be the highest mileage Mazda in the world, I think. Here we go.
Favourites of yours, aren't they?
I love them. Yeah. Mazda MX-5s, Honda C90 step-throughs, Citroen 2CVs. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I know. What a crackpot, eh? So we've got all sorts of bids here, Will. But what we have got is that bid there. So we're going to end up there in a minute at £1,300. At £1,300 we have at 1,003. At £1,300 bid. At 1,300. At £1,300 then. For the Project Mazda 1325. She wants some work, ladies and gentlemen, at 1325. At 1325. But he's had it forever. I think did he not buy it?
He bought it on 36,000 miles, I think.
He bought it on 36.
140,000.
And put about 140,000 miles on it. He's had his money's worth out of it, hasn't he? He's been here, there and everywhere as old Raymond. He's all over. It's like Scarlet Pimpernel, he is. He's here, there and everywhere. At 1325 we've got. At 1325. At 1325 for the little Mazda at 1325. £1,325, and are we all done? At 1325. You're in by 25 quid, Oxfordshire, obviously, as you can witness. At 1325. At 1325, then Hammer's coming down at £1,325. 1325. There you go, Raymond. 805, handmade Vespa coat hooks. There we go. Last time through then. Anyone wants to start me at a tenner? Must be 10 or 20 quid's worth, surely. If not, we'll have to move on. £10 there, Nottingham. Thank you very much at £10. At £10 then, are we all done at £10? For nothing, aren't they, really? At £10 then. At £10, are we all done and dusted then? We'll put your name on them at £10 and we'll see what they say at £10. 805 is sold. Well, not sold, but it's got that bit on it. Sorry. 806 is the white knuckle. The white knuckle. There you go. White knuckle 125 Sport. Look at that. Cheap enough little bike, look at it. Little 125. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £200 bid. At 200 we've got. At £200 then, that's cheap, isn't it? At 200 then. At 200, 225. At 225. At 225. At 225 we're there at £225. At 225. At 225 we have at 225. At 225. At 225. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 225. At £225 then, that's provisional at 225. And moving on to 807. Ah, this is a little beauty. There it is. There we are. Kawasaki. Now, she's lovely as this. A right bonny little bike. And we have got £1,800 there straight away. £1,800 bid. £1,800 then in West Sussex at 18. £1,800. 1,800 then at £1,800 we've got at £1,800. 19 says Alan down there. What a lovely little bike this is, Alan, isn't it? At £1,900. At 19. At £1,900 we've got at 19. At 1,900. At 1,900. I'll take a 50, Charlie, if it helps. At £1,900 we've got. At 1,900. At £1,900. At 1,900. £1,900 then. It's a cheap little bike. It's a lovely little bike. I looked round it last night. At 1,900. At £1,900 then at 19, at £1,900 then at 19, 1950, 1950, 1950, £2,000 to Alan. It's got to start with a 2, Alan. You know the bike, you've seen it. It's a lovely little bike. At £2,000 we've got. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 then, are we all done? At £2,000. At £2,000, it's Alan's telephone bid. At £2,000, it's provisional, Alan, but I'm sure there'll be a deal done. At £2,000 for the little Kawasaki, she's a little sweetie. It's going to go to Alan's phone bidder provisionally at £2,000. It has. And 808 is the Lancia Beta Spider. We've got one of these somewhere. I don't know where it is. I can't even think where it is. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I know we've got that blue one, but we've got our family one we've had since I was 15. And I can't for the life of... Where is it?
Mathewsons.
Is it down at Marish's? Oh, yeah, that's where it'll be, won't it? It'll be down the farm, won't it? Yeah, Father bought one of these when I was about 15, I think. And we've still got it somewhere. I think, in actual fact, I think we sold it to a local collector guy or enthusiast for a few years and then bought it back. So there we are, the Beta Spider. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. You want to start me at £4,000 then at 4. £4,000 at £4,000 then at 4. Very unusual car. £4,000 then at 4. At 4,000 then 4,2. 4,002. 4,4. At 4,004. At 4,400 then. At £4,400 then at 4,4. At 4,004. At 4,400 for the little Beta Spider. 4,400, very unusual little car at £4,400. At 4,400 then. Are we all done and dusted at £4,400? He's hoping for a bit more. You're going to have a word with the team upstairs in the office and see what deal can be done. And another, again, last time in, anyone want to make a start? XR3 coat hanger, that £10 anywhere. Anyone want to bid me £10? If not, they're going to have to go. At £10, we're going to move on. We've still got another 90 to do. Are we all done then? Anyone want to be at £10? If not, we'll move on and move on. We will to 810, which is the Honda. Another very pretty little bike. Look at that. Very pretty little lightweight bike. Nice little bike. Look, there we go. Little Honda 175, I believe that one. There she is. Look at that, very clean little bike. Where are we on that? You tell me. £1,400, I bet. At 14, 1450, £1,500 we've got. At 15. At £1,500 then at 15. At 1,500. At £1,500 then at 15. At £1,500 then at 1,500. At 1,500. That's a cheap little bike. Look at that. What a pretty little bike. At 1,500. At £1,500. At 1,500. At £1,500, then that's very provisional at £1,500. At £1,500, are we all done and dusted? At 1,500, then going once. 1,500 going twice. Third and last time, that is very provisional at £1,500. 15, 8, 11. is Industrial 5-shelf wine rack. Oh, God. There you go. There's a load of winos in here that this is going to be selling. No problem at all. £90 we've got. £90 there. Sorry, Will. Sorry, Charlie. Can't read the script here. £70 it says here. Sorry. £70. I apologise. £70 on the screen there. And £80 on your screen there. £80 we've got then. £80 bid. And £80 then. £80 we have. £80, £90, £90 we've got. At £90. At £90 and £100 and £100 then. At £100. At £100 then and £110. 120, 120, £120, £120 then at 120, at £120, 130, 140, 140, 140, £140. Come up, Sam, say hello. Come on, mate. Come on, Sambo. He won't come up, my dog won't come up. 140, 150, £160, at 160, at £160, at £160, are we all done? At £160, then hammers coming down, at £160, then are we all done and dusted? At 170, 180, at £180 we've got. At 180, at £180 bid at 180, at 180, £190, then at 190, at £190, at £190, at 190, at 190 then, hammers coming down at £190, then are we all done and dusted at £190, sold at 190. And 812, oh now this is nice. This is lovely, yeah, the Gardner Douglas as well. They reckon that this is the best one, don't they? If you're going to get one of these Cobras, there's AK Sports Cars and there's, what's the other common one? Ash, come on, help me. Dax is the other one, that's another common one. But I'm reliably informed that the Gardner Douglas is the one to get if you're going to get it. Let me just have a quick mouthful of tea. It was in here, Michael, but has it made it up to you? Oh no, I think it's over.
It is up there, yeah.
It is up there, isn't it? I think, yeah. Pretty car, isn't it? Michael said he's been on the industrial estate. Just give it a little ride up and down. He said it rides lovely, drives lovely. There you go then. So the Gardner Douglas there, look at that, 4.6 litre Rover V8 in there as well. That's the one. Look, a lovely presented car, nice car. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 20,000 I'm the set. At 20,000 and we're away. At 20,500, 20,500 and 21,000. At 21,500. At 21,500, £22,000. Thank you. 22 and a half. At 22,500. 22,500, 23,000, at £23,000 then, at £23,000, are we all done at 23, at 23,000, at £23,000, that's a cheap one, at £23,000, at £23,000 then at 23, at £23,000, at £23,000 then, at £23,000, I think we may have to put that one in June, at £23,000, the family looking for more, at £23,000, have a word with the office upstairs, they'll see if they can put a deal together for you, but at £23,000 you're going to struggle to own that one. Moving on to 813, the power diesel's dying there, Michael. £60 we've got, 70, £80 on my screen. £80 and done and sold on my screen and away. At £80 then, £80 then, are we all done and dusted? At £80 we're going to sell it. At £80 then it's going to be sold. It's gone. 814 is the little Beetle, a little modern Beetle as well. There you go then. There she is. Little modern Beetle, nice bright little car, metallic blue. There you go, £1,000 and away, thank you, at £1,000. £1,100, 11, that's £1,200 we've got. At 12, that's cheap. At £1,200, £1,300 then at 13. £1,300 then, £1,300 we have. At 13, £1,400 on the internet at 14. £1,400. You're out, internet's in. 15, internet in again at 15. £1,500, 16. Cheap little summer fun car, that 4-seater cabriolet, ready for the summer. 17 says Alan. At £1,700 down at 1,700. 18 we've got. 18. 1,800. 19 says Alan. 1,900. £2,000 in Norfolk. £2,000. £2,000. 21 says Alan. On sale at £2,100. 22 in Norfolk again. 22. At 22, then at 22. 2,300 he tells me. 23. 23. 23. 24. 24. 24 we've got. At 24. At 24. 25 says Alan. 25. 25. 25. 26. £2,600. Nice funky little different car, aren't they? Little convertible, little third car. Great. Great for the summer, great for the weather we've got at the moment. At £2,600 you're out, Alan. At 2,600 internet. No, bugger off. No, of course I will. At 26.50. At 26.50. At 26.50. At 26.50. I've got 26.50. I'll say them did the same for Norfolk, exactly. At 2,700. At 2,700 pound. At 2,700 pound we've got. At 2,700 then. 2,700 pound we've got. 28, he's gone up 100 now. Make his mind up. At 28, he used to be indecisive. Now he's not so sure. At 2,800 pound we've got 28.50. At 28.50, I'm only joking with you. At 28.50. At 28.50. 29 he does. 29. At 2,900 pound. 29.50. 29.50. 29.50. 3,000 pound. 3,000 pound. 3,050. Who's in Norfolk, Charlie, please? Simon, 3,050. Simon's been in it all the time here at 3,050 then. 31, he says, 31. You're out, Simon. 31 I've got here. 31 and a half. He's back in again. Back in. He's had enough. I think you're in, Simon. I think you're in. I'm getting the signals he's had enough. Yeah. 31 and a half. It's off to Simon in Norfolk. Good luck to you. At 31.50 then it's going to go at 31 and a half. So, well done, mate. Thanks for your bids there. And the Whitby Scampy double-sided sign, £40 and away and sold at £40. At £40, and I'm going to sell it at £40, and are we all done and dusted? Emma's coming down at £40, £50, it's Andy. At £50 then, at £50 bid. At £50 we've got £50. Andy's telephone bid at £50 and away. At £50 then, £60 we've got. At £60, £60 then at 60. £70 is Andy, £70 bid. At £70 bid. At £70, Andy's telephone bid at £70. At £70 then, Emma's going to drop down. It's going to be Andy's phone bid at £70. 816 is the little Triumph TR3. There we are, not an A, but a TR3. There you go, Father's had his since I was about 12, I think. We've still got it there. There you go then. Where we're going to be on this, you tell me. One of my favourites, lovely little car, lovely driving little car. Where we're going to be then, £10,000, I bet. 10, 10, 5, 11, 11, 11, 5, 11, 5, 11, 5, 12, 12, 5, 12, 5, 12, 5, 13, 13, 13, 5, 13,005, and 750. And 750 we've got there. Just let the internet catch up. There you go. There we are then. There we go then. There we are. 13,750 then. That's a cheap little TR at 13,750. 13,750. At 13,750. That's a good little buy, that. At 13,750. 13,750. What a pretty little car. At 13,750 are we all done? At 13,750 for the first. 13,750 for the second. Third and last time, are we all done then? And we're going to drop it down at 13,750. 817. 817 is a little midget. Here we are, little Mr. Git. There we are. Little midget then as well. Where are we going to be on this one? Owned by the vendor since 2022. The history folder includes some detailed invoicing. There's £7,000 worth of invoices in the folder. And it's a car that you've collected.
From Ireland, really good little run. Usually a little bit of noise on first gear, nothing to worry about whatsoever. Massively car, big expenditure recently. As good as you're going to get for that year of car.
There you go. Father says, coming in from Ireland, good little car, then about as good as you're going to get. I think that summarises. It's about as good as you're going to get, he said, for that period of midget. There you go then. £4,000 and away. Thank you at 4,000. At 4,000, 4,2. 4,244, 4,004, 46, 4,600 at 4,006, at 4,600 pound and at 46, at 4,600, 48, 48 back in Ireland at 4,800 pound, at 4,800 pound we've got 4,008, at 4,800 pound, 48. I'll take 100 if it helps them anywhere. At 4,008 we've got 4,800 pound. At 4,008 for the little midget then at 4,008, 49, 4,009. At 4,900 pound. West Midlands, it's yours at 4,9 at the moment. At 4,900 pound. At 49. At 4,900, 5,000 pound bid. At 5,000 pound. At 5,000 pound we've got. At 5,000, 5,1. 5,100 pound. At 5,100 pound then, are we all done? At 5,100 then. 5,100 pound then, we'll pull the lever at 5,001, 5,2. 5,2 in Kent, 5,2. 5,002, at 5,200, at 5,205.3, 5,003, cheap little car, 5,003, at £5,300, at 5,300, at 5,300, at 5,300, then we'll put you down provisional at £5,300. That's provisional at 5,300. And moving on to 818, the little Ford van there. Look at that, she's a lovely, isn't she? Lovely, bright little van there. The best money you'll ever spend on advertising. There you go, she's playing, I think, at the moment, so she's crying out for someone's name on the side. Whatever it might be, your cafe, your florist, whatever it might be, your antique shop. Absolutely perfect, it'll put it on the map. Where are we then? 8,800, I'll take that, Charlie. 88, £9,000 we've got. At £9,000 then 9,000. We have 9192, 9,002. At £9,200, good little van. At 9,200, at £9,200 at 92. At 9,200, at 9,200 then at 92. At 9,200 then, £9,200 then, that's provisional then at £9,200. Oh, 9-3. Master Mortain, Bedford, look at that, used to live there. Lower Shelton Road. Good afternoon, Marston. At 9-3, 9,003. Who's your Master Mortain? Joanne. Oh, well done, Joanne. Oh my, there you go. At 9,003, just up the road from where I used to live. 9,003, 9,003. At £9,300. At 9,300. 9,300. I was on the phone this week to some friends of mine in Master Mortain. At £9,300 we've got. At 9,300. At £9,300 we'll try for you, Joe. At £9,300 we'll put your name on it. See what we get. At £9,300 get an answer as quick as we can. 9,300 provisional to Marston. And on the subject of provisionals, lot number 747, the mobile oil lamp, that has been sold. Lot number 750, the Austin A35, that has been sold. Lot number 666, ooh, not the best number in the world, but it's sold. The Rover 3.5. Lot number 740, the Triumph Herald, that's also been sold. And lot number 270, the MGTD/TF, I can't remember which one that was, but that has also been sold. Thank you very much. And refresh my screen, 819, the McLaren International light-up box there. There you go then. Where are we going to be then? £40, £50, £60 we've got. At £60 then, 60, 60, £70 then. At £70 then, £70 it's going to go. At £70 then we're going to sell it. At £70 then it's on sale, it's going to go. £80 bid. £80 then it's going. £80 then, I'm going to pull the lever, it's off to Cheshire at £80. Sold at £80. Quick mouthful of me tea. There you go then. Lot number 820 is the 135. Cool blue MGTF. There we go then. Yeah, limited edition one this. Look at that. There you are. These are good value for money, they really are. £550 we've got bid there, but we've got 1,100 on this screen over here, Charlie, so save my voice, we might as well go straight to 1,100 there. £1,100 we've got, 1,100 there, 11, 1,150, £1,200 I've got. At £1,200 I'm going to sell at 1,200. At £1,200 it's on sale, it's going to go. At £1,200 then, cheap little car. At £1,200 then, are we all done and dusted at £1,200? £1,200 and sold. 821, little selection of lamps there. There you go, little selection of lamps. Where are we going to be then? 65, £70, £70 bid. At £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70 are we all done at 70? At £70 then, at £70 then are we all done at £80 we've got. £80 bid, £80 then, £80. £80 bid, £80, £80 we have at 80. £80 then, £80, £90 bid at 90. £90, at £90 we have. I'll take a fiver, Charlie, if it helps. At £90 we've got. At £90 then we have got £90. At £90, £90 bid. 95, excuse me, that tea's giving me the burps. At £95. At 95, who's going to round it up to 100? You stand a chance of owning it all at 100. 95 we'll try. At £95 then. £95 we're away. At £95, Hammer's coming down at £95 then, are you all done at 95? Provisional at 95. Now the BMW, here we are, the BMW 1602. There we are, nice car. Owned since 2013. There you go. Owned since 2013, it says here. We have got some interest here. Charlie wants to go straight to that one there. Look, £6,500. At £6,500 we've got 65, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, £7,000 bid at 7,000. At £7,000 we've got. At £7,000 then on sale at 7,000. 71 at 7,001. At £7,100 it's on sale at 7,1. At £7,100 and 72. At 72, £7,200 I'm going to sell it. At 7,200. At £7,200 I'm going to sell it. At £7,200 it's on sale. It's going to go at 7,2. Sold at 7,2. 823. Mrs. Drip, enamel sign. There you go. Where are we going to be? 60, 70, £80 bid. 80, £90 we've got. 80. Oh, thank you, Auntie Gregor. Thank you. You better take that one away before I bounce it. Thank you, Diane. At 190 we got. Sorry, dear?
You have to change that because it was 90, but the...
Well, I thought it was 90, but then I thought I got distracted. It was 90, wasn't it? Yeah, you better retract it, Charlie. We just pull that back, Bingley, because I thought I was at 90. Yeah, £90. Yeah, £90 here on this screen. £90. I think you maybe hit the button when you were moving digits, yeah? Take you off that. Sorry, Bingley, but it's not fair. That was 100. There you go. You were £100 in front of yourself. £100 we've got. At £100 then. At £100 then we've got. At 100, £110 in Cheshire. At £110. At 110. 110, 110, 110 we have at 110. 120 in Aberdeen. 130 back with you in Bingley at 130. At £130 then. At 130 we have at 130. At £130 then. Down in Bingley at £130 then. 140 in Cheshire. 140. At £140 we've got 140. 140, 150. 150 then. At 150 then. 150 we have at 150. At £150 then at 150. At £150 we'll put you down on that, Bingley. At 150 or 160. Cruz jumped in at 160. £160. 160. 170. I'm going to put it on sale. It's going to Bingley at the moment. £170. I'm going to sell it. £170. Then are we all done? 170 then. Are we all there and done? I'll take a fiver if it helps. If not, it's going to Bingley at 170. £170 for the first. £170 for the second. Third and last time. Are we all there at £170? I'll sell that. 175. And now the TR6 is a bright car. Nice car as well. There you go then, the TR6 then. Full restoration a number of years ago in a lovely car. Michael, you're just about to tell me it's a lovely car. I know, she's a pretty, pretty car. She's nice. There we go. And we have got, I see you've got 14 on there, Charlie. I've got 14.1 on this one here. So you've got 14,001, 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, 14,003, 14.4, 14,004. On sale at 14,400, 14.4. 14,004. I'm going to sell it at £14,400 and 5 and 6. 14,006 at £14,600. It's going to go at 14,600. At £14,600 then. At 14,600. I'm going to pull the lever. It's going to go at £14,600 then. Bid number 500049. You've just been outbid by Leeds. 14,700. 14,800 here with me. On my sheet at £14,800. 14,008. At 14,800 we've got £14,800. 14,800. Bids here with me on a commission on my sheet. £14,800. At 14,008. £14,800. Are we all done at 14,800? 14,008 then. I'm going to pull the lever at £14,800. It's going to be sold. It's going. When the hammer goes down, it's gone. It's gone. Top right, Ash, on that one. And we have got part of a wing from an RAF Bristol. Obviously, John, what do you think we are, a car dealership? Honestly, John. Well, the other bit's in the sea, I think. Yeah, the worrying thing is if you were in it when it fell off. That's the worrying thing, isn't it? There you go, £60 we've got, £60, £70 bid at £70 bid, £70 then at 70, at £70, 80, 90, £100 then, at £100, at £100 then, I wonder if they've noticed it's missing, at £120, that's the thing, at £120 we've got, £120 then at 130, £130 bid, 130, 130, 140, 150 we've got, 150, 150, 150 here, 160 with Alan at 160, at 160, 170 in York, 170 in York, 170, 180 with Alan. Just beat you in, Charlie, 180. It just popped you in. At £180. 190, you're in now, Aberdeen at 190. 190 pound. At 190, 200 says Alan down there at 200. And 10, 210 we've got. 210, 210, 210, 220, 220, 220, 230, 230. At 230 pound. At 230 pound. 230, 240, 250. Have you got the bloke on who owns the helicopter who's missing the part? Huh? Oh, 250 pound. Didn't hear what he said. 250 pound. At 250 pound we've got, it's internet bid, 260. 260 we've got. 260. 270. 270. 270 we have. 280. 290. 290 Aberdeen. 290. 290 I've got. I'm going to pull the lever at 290. I'm going to sell it at 290 pound. 300 pound he says at 300. 300 pound we've got, and 10. 310. 310 at 310 pound. 310 then, internet bid at 310. It's going to go at 310 pound. Hammer's coming down at 310 for the first, second, third and last time. 310, 310 and sold. And lot number 826 is the Morris Minor in the 1956. And what a sensible figure this has got on it. Look at this. Dead sensible figure. £1,000 and away at £1,000. I'm not surprised. At 1,011, 12, 13, 1,400. At £1,400 we have at 14. At 14, 15, 16. At 16 then at 1,600. That's a cheap little moggy. At 1,600 then at 1,600. 1,600 at 1,600 pound. How cheap they got to be? At 1,600. At 1,600 pound for the little moggy. At 1,600 then he needs a bit more than that. I don't blame him. At 1,006 we'll have to move on and leave that one sadly. Have a word with the girls upstairs. 827 is a little lost in 7. Here she is, bless her. Lovely little bus. There we are. Sensible on the money again. Where are we going to be? There you go, Father.